Testing, testing, testing. Are we live? Testing. Let me check. Should be live. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to yet another live stream. As you can see, we have just gotten a tornado watch issued out there for Waco, Killeen, Kingsland, Fredericksburg, Austin, San Marcos, Brenham, College Station, Conroe, and Houston. So folks out there need to be watching out for tornadoes. But yeah, I mean, today's going to be kind of weird. We're either going to see some tornadoes or none. I'm just going to be completely honest with you guys. I think the forecast has actually gotten worse for today than yesterday, but they upgraded it. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Not really sure what their thought process is behind it. We might get a bunch of mergers, which sometimes can cause some of these storms to become tornadic, right? But look at this. I want to show you guys something. You see how we have this blue line back here, and then this green line all the way back over here near Texas and Mexico border there. That should be over here. That should be over in this area, and it's not. Our lapse rates are extremely low. Extremely low. I mean, we're talking lapse rates in the 4s. All right. But this is what I told you guys yesterday. Remember what I said yesterday? They're probably going to issue a strong tornado risk, and the storms will probably struggle throughout the day due to those low lapse rates. And that's what it's looking like. But, just in case we get enough mergers, one of the things that can happen in a day like this is a storm gets a bunch of mergers, and then that in alone allows it to mature. And then we see that strong tornado threat actually increase. So we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how today's going to go. That's kind of what we'll be saying pretty much all day today is we'll see what the heck is going to happen. But hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, and today we're going to be just watching these severe thunderstorms, seeing if they do the unexpected, which is actually produce tornadoes today. But yeah, over here in our severe thunderstorm warning, we got 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for this storm that's about to go into Gerald, Texas. And then we've got another one back over here south of Fredericksburg that also has some lightning and some wind and a little bit of hail in there going into Johnson City. So if you guys live in this area in Texas, make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. You can see in the black here on our map, that is a tornado watch. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch out here for Fort Worth, Dallas, Waxahachie, and Irving, Mansfield, Cleburne, Whitney. That's going to be for this line back in here. And that's going to be moving through the Fort Worth area here in just a couple of minutes. But as you can see, there's no severe thunderstorm warning on it right now. That could change. But we're not really expecting much of a tornado threat up here at all because we actually don't really even have instability up here. That's another thing. Let's come back over to here. Our instability, folks, is all the way down here. So not only are we lacking lapse rates, we are also lacking instability further up to the north. We come over, pushing out in the future. It might try to come back up there. We'll see throughout the day. But as of right now, things are looking a little meager for tornadic potential. So we'll keep our eye on it, see what happens. That's going to be the thing. I think these storms will not produce. That is what my pattern recognition is telling me. I can't tell you how many times we've had strong tornado risks in this exact spot, but those lapse rates be really low and then nothing happens. So that's where my brain naturally goes to. But I'm live today just in case this breaks the pattern, right? This isn't as the same as some of the storms we have seen in the past that have done this exact thing. So that's why I'm here. We'll be monitoring the storms. If anything crazy happens, we'll let you know. But let me tell you guys what the outlook is for today. That the thing is, all right, if these storms do mature and can mature in this environment, there will be a risk for strong tornadoes. But that's a big if, all right? When you have lapse rates in under 5, that becomes extremely difficult for these storms to do so. So we'll see. But, if we do get those storms to mature, areas like College Station, Huntsville, the Woodlands, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, north of Beaumont, coming into Louisiana, will have a chance, nonetheless, for some strong tornadoes. Around that, a 5% chance for tornadoes from Lafayette through Galveston, New Braunfels, Austin, Killeen, Waco, Cleburne, Tyler, and Dallas, Texas. Around that, we have a 2%. That extends all the way from New Orleans up into Wichita Falls, Fort Worth, and San Antonio. I don't think that Fort Worth tornado risk is going to verify whatsoever. Neither for Dallas. I don't think that 5% is going to verify whatsoever. But out here in our warm sector, where we will eventually have some instability kind of come up here, and if these storms can ingest enough mergers and mature that way, that's where our most serious threat for severe weather and tornadoes will happen. We shall see. Loving the new set. Wowzers. Thank you. Thank you. Me and the members worked on it. We worked on it big time, so thank you. New setup, a little tricky on the eyes. Well, don't know what to say. You'll get used to it. As we're not changing it. How bad is Georgetown and Gerald, Texas? Not bad at all. I mean, we're talking about a weak severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds right now. Just be inside and away from windows right now. You're going to have that one round there, a couple more rounds after that, and then a line of storms coming through. These storms will remain elevated, most likely. I don't think these are going to pose much of a tornado threat at all, just because of how elevated they are. They are out of the instability. They're in really low lapse rates. If one of these things can produce a tornado, they're going to have to go through the most unique types of like small scale interactions with other storms. Is probably not going to happen. This storm back over here near Fredericksburg, though, I will say, is interesting because it is just in a little bit of instability, but there's a surface inversion. And again, this storm is hanging out in like 4 lapse rates. So it's going to really struggle to mature and tap into that shear environment. So again, super low chance that these storms can actually produce a tornado at all today. But the thing is, if they do end up producing one, the shear will be strong enough to support a strong tornado. That's why they always go with an enhanced risk, 10% hatched risk. Like I said yesterday, will most likely happen, even though the kinematics don't really support it. They always do this because you kind of have to, in a way. Obviously, a 5% would work, in my opinion, but that's just how it goes. I think no one is here for the $5. I do appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we'll be here keeping you guys updated on the latest on our stormers for sure. For sure. Just in case, you never know. Sometimes, the forecast seems so clear, right? And then all of a sudden, Mother Nature throws a curveball. So we'll be live just in case that does happen. Even though I personally think not a single tornado will happen until maybe we might get those lapse rates increased as this moves into Louisiana and the Texas border. Maybe. Highly populated area. Yeah, pretty populated for sure. Pretty populated. So we probably won't see, in my opinion, I don't think so.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
But just in case, I mean, again, every single time, and this is without exception, okay? Every single time we have had a 10% in this area pulling up into Louisiana with lapse rates under 6, and we're not just talking about barely under 6 this time. We're talking about lapse rates in the 4s. And again, lapse rates help dictate how strong our updraft can be. And you need to have strong updrafts in order for these storms to be able to tap into the spin environment, to get tall enough and to get severe enough. And yeah, so, that's my opinion on today. I don't think we're going to see anything, but I'm going to be live just in case, because one of the things that can help a storm, even in low lapse rates, produce is a bunch of mergers, which we are going to have those chances for today, but they're going to have to be pretty unique type of mergers. A lot of times, these storms, especially given that the fact that they're barely in that good instability, these mergers, all they're doing is introducing cold air into the storm. So they could also be a detriment to the storm, more likely than not. So, in my opinion, very low chance for a strong tornado until those lapse rates do increase. which really looking like that's going to happen anytime soon. Not at least within the next 6 hours. So I'm expecting just rain, thunderstorms, and a couple of severe weather, severe thunderstorms. That's what I'm expecting. How's Dallas? You guys have a little line of storms coming your way. One line of storms about to go into Fort Worth, and then eventually into the Dallas area as well.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
All right, let me see if I can get some information on that new severe thunderstorm watch. Okay, it looks like they are extending it off to the east here. That's going to be for Denton, Dallas, Cleburne, West Tawaconee, Gun Barrel City, Palestine, Tyler, Nacogdoches, Marshall, and Mount Pleasant are going to have a couple of tornadoes possible up there. Scattered hail of up to 2-inch size possible, and scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. I'm more worried about that. Maybe a hail threat and maybe some damaging winds, but that's about it. I do not think the tornado threat will make it up this far to the north. Maybe we could have a little bit of warm frontal interaction eventually, but that warm front isn't really doing much right now. What about the Colleen area? It's the same thing. Well, actually, not really. You are about to get hit by this weak line of storms. I do not expect it to become severe before it gets to you. So it's just going to be a little bit of rain, thunder. Hello, Brian in College Station. I would say, like, if our tornado threat does ever happen, it'll probably be around in these areas. But again, we're relying on these storms to kind of just have the perfect interaction with this environment right now. So I don't know. I would put out a low chance, but I would still be weather aware throughout the day, just in case, because even when everything seems cut and dry, sometimes Mother Nature has other plans. So I would just be ready, because the thing is, if we do end up getting tornadoes today, if we get a storm that somehow gets to that period where it can mature enough and produce a tornado, it will likely be on the stronger variety. So that's why, I'm live just in case I'm wrong, which happens sometimes. I'm not always right. I'm wrong a lot, actually. So let's see. Just waiting for this in Huntsville this afternoon. Yeah, eventually you guys will be in the path of the storm here in Huntsville. Hoping for the best. Thanks for everything I do. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Yeah, I mean, other than these two severe thunderstorm warnings, we have, a couple of storms over here near Corsicana. One that's moving into the Dallas area that's non-severe right now. Just a little bit of rain, lightning, and some thunder. We got another storm back over here. It's also just mainly rain, lightning, and some thunder heading up into Holly Ranch and Winnsboro. How's Huntsville? It's good for right now, and some severe weather is going to be possible with a small chance of tornadoes out there. May started and storms started to go off here in Central Texas. Yeah, y'all have had a lot, a lot of severe weather events out here in the past week or so. Y'all been dealing with it. Belton, Texas. Let me see where that is. I think you guys are. Yeah, you're right over here. So you got a severe thunderstorm warned storm that was to your south. I'm not sure, though, if they're going to extend that. So it seems like your highest chance is going to be just rain and thunder with that storm near Belton. Do I think Humble, Texas will get anything? Let me see where that's. Humble, Texas. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It is technically possible. I think your biggest chance is going to be for some, severe winds, maybe some hail, and also that small chance for strong tornadoes. But it's still technically a chance. That's the thing. Today's going to be weird. We're either just going to be covering weak thunderstorms all day, and maybe that will probably get a couple of tornado warnings, and maybe like one or two brief nados, maybe. Or it's going to be a day where these storms, for some reason, we get some increase of our lapse rates, and these storms, really start producing a lot of strong tornadoes. But I am certainly leaning way more to these storms struggling than succeeding. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. So I would at the very least encourage you guys to still be weather aware, even with the lower lapse rates, just in case. Weather aware for anything in Houston? Yeah, I mean, you guys are in a tornado watch. Do need to be watching out for tornadoes. Yeah, it looks like they did allow this severe thunderstorm warning over here near Gerald and Temple to expire. Working in Austin, your daughter's in school in San Marcos, and your anxiety's been high. Yeah, don't worry, we're looking out for you. We don't just look at a map and say, oh, watch out, this is the same thing as it's always going to be. I take a lot of time in dissecting the atmosphere, and I've covered this area a lot. Whenever we get this look, it never pans out as they say it will. So those are my thoughts. I'm a pattern recognition kind of guy. And so you're not going to be able to pull me away from those thoughts until something actually happens. But that's why I'm live, just in case I am wrong, because I could be wrong. I am okay to admit if I am wrong. So that's why we are live. And yeah, we shall see. Thank you, Sailor. I appreciate that. Everything looks so nice. Congrats. Thank you. I've spent a lot of time in with the members. So our members and me made this little thing up here, with the warning polygons, and then if we ever get a tornado warning, what the heck? Why is this not working today? Uh-oh. What is going on? Okay, so my MIDI has just decided. I think I can fix it. Hold on. 1 second. Input, output, connected. Okay, so now that should work. Yeah, there we go. If we get a tornado warning, we can switch it back over to there. If we, for some reason, get no severe thunderstorm warnings, we switch it back to blue, because that means we got nothing. And we might actually get to the blue screen today if they allow this little severe thunderstorm warning down over here near Johnson City to expire. We might actually get down to the blue screen. Mm-mm-mm. Now you're all good, Lauren. You're all good. It's too early for tornadoes. Could be. Could be. Is Shazzy doing well? Yeah, he's doing great. What's the NOAA prediction saying for today? They think that strong tornadoes will exist here through College Station, Woodlands, Huntsville, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, north of Beaumont, over here near Leesville, Jasper, and Newton. And they think a 5% of tornadoes is going to be possible all the way from Cleburne, New Braunfels, into Baton Rouge. That's what they think. I severely disagree. How's Fort Worth? Fort Worth has a line of storms coming through, sub-severe, so mainly just going to be a little bit of wind, rain, and some lightning. Nothing crazy. Do we not get Connor anymore? He's live. SRM is now live too. Yay. We do get Storm Winter Media. Yeah, not Connor. Connor has graduated into doing really well on YouTubeville. So he charges more than I can afford. It happens. And I'm glad for him. You know what I'm saying? Happy that he Why is that so small? What the heck? Does this stuff glitch out? Oh, I know why. Okay. Hold on. I was like, why is that so small? I had to put little black boxes back here to cover everything just until something happens. All right, so let's go investigate what the old Storm Runner media is up to. Listen in. Okay, so they're just behind this line of storms.
Except for maybe far southern Texas if there's supercells down there. But as far as like this main,
No, that wasn't OBS's fault. That was me. That was a me problem there.
Louisiana by then, and I'm gonna avoid following it that far east if we can. If they're producing tornadoes and we got to go over there, then we got to do what we got to do. But
and there's his plan.
right now we were going
Perfect time to tune in.
really hoping we would be chasing the cold core stuff, but didn't really look like that was going to pan out, and still wanted to try to chase something. So
Teresa, thank you for the super chat. Rachel, yes, the conditions are looking better today over in East Texas than they did last night.
Okay. Apparently, I'm the only person in the world that looks at lapse rates. But I promise you guys, they are important. They are important. Again, lapse rates dictate updraft strength. Higher lapse rates, usually more of a chance you get for big hail, and an easier time storms will have to produce tornadoes. But we'll see. I could be completely wrong, but we'll see. It's me against everybody, I guess. SBC seeing something I'm not. No, they always do this. If you get stronger shear, we've had probably about 7 or 8 risks that were exactly like this. Where I even called it yesterday. I was like, listen, guys, let me tell you exactly how tomorrow's going to go. They're going to issue a 10% hatch risk because there wasn't one yesterday, and they did. And yesterday I said that it probably won't perform. It'll probably be mostly rain, thunderstorms, and a small chance for a strong tornado. And the reason that they always do that is because sometimes you can eventually get some storms to mature, but that's the thing. Every single time that we have had that happen, where the lapse rates were below 6 and below 5, nothing happens on the day. And so, like I said, I personally will stick with my pattern recognition. I'm a pattern recognition kind of guy, and just give my opinion in that way. And then I'm totally ready to admit when I'm wrong. That's why we're live, just in case I have to sit here, cover a bunch of strong tornadoes, and you guys are like, ha ha, you were wrong. Actually, you probably won't be laughing, but you know what I'm saying. We'll see. Always better to err on the side of caution. I don't do that. Nope. I err on the side of pattern recognition. That is what I do, and I state my opinion, and then I just sometimes I'm wrong. But I've never been wrong. After the first 2 setups, I set that pattern in my head, and I have been right every single time for the past 8 times. That low lapse rates in this area specifically never performs. So I have not been wrong yet. So we'll see if the pattern holds. We shall see. Hey, maybe the pattern breaks today, and today will be the day where I have to make a speech. That's why we're live. What are lapse rates? Essentially, they are the difference. They are the difference. Like, say this is the sky. Up here, say this is the ground, right? Lapse rates are the difference of temperature between the surface and above our heads, right? And so if the temperatures are low near the surface and just a little bit colder aloft, that'll lead to low lapse rates. If the temperatures are high near the surface and really cold aloft, then the lapse rates will be high. And that temperature gradient, the tighter that temperature gradient is, or the colder the air is aloft in comparison to how warm the air is near the surface, really does a lot to dictate a storm's ability to become mature. You typically want above 6. And right now we are sitting at around 4.5. So, and that is important. That is important. Hey, thank you, Dave Wilson, for the 10. Thank you so much. Lapse rates can mean big hail. I mean, there's more things that need to happen for bigger hail, right? I mean, like you need to have, a pretty thick instability profile. Also, some of our biggest hailers happen north of outflow boundaries, where like at the surface, like, so say these are your dew points up in the upper portions, like starting from the bottom up into the upper portions of the atmosphere. And then you have a temperature right here. You want the storm to technically be a large storm with a lot of moisture, a lot of mass to it. And usually they are more efficient when there's a little bit of a surface inversion or they're north of the outflow boundary and you have a really large cape profile above that and a very low freezing level. So, you have like the little peak. So say the freezing level is right here, closer to the ground rather than up to here. So like say this is a little bit further up above the ground, right? If you get any moisture past that freezing level, it's going to stay frozen and have an easier time forming into hail, and it will be in the updraft longer. If the freezing level is a little bit higher, right, then it'll stay rain for a lot longer and then freeze like in the middle of the atmosphere, and it will, have a lot shorter of a time before it forms into hail. And so you kind of do need all those things to see large to very large hail. Yeah, lapse rates are important. That temperature gradient is super important. And I feel like for some reason it gets overlooked quite a bit. It's not something that people really think about that often. But we'll see. All right, latest scan over here near Temple, Texas. Looks like we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming y'all's way. So if you live in Temple, Little River Academy, Rogers, and Holland, you guys all need to be indoors and away from windows. Gerald, it's not a hook. It looks like a hook, but it doesn't have any rotation. So I don't really call those hooks. This is more of just it's more of just like a gust front. Little gust front there, about to go into Holland. Probably the strongest winds of the storm are like back over here, most likely. Would you be willing to say how many subscribers I get a day? It depends. Yesterday I got 30. It goes up and down. I think the most I've ever gotten in one day was like 3,000 subscribers, and that was with the Milton tornado outbreak in one day. What's it looking like for Louisiana? It looks kind of interesting, actually, because the lapse rates might eventually try to improve a little bit as we get into Louisiana. So there might be a little bit more of a tendency for tornadoes as this storm moves over into like the western Louisiana area. But, I say increase a little bit. We're still going to be below 5 lapse rates. So we will see. Wondering if there's going to be a good time to head back to home and to work. The main thing you're watching for is for this portion of the storms to be past you. But, the thing is, if you're just doing a short drive and you're like out over here near College Station in the Woodlands, you could probably just go right now. I mean, not really much happening out there yet. We're watching these storms that are trying to go through mergers and try to mature in this environment. And then, along this leading edge of the line back here, not really expecting much to happen, mainly just rain, thunder, might get a little bit of a downburst that will briefly put this portion of the line into a severe thunderstorm warning. But it's nothing that you guys haven't seen before. And it's kind of the same thing that's happening over here near Dallas and Garland. Lots of little bit of heavy rain and some lightning right now. But yeah. What tilt do I usually use? Depends. I usually just use the base tilt unless, I need to go up further into the atmosphere to see what's happening. Oh, I did not say that. Austin is under a tornado warning currently. No, you guys are not. That is a lie. You're going to get banned from the chat for spreading misinformation. See ya. I'll see you later. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. You are, though? You're not. The only thing you guys are under are tornado watch, not a tornado warning. Storms are supposed to hit the midway. Yeah, let's go over the latest timing here. We'll do that for you guys really quick. All right, so this is our latest future radar model run. As you can see, really far to the south here could have some supercells try to develop. Question, can they get mature enough to tap into the shear environment? That will be the question all day long. But over here for just south of College Station, over there into the Woodlands, should be some storms out there with some severe and maybe, just maybe, that might have some tornado potential. Up here, further up to the north, I'm expecting these storms to kind of stay elevated. Maybe some damaging winds and severe capabilities over here near Tyler, Texas. And then going into 6 p.m. over here near Shreveport, could have some storms over there with some severe potential. And then by 6 p.m. over here near the Houston area, that's when your threat starts to pick up in between 6 and about 9 p.m. there. Might get some storms that could die right on your doorstep. And then eventually this storm starts to move into portions of Mississippi by around 9 p.m. And it should be mainly just a damaging wind threat at this point. Not much of a tornado threat. That's kind of what we're expecting for today. Just a bunch of maybes, what ifs, and hmms. It's got a new severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like they did decide to put a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm. Looks like it's warned for 1-inch hail. That's going to be for Garland, Plano, Allen, McKinney, and Farmersville. So watch out there. A little bit of 1-inch hail. Probably won't do too much damage. Just 1-inch hail. You might put a small dent in your car. Definitely don't want to be outside in that storm. Any update on Gerald? Yeah, so Gerald's still getting some heavier rain. Gonna have a couple more rounds of heavy rain. Let me see how long you're gonna have. Yeah, we got a pretty slow moving frontal boundary here, so you're gonna be in some pretty heavy rain for a while. Would watch out for some flooding out there, because you're gonna have this for a little while, and then you're gonna have this line come in behind it. So definitely some flooding potential and some thunderstorm potential there for you. YouTube takes 50% of memberships. We were right next to McKinney, but I'm here preparing, and we'll probably go sit on the porch and watch the storm. Yeah, if you're gonna be sitting on the porch to watch the storm, You got one coming soon. Your best chance of seeing some nice shelf clouds out here is going to be after this rain to your west lifts north, right? After this passes you, and you might have just a little time where the atmosphere clears out with rain just enough to where you can see a shelf cloud about an hour from now. What about Fort Worth? Your severe threat's almost over. You're getting the main part of your storm right now, and then that'll be it. Don't be scared today, guys. There's more chance than not that you will just experience a thunderstorm today. I wouldn't be scared today. I would be weather aware and ready to go. But it's not one of those days it's going to be rapid fire tornadoes. I can tell you that right now. If we do get a tornado, it's gonna take a while for it to actually get its act together. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Just be ready to go. Be weather aware. Be ready to go, and you'll be okay. I promise. A $500 to $1,000 old used shipping container buried in the backyard makes a great tornado safe spot. As also many other uses. What other what other uses are you using for a storm container that's underground? Please enlighten us. I'm just kidding. This is what it looks like inside of that line of storms. Probably pretty similar look to what's happening up there in Fort Worth right now.
I've caught up to it, but
It's kind of rainy.
Road network around. You're doing this, and then you're doing this. See, now you should be able to get in front of it because you'll be descending.
All right, no one is here. Thank you for tuning in.
Starting into a nice line of thunderstorms, Chad. Nice line of storms. On the flip side, that's when things start to get.
Think YouTube is crashing? What do you mean? Why do you think YouTube is crashing? What do you do if you're scared of the Omega Block in Georgia? No, never be scared of an Omega Block. Omega Blocks are your friends, not food. They usually really tamper the severe risk across a large portion of the United States. Gotcha. YouTube is lagging a bit. Yeah, I mean, if you're having problems with YouTube, I would just refresh the stream. You'll be all right. It should help. If not, then I don't know. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, still no rotation. About to head into Rogers here with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Little River Academy. Looks like Temple will continue to get some heavier rain out of this storm as well. Restart browser. Yeah, restarting browser can help too. Looks like they did drop that severe thunderstorm warning down over here near Johnson City. We almost had to go down to that blue screen for a little bit. Little update over here into Dallas. Still talking about 1-inch hail with this storm heading up into Plano, Allen, McKinney, and Farmersville. You just got a new update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But they did add a tornado possible or tag on it. We'll see. Already reset YouTube, but it's still cutting half the stream off. What do you mean it's cutting half the stream off? Yours is lagging? All right, everybody put in chat. How many people are having YouTube issues? Because I can tell you right now, it's not me. Lagging out every Chat lag, no issues. Issues, working great. We're on mobile and everything's fine for me. No lag, not me, not me, not me either. None. YouTube is fine. All good here. Might be their internet service. All good on my end. Yeah, seems like the majority of people are doing just fine. And then a lot of people have lag. Or some people have lag, but it's not everybody. Sometimes computers hate the chat function. Yeah, maybe. Had no audio, but reloading stream helped. Interesting. Yeah, it seems like a couple people have some issues out there. But I can assure you guys it's not on my end. I have 2 gigabyte internet. So it's not me. Don't look at me. All right. The latest scan up here for this storm looks like our storm's about to push into the Garland area and also some hail potential over there near Rockwall. And then back over here near Fort Worth, our line of storms is now pretty much through central Fort Worth. Next scan will probably put it pretty close to like Bedford, Mansfield, and Arlington eventually. Watching from Arizona, welcome, welcome. Wind velocities look crazy in Fort Worth. No, they don't. They look crazy weak. I never watched the Mythbusters episode where they used an airplane to simulate a tornado. No, I have never seen that. Definitely hail west of Rockwall. Do you live in near Rockwall? Yeah, I definitely think there could be some hail right in this area, and then also like back in over here, like where we see the pink. What about Round Rock? Where is Round Rock? I keep forgetting where Round Rock, Texas is. I get asked that question a lot. North of Austin. Yeah. So yeah. Your main, I would say, tornado threat is on top of you right now. But again, these storms are continuing to struggle quite significantly at this point. Still no areas of organized rotation. Just mainly just heavy rain and lightning. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds potential on this storm south of Temple. So watch out there. Nickel-sized hail just east of Temple. Yeah, there could be a little bit of hail out over there near Zabuckville. Also over here near in Haydenheimer, Little River Academy, just north of Holland. What about Waller? Let me see. Waller, Texas. Yeah, y'all are going to be later on today. Again, what you're going to be watching out for are, any prefrontals and, maybe some severe winds from our line in the background. The tornado threat along this line should be pretty low. Also should be pretty low out in front of it, but, we are keeping an eye on these storms' behavior right now to see if they will be able to tap in to the shear environment and start producing tornadoes, if they can get mature enough. Do I think that will continue throughout the day? What do you mean? Will what continue throughout the day? What was the last EF5 tornado? I think it was a really long time ago. Been a really long time since we've had an EF5. Thankfully, we've had a lot of EF4s though. Wish your family still had the land between Temple and Salado. All right, latest scan here. Looks like a little bit of hail is going to be making it into Rockwall here in just a little bit. And then Garland, you probably are going to get the biggest hail out of this storm here probably within the next 5-10 minutes. We also got another scan on where our leading edge of the line is here. It appears to be near Watauga and Keller. That was about 3 minutes ago, though. So this could be pretty close to Bedford and Arlington. Again, it's just the increase of heavy rain, lightning. That's about it. We're not talking about anything crazy with that line. You'll barely notice it. There a tornado threat for Killeen? Yes. But you guys might be past it already. I do not expect tornadoes out of this line of storms this early. So you guys might actually already be good for the day. Once that line gets past you with no problems, you'll be good. Just lost power in Little Academy, Texas. Oh my gosh. You lost power in one of these storms? That's not good. You sound like you have a power grid like mine. A bird could fart, my power would go out. Over here near Corsicana, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for Rice, Corsicana, and Cairns. Make sure you're indoors and away from windows. After this line, no. Most likely not. I'm not expecting anything crazy after the line goes through the Dallas area. If we look at our latest models, line moves through and then nothing forms after it. So after the line, you're good to go. So Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth is done for the day in terms of that tornado threat. You guys can relax for the rest of the day. Is the rotation on the storms south of Temple, Texas? On this one, no. I haven't seen any organized rotation. I keep checking it just in case, because this is a storm that is trying to mature in this environment, but it is so far has not been successful. Just rumbling in Rice. Yeah, that's pretty much what it's going to be. Pretty much what it's going to be, hopefully, all day. I'm right. New little update over here. Looks like we still got 1-inch hail on this storm, and it does appear to be entering in the Garland area. So let me know if you live in Garland, Texas, if you guys are getting 1-inch hail or what size that hail is. Would be helpful. What's the difference between a tornado warning and a tornado emergency? Tornado warning can mean, we don't have a tornado on the ground. If it's a tornado warning and observed, then you have a tornado on the ground. But a tornado emergency means you have a really large and destructive tornado going into a highly populated area or densely populated area. I think it's more about population density than it is like the amount of population. I think both of those are taken into account. Is Storm Runner Media getting out in front of the storm? They're trying. They're still in the middle. That little line is kind of outrunning them right now. I think they're over there just south of the Fort Worth, Dallas area. I think they're trying to get pretty close to Waco. I'd be interested to hear what Connor is saying. He's usually a pretty smart forecaster. Let's listen in. Let's see if anybody mentions lapse rates. Because they have a little radio where they have a bunch of chasers talk. They might not be active because it's a little bit early.
Kind of in the gap right now.
You said darkness down our south.
Yeah. That darkness is coming towards us, so I'm trying to get ahead of it before it catches us.
What are you even talking about? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Chris. YouTube appears to be having issues today.
Keeps going up.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're talking about anything. I wanted to see if they were talking about anything because I always love to hear the chasers' thoughts. They're just talking about darkness, cloud. They're talking about cloud darkness, which means nothing. Imagine looking at the lapse rates, right? Imagine if they're important for anything. Connor's radio is not working. What? Watching from East Tulsa, your off-grid power system batteries are fully charged. Man, you're ready to go up there. Probably just going to get some rain up there in Tulsa, though. I don't even think, yeah, the severe risk is well to your south, but you could get some thunderstorms. If you're off grid, you know, the only failure in your power system should be, you know, at home. Which, so you don't have to rely on power poles, I don't think, right? How is Gerald? I do want to look at the cloud cover out here. Yeah, this entire area is completely socked into the clouds too, so those lapse rates will struggle to improve all day. Gerald is pretty good right now. I mean, they got some thunderstorms off to your north and east, some thunderstorms off to your west. So I would be, you know, probably not a good idea to be outside, but I mean, we're not talking about anything severe right now. I think you take 5 golf for the $4.99. You got stuff to do. Let me check. Take 5 golf. Oh wait, what am I doing? Alito. Imagine it like popped up your exact address. That'd be messed up. Yeah, you guys are good to go the rest of the day. Have fun and enjoy your what is today anyways? Guys, what's today? Is it a Monday, Tuesday? I do not keep track of that stuff. Tuesday? All right. Thank you. You got golf clubs to put up? There you go. I got you. What kind of driver do you got? What's your handicap? Just by looking at me, you think you could beat me in a game of golf? Just wondering. Do I look like a good golfer, or do I look like I'm just dog water? It's the day after yesterday? Okay, thank you for that. That clears a lot of things up. That's kind of how I think. You want to get a big golf business and never golfed before? What the heck? What do you sell? Maybe disc golf? Maybe. Could be. Latest update over here near Allen, Fairview, and Farmersville, McKinney. Looks like a little bit of hail is about to move into Sachet and Murphy. It's Tuesday. Got a big golf store, but it's never golfed before. An insane amount of clubs. Oh, nice. Do you guys sell used golf clubs? Round Rock? That's up here, right? Shoot, I already forgot. No, Round Rock's near Austin. It just rain and thunder for Round Rock and Austin right now. The good news is that today is looking so far as I predicted. So far, we'll see if that continues. Saxy. Oh. How far am I away from Huntsville? Let's see. There's Huntsville right there. Probably about like 1,000 miles. Newer used clubbage. I might be trying to orchestrate a deal. Maybe we'll pull the look how many subscribers I have. Can I get a deal? Just kidding. I'll pay full price, but there are no used golf stores around in my area, like at all. So I might be trying to like sneakily. He's got everything. You got Callaway irons. Thrift stores, man, thrift stores are not the kind of golf clubs I'm looking for. I'm trying to upgrade, not go back to the 1990s. Also over here near Corsicana, we got 1-inch hail. If we did have 1-inch hail in the storm, it would probably be about to enter just into South Corsicana, Texas. Still around 400 to 600 golf clubs every hour. What the heck? Dude's rich. Play it again sports? No. Nothing like that. Don't have a second swing. Nope. We used to have what is it called? It's like Watts Golf used. They use golf clubs. Forget what it's called, but it's something Watts, I think. We used to have that, but it like the building got bought, and who they got bought by is just a place that sells like new golf clubs. That's not very helpful. All right, looks like Garland's hail threat should be over here. Saxey and Murphy are going to be next in line, maybe for some hail. It doesn't look like that hail threat might be diminishing, but there still could be some like penny-sized to nickel-sized hail in there. And then back over here on the progression of our frontal boundary here with some rain and thunder going into Euless. Next in line is going to be Carrollton, Irving. Again, not really talking about much there other than a little bit of rain, wind, and hail. Back over here, just want to check to see if I see any areas of rotation developing. I do not. You're in Abilene, Texas, and want more action. You guys have gotten close to a couple of storms, but yeah, I think you guys have been getting gypped on a lot of these storm events. If you actually like storms, Storm Hunter Media make it out of that line of storms yet? Oh yeah, they are. Look at them. They're about to pop out the other side, I think. And now they just got to head down to the south, and then we'll get our first couple of looks at what these storms will be looking like. Missed the donation. Did I really? Well, let me check. Thank you, D Mills, for the $2. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any advice for you wanting to do meteorology? Not really. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even sure if covering weather will exist 6 months from now. So I would just do it and hope for the best. And then there's definitely a possibility that you'll be applying not for the NWS, but for Google to become a forecaster. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, still on this storm here that's about to enter into Rogers, just south of Temple. Yeah, no good advice there. It's kind of a crappy time to be studying meteorology in college. I would just do it, and hope for the best. I mean, if it's your passion, you'll find something to do with it. Whether it's storm chasing, whether it's, you don't always have to go into the NWS. You could do broadcast media. You could do YouTube. You can do all sorts of things. You'll find something to do with it. But, if you're looking to get into like the NWS, future is uncertain there. Thank you, Janie, for the 20. I do appreciate that. Thank you for keeping everybody safe. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Is it expensive? Is what expensive? No, this is not like March 15th whatsoever. Not like March 15th whatsoever. March 15th actually had some decent lapse rates. Huge differences. Wind shear is not that strong, or not as strong, and lapse rates are way lower. Oh, you meant it as a vibe? Gotcha. Did Georgia get a tornado on March 31st? Not sure. I haven't really looked into that. I don't really keep up with days after they happen because I usually just don't have time. Yeah, it looks like there might be a little bit of elevated winds about to move into the Corsicana area. Maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts about to head into the southern Corsicana, Texas. Back over here north of Garland, looks like that hail threat should be minimizing for Saxe for now. And then eventually into Lavon Lake and Princeton. You guys are going to be next in line for maybe some smaller hail there. Anywhere from penny to nickel sized. If you're unlucky, some quarter sized hail. It looks like our line of storms is into Arlington and Euless right now. Carrollton, Irving, and Cedar Hill will be next in line there in the Texas area. Again, non-severe line right now, so it's not going to be very impactful, but we're continuing to keep an eye on it. I'm still not seeing anything that's really piquing my interest on that storm south of Temple yet. Is possible tornado? No, it's tornado possible. So that just means the environment is somewhat there, and this storm, is trying to mature in this environment. As you can see, this is probably where our mesocyclone would be. Not much rotation there at all at the moment. Just kind of an outflow-driven line of storms right now there near Rogers. We're keeping an eye on it. We shall see. Guess we are going to hang here today. Hey, if you want to, you're totally welcome to. We'd love to have you here all day long. You don't have to. No one's forcing you to stay, but you can if you want. Checking out here out in front of the line. Just seeing if I can see anything, but it still seems to be looking the same. Some rain. That's a story for many folks out there. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning back over here near the Mount Pleasant, Texas, Mount Vernon area, where we have maybe a couple little spots here of some hail within our storms. Going to come close to Holly Ranch, in between Pittsburgh and Winboro, and then up eventually towards the Mount Pleasant area. So if you live in any of these areas, 1-inch hail is going to be possible. As long as they say tornado watch, you're stuck with me. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Even though my personal opinion is that we're probably not going to see much today, I would say it's just always good to be generally weather aware, just in case one of these storms surprises me today, not us. We'll see. We'll see if they can do it. 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Moving up towards 77 and Rosebud here in Texas. Yeah, I will say I had the wrong impression of max velocity. I think we have I've made an attempt to let bygones be bygones with him. I think personally he does, I still don't like some of his YouTube tactics, but I think he does it because he has to, or because he thinks he has to, not because he's greedy at heart. So I think he's a good guy. Nothing, I just didn't like the fact that he does a lot of those extra thumbnails, and I personally thought it was because he was greedy and didn't care, but I was wrong. So I think he just does it because he thinks he has to. And technically, if you're on YouTube, you do have to. But I think the intentions behind it and the guy behind the thumbnails is not the same. I think deep down he's a really good person and he's looking out for you guys. That's my thoughts. All right, latest scan over here north of Garland. Still a little bit of hail there north of Saxe, heading up still towards the Princeton area. Everybody else is mainly going to be getting that heavier rain and lightning. And then back over here, probably still a little bit of hail over there near the Pittsburgh area, trying to pass into Mount Pleasant, Texas. And then back over here, still not looking too tornadic yet, but still keeping an eye on it. This storm is trying to mature. It certainly is. It's saying, F you, lapse rates. I'm going to try to prove Evan wrong. So we'll see. This storm I still have my attention on. We'll see. We'll see if it can do it. It's really, really hard for a storm to produce a tornado in this environment. But it's technically, theoretically, not impossible. We just haven't seen it happen in the past 2 years. But hey, maybe today is different. Yeah. Yeah, I will say, I do not think the same thing about the other guy. I know for a fact the fear mongering from Ryan does not come from a good place. I know that one for a fact. I'm Team Max Velocity. If you're talking about in between those two guys. No, I just know him. I used to work for him. I know how Ryan's mind works. Not going to go into detail. We're going to stay focused on the weather, but I know how his mind works, and he seems like he's got good intentions, but he's a snake. So be careful with him. All right, latest scan out here. Over here south of McKinney, near Levon Lake in Farmersville, still potentially a little bit of hail over there near Levon Lake. And then back over here near Corsicana, still a little bit of small hail into Corsicana, moving up to the north towards Rice. Back over here near Temple, Texas, we're still watching this storm back over here. This one's moving off to the east towards Rosebud. Still continue to be indoors and away from windows. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then still the same thing over here near Mount Pleasant. Yeah, that thumbnail was really fun. I'm not going to lie. For that last video, I definitely spent like 20 minutes to make it look as lewd as possible. I definitely did that. How's Temple? Temple is still pretty rainy, a little bit of thundery. Do I agree with the SBC's 10% hatch risk? No, I do not. Not whatsoever. I think they could have gone with the 2% and probably been okay. It's so bad in Temple. Really? I mean, just a little bit of heavy rain. You'll be all right. Just don't go outside. They're not colleagues, Carla. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, we're just not going to go into it. This isn't going to be that kind of stream. So I don't want to waste energy on him. Not worth. Y'all can watch him if you want. That's fine. But that dude's a snake. We're required to stand outside in bad weather. Well, there you go. You know, if that is a law out there in Oklahoma, y'all better be outside. That's hilarious. What about Texas? Does Texas have any laws like that? All right, latest scan on this storm. Still slowly making its way to Rosebud with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Members only stream win pretty soon. Pretty soon. A guy from the other night ever get a mod for his chat? I don't think so. I don't think he did. Trust me, guys. I wouldn't sit here and just say random crap for no reason. All right. We only speak facts on this channel. You don't seek shelter until you get to your neighbor's house. That's crazy. Is that a law? Yeah, Andy. Oh my gosh. Andy is like a really good person. And his forecasting, like I was so sad when he stopped. Like I've always kind of been a big Andy Hill fan. Big time. That dude is genuine. I've talked to him multiple times. He's very good at forecasting. And I'm right there with you. I wish he still obtained or sustained his YouTube channel. I mean, I even got his permission to use his thumbnail style. That's how much I liked like the way that he presented everything. You know, it was nice and clean, non-fear mongery, and he was just straight on the facts. That dude is a certified genius. Yeah. No, I do like Max a lot. I've changed my opinion about him recently. But yeah, he's a good dude at heart. I still don't agree with his thumbnail tactics, but I'm gonna drop it just because I know deep down, you know, he's genuine. He's a genuine guy. You know, ifs, ands, or buts about it. Man, these storms are moving so slow. Like this storm has been like over Arlington forever. I feel like we've been streaming. Yeah, we've been streaming for like an hour, 15 minutes, and the line of storm started off over here. So I'd watch out. Let me see if there's any flood warnings out here. Yeah, we are getting a lot of flash flood warnings in the Denton, Flower Mound, Fort Worth, Burleson, Claiborne, Waxahachie, Dallas, Plano, Garland, and McKinney. And then down over here near Temple, we've got another flash flood warning. So yeah, these slow moving storms are definitely a little bit of a flood threat. So watch out there for that. Also, we got a severe thunderstorm warning back over here in Louisiana, making its way up to Highway 10 with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's heading towards Rain, Church Point, and Lafayette. Having some power flashes in the Pittsburgh, Texas area. Let me check in on that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm near Temple, Texas. It's going to be over there near Rosebud and 6. Must have got a report or something, because on radar, not seeing really much rotation at all with this storm. Let's see. Let's see what we got. They're saying radar indicated rotation. So let's go check. Let's go check the upper atmospheres and see what we can see. Yeah, not a whole lot happening yet. We'll see what the next scan looks like. Yeah, I mean, this storm has had a hook for a while, but it's meant nothing. There hasn't been any rotation on it. So this is near the Rosebud area. Latest scan, there actually is a tiny area there of rotation. This storm is trying against all odds. So if you live over there near Rosebud, I'd be in your safe spot. If this thing produces a tornado, that'll be crazy. That will be wild. So still be in your safe spots there in Rosebud. I still give it a low chance, but or not a low chance, but I would just say we're watching it. We're watching it. It might produce, and if it does, you definitely don't want to be outside of your safe spots if it does happen. But I will say, if it does produce, that will absolutely astonish me. And yeah, we shall see. This will set the precedent for today of what these storms are capable of. As of right now, we do have a little area of rotation over here near Meeks, and that's why they put a tornado warning on it. 30 miles per hour there, 13 miles per hour there. So that would be about 43 knots or 20 knots gate to gate. So if that did produce a tornado, it would likely be on the weaker side of tornadoes there. But we'll see. We shall see. Why would it astonish you? Because the lower level lapse rates are like below 5. And it's really, really hard for a storm to produce in that environment. So if this thing can eke out a tornado, that would surprise me quite a bit. This is definitely an against all odds type of storm right here if it produces. This is like the Rocky Balboa of storms. So we shall see if it can overcome. My thumbnail is not clickbait. It is literally the SPC outlook. So if you got problems with the SPC outlook, that's not on me. You can go talk to the Storm Prediction Center. All right, leading on that latest velocity scan to come in. Okay, there's a tornado threat today, so it's not clickbait. See you later, buddy. All right, latest scan here. Looks like that little area of rotation has broadened out there. So the storm is struggling still, even though it's really, you got to give it some credit. It is trying. But rotation is broadening out. You can see we got some grays here between the red and the green, meaning that we have broader circulation again, but it might try to tighten back up. So if you live near Rosebud, continue to be in your safe spots. I can't talk about that publicly right now, Matthias. Am I surprised warnings have fired so early? No, not at all. This perfectly lines up with what's been happening across the nation recently. We've been getting a lot of warnings lately with like barely any rotation. It seems like collectively the NWS has decided that they're going to lower their threshold. So we've been getting a lot more false alarms recently. with these tornado warnings. So no, I am not at all surprised that they threw a tornado warning on this storm, even with week rotation. They've been doing that like all week. But it is technically possible that this thing could still spit out a weak NATO. So still want Rosebud to be in their safe spots. Let me see how close Storm Runner Media is to this. They're not very close at all. Pulled over in Rosebud right now. If that's true, you need to tell the cop to let you go, or at least write that ticket faster. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. All right, well, if you take it easy. Well, Galveston get anything? It's possible. Eventually, these storms will, get pretty close to the Galveston area. I think you guys are in, you're in a slight risk. So, decent chance for some thunderstorms and maybe some severe weather today. Well, Carrollton, Texas get hit with a strong tornado. Impossible to tell. Impossible to tell. Just be weather aware. We can't tell if a city is going to get hit by a tornado or not. If you're in the tornado watch, just be watching out for tornadoes. That's the best advice I can give you. Just be weather aware. Keep your eye on the weather. If you don't want to watch a live stream all day, just put it on your TV and mute it. And watch your favorite programs on your phone. That would be my best advice, just to have it just in case, Just keep an eye on it every now and then. Look at where those polygons are and all that kind of stuff. You're impatiently waiting for these storms to make it up to you in Shreveport. You're waiting for them. It'll be a while. Your latest scan, this rotation has completely lost its marbles. Probably more just damaging wind threat at this moment. I'm still keeping an eye on it. We'll still keep an eye on it. It might try to reorganize. It could be in the process of cycling, which means we might see a new coupling on it within the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I still want Rosebud to continue to be in their safe spots here in Texas. It's got a new update on our tornado warning. Still radar indicated, so we still haven't gotten any new updates that this has a tornado on the ground at the moment. Wow, Storm Runner Media has a pretty interesting view of some cloud. Look at that cloud. Is it a severe thunderstorm? No. Does it have rain in it? Yes. We're definitely looking at a cloud that has the capability to produce rain. And I think that's it. All right, thank you, Dave, for the one gifted membership. Yeah, this is definitely a cloud-shaped cloud here, folks. Very classic cloud. Expert cloud, as some would say. The cloud is clouding, yes. So we also just got an update on this severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like they're still keeping that 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds on that thing. Let me just make sure that we are still current on Storm Runner Media. Yep. It's cloudiest cloud. Some say, yeah. F. Scott still. Probably wouldn't do that again this stream, to be honest. Because he's been banned for a couple of days now, and we probably have other Scots here that will not get that inside joke. Or Weir, Texas. Am I spelling it wrong? Lower tornado threat up here for sure. Once this blob of rain comes through, yep, you're going to be done for the day. you're out of the instability. Most of those storms will be elevated. Yeah, no, these aren't associated with the storm itself. That's in the inflow, so that's not actual rotation there. It's just a bunch of contamination. You see how up here it makes sense, like the red transitions into gray, and then it transitions into green, right? Pretty smoothly. You have a good transition there. Also back over in here, it makes sense. But back over here, you can see we got a lot of random spikes here of the colors. That is just a bunch of contamination. And you can know it's contamination when you go back to the reflectivity. You can see all of that is in clear air. Tornadoes don't just pop out of nowhere. They pop out of little mesocyclones that are typically wrapping around rain, especially when you're talking about a high precipitation supercell like we're talking about here. Has there been any Gerald? Yeah, we talked about Gerald at the beginning of the stream. But your worst weather is happening now after the heavy rain starts to subside. Or once this part of the storm gets past, your tornado threat is at 0. It's gonna be a while for Georgia. I mean, there might be a little bit of a tornado or a severe threat, like not today. Maybe tomorrow. It might be like a super marginal threat. Not expecting anything like intense up there. Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Yeah, make sure you guys aren't behind on the stream. Do we have anybody else live? I know PA Storm Trackers is going to be out there, but is Paigey Tornado? Is she chasing today? Not sure. Yeah, I heavily doubt that. They're gonna put that in every mesoscale discussion. But there is no evidence that that is the case. Power just gone out. Oh no. I'm sorry about that. What's the tornado called? No tornado right now. This storm has struggled to produce. It did produce a tiny moment of some tighter but really weak circulation, but that has since completely dissipated, and we now have no concentrated areas of rotation inside of this storm. So I think it failed. It might have spit out like a little brief tornado, maybe, but seems like it failed to me, as far as I can tell. Though, if we get any news stories to come in that go against that analysis, we'll let you know. You see Fort Worth? Sure. Fort Worth's up here. You guys are done for the day. Next in line is going to be Dallas here for this line of storms. Again, non-severe. Just some heavier wind or rain, but nothing that's going to be like mind-blowingly dangerous. Just typical rain and thunder. Up here near Mount Pleasant, though, Texas, we do have a severe thunderstorm with the potential for 1-inch hail. Back over here near McKinney, also have a line of storms about to move into your area, potentially with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds up there. Further down into Louisiana, we also have another portion here of some $50 sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds about to move into Church Point and Opelousas. We're expecting a tornado threat for Austin. Not really. If you were to get a tornado today, it would have to happen. It would have to happen pretty quickly. Okay, so this back here is going to really struggle to produce. So it would have to be with some of these storms, and they're baby storms nearby you right now. So you might just dodge a bullet there in Austin, Texas. But we'll keep on checking with those storms just in case they try to do something sneaky. Is there a chance a tornado could form today? Certainly, there's always a chance. Always a chance. Yeah, no problem, AW. No problem. Thank you for asking questions. I always like it. Are we expecting a threat in tornado or expecting a tornado threat in Beaumont? Let me check. I think that isn't that near like the Houston area. Beaumont, Texas. Yeah, just to the east of Houston. Yeah, there is a chance that they extend that tornado watch into your area. I would assume if we get no tornadoes here in the short term, they might extend it as a severe thunderstorm warning, or they could be stubborn and just continue to issue tornado watches further to the east. That does happen sometimes, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But if we actually start to get like confirmed tornadoes, we could totally see them extend that tornado watch. Killeen, Texas. You guys are good for the day. There are going to be potential more thunderstorms firing back here, but the tornado threat with these guys should be pretty darn low. Mainly just some rain and thunderstorms. Waco's got a little bit of rain left, but tornado threat with this back part of the line is also pretty darn low. So, some more rain and thunder is coming towards Waco, but seems like the worst of it is past to your east. All right. Latest scan here on our tornado warned storm. Still has some very broad circulation on the storm right now. So we're not seeing anything improve on the storm. And in fact, I would say that the circulation is even broader than it was last time and even weaker. So this storm continues to struggle quite tremendously here as it goes into Rosebud. I do not think a tornado is going to go through Rosebud, Texas, but I would still continue to be in your safe spots just in case I am wrong. With the Dominator team, get ready for an upcoming tornado. I hope the Dominator team's out there. I love their streams. They are super entertaining. I'm in Round Rock, and my dad just called afraid from the clouds above. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. Tell him that nothing to worry about. We're not seeing any dangerous rotation near him. Just a little bit of rain and thunder. He'll be fine. Make sure he stays. Make sure he stays indoors. It's like Temple is getting some serious weather. Looks like nothing tornadic though. Yeah. I wouldn't call it serious, but I'd be most worried about flooding there in Temple. It would not surprise me if we already had, you guys are already in a flash flood warning and you got more rain to come. So that's my biggest worry for you guys right now in Temple. Tornado risk is very low. Yeah. I almost thought I'd have to eat my words with this storm, but it looks like our forecast is still panning out. That storm instantly struggled. Still be in your safe spots there in Rosebud. It could still prove me wrong. Is there a stream for the Dominator team today? I don't know. I know yesterday everybody was chasing back over here near like Fort Stockton very late. So like some of the storm chasers might start their streams a little bit later than they typically would today. You want to see how much progress Storm Runner Media is making. And they're back in the line of storms again. They are getting pretty close to Temple, though. These storms aren't moving very fast, so they should eventually catch up. GM Weather said there will be a tornado outbreak today. I strongly disagree with that, personally. But that's just my personal opinion. Based off of pattern recognition, I could be wrong. But if I'm right, I'm gonna be doing a dance at the end of the stream. Celebration of my forecasting skills are still there. Yeah, we got Storm Owner Media up. Do I think Bryan/College Station will get any tornadoes today? Yeah, I mean, you guys still have some time out there before the storms get to you. So, if an improvement in our environment happens, then, you could definitely see that tornado threat increase. But so far, our models aren't indicating that. The environment would pretty much have to do something that the models haven't seen. And so that's why we're live, just in case that does happen. We're going to hold you to that dance. All right. Yeah, the lapse rates are still very low. They're still below 5. So very, very low lapse rates still. Can't dance. I can't dance either, to be honest. All right, latest scan. Our latest update on this tornado warning. Still radar indicated, and still no areas of tight circulation. But I still want Rosebud to be in their safe spots. This little area of broader circulation right here is about to come right over you. But it shouldn't be tornadic at the moment. And then Widerville, Brary, and Pleasant Grove also need to continue to be in their safe spots because you guys are a little bit further away from this area. If this storm does try to reorganize here in the next couple of scans, then, you still want to be in your safe spots. You don't want to have to, struggle to get back in. No, I don't do morning forecasts. I used to do them a lot, but my sleep schedule has been absolutely messed up. So we do analysis at the beginning of the stream, and then we go into like full coverage mode. It looks like Round Rock is getting some heavy rain. Like the biggest threat there is wind of up to 55 miles an hour and some penny-sized hail coming into the Round Rock, Georgetown area. Back up over here near Dallas. Looks like you guys just got the heaviest portion of this line. After that, you're good to go. Also over here near McKinney, Allen, and Plano. Looks like you're getting your portion of your line. After that, it's going to be Farmersville, Terrell, Kaufman, Gun Barrel City, Mexia, and Grossback. Also up here just to the north of Longview near Mount Pleasant. Still have this storm ongoing. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading off towards the north. Yes, actually you can see exactly if I rotate this and zoom in, you can see exactly why my little window, radar window, is not a rectangle. It is a tornado polygon. Not sure how many of you guys noticed that, but I see one person did. So yes, that was the whole point. We tried to get the most typical polygon shape, and we made it our little radar screen. No, Missouri is going to be totally fine from the storm. Wouldn't rule out some thunderstorms up there, though. Maybe a small chance for severe weather going into tomorrow is possible. Mahia. Right. I keep forgetting about that. The latest scan on this storm, our area of broad circulation is actually almost non-existent now. So I can see them allowing this tornado warning to expire here shortly. How does Slidell, Louisiana look? Slidell's like over here near, yeah. It's going to be a while, but I think you guys are in a marginal risk, yeah. So really small chance for tornadoes. I would say your biggest threat's going to be, maybe some wind, maybe some hail. You get a little line of storms later, or if any of these storms can, pop up near you, you might see some little bit of severe weather before then. But as of right now, seems like our biggest hail threat is actually in the Louisiana area, going into Doyson and Lafayette, and then up here, not so much of a hail threat. It's a ping pong ball size hail there near Lafayette. I would still be indoors and away from windows for that one. Ping pong ball sized hail is going to feel like a paintball hitting you. It's not very pleasant. Thank you, Matthew, for the 5. Live weather report from Dallas. It's raining sideways. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, yes, it is. The weather is undecided. Thank you for the update, Matthew. Anybody else want to do a weather update like that? That was funny. It's raining in some directions one way and then some directions the other way. We really just don't. It's hard to tell. Every time I say which direction it is, it changes. If you don't like the weather, wait a few hours. Yeah, it'll improve out there for sure. The line of storms is not moving very fast, but it's moving enough. It's getting out of our hair decently fast. Like, I think these storms down here are probably moving at like 30, 50 miles. Oh, 50 miles an hour. Okay, so the storm speed is picking up now down here in the south. Our storms are pushing a little bit quicker. How is Dallas? Dallas is actually out of the tornado threat now. You guys are good to go for the rest of the day in downtown Dallas. Still probably have like 30 minutes to wait over there near Kaufman and Terrell, Corsicana. But these storms are well removed from our instability, so they really shouldn't be. They should really be like as close to zero tornado threat as you can get up there. Come check back in with Storm Owner Media. See what they're up to out here. They're in Nolanville, Texas. Almost into Temple. I think you named last for the 5. Thank you so much. Anything for Grand Rapids? In the future? I have no idea. Name last. Where's Grand Rapids again? I feel like that's Michigan. Right. I don't think so. Dang, that was a nice lightning bolt. That scared the crap out of somebody. Someone just pooped their pants over there in that neighborhood over there. That was a big one. I bet you that one was loud. That's that kind of lightning bolt that shakes your house and get your dog barking quite a bit. Yeah, latest scan here. Still not seeing any improvement on this storm's ability to get its tornado activity going. It made a brief attempt, though. You got to give it credit. It did try. In an environment that is pretty hostile to tornadoes, it gave it a go. Gerald has been getting smacked, I guess. I mean, it's just rain and lightning. I would not classify that as getting smacked. I'll be honest. But that's just me. I would most likely be outside on my porch for that one. From Rutland, Vermont. Hello. Large trail, possible drowning from vehicle incident. Uh-oh. That's not good. Now, range gauge indicated flood warning over here near Temple, but there might have been a water rescue or something out there. I'll try to get some confirmation on that report there that just came into chat. Yeah, I'm not seeing any further information, so that is an unconfirmed report at this moment. But if it crosses our eyes, we'll let you guys know. Flooding is going to be an issue out here. You know, even if your tornado threat's pretty low, there's going to be a lot of rain out there, and there's probably going to be a lot of chances for some flooding. And in fact, if we come over here to our excessive rainfall outlook, our highest chance for some significant flooding is here in the red. They're near Tyler, Shreveport, Monroe, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Hattiesburg, and Jackson. And that is the latest. Are we in that enhanced area? Who? You? I don't know. You're the only one that knows where you live. You got to tell me, or I'm just not going to know. Oh, Atlanta, Texas. Let me see. Atlanta. Texas. I know you're not in the enhanced risk. You are in a decent risk for some flooding out there, but you are in a marginal risk for severe weather. So, not expecting anything dangerous. Is there any hail heading for Prosper? No. You guys are done for the day. Enjoy the rest of your day. Glad to have you. Tune in next time if you need anybody. We'll keep it nice and honest to you, I promise. We won't force feed you any information that's not true. We'll just give our honest opinion and let their cards fall where they may. Yeah, no problem. I think this line might be trying to become severe. Out over here near Tyler. Oh, or Taylor, sorry. A little something over here. Definitely a gust front. Not a strong enough couplet for me to be concerned about it yet, but it might be attempting to try to do something there. South of Circleville. We'll keep an eye on the latest scan on that one. That's near Taylor, Texas. Not Tyler, but Taylor. Louisiana is going to be later on today. Unless you live over here near like Lafayette and Opelousas, there will be a marginal severe weather threat out here. We did just get a downgrade on this severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, near Lafayette for that $half size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into y'all's area there. Also up here near Washington and Opelousas, still expecting some 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. And our last severe thunderstorm warning in Texas has been over here with this storm near Batesville, Texas, moving on towards Batesville. It's going to be for that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Batesville. How was Dallas? Dallas is good for the rest of the day. Enjoy your day. Thank you for tuning in. Fog is masking the storm east of Rosebud. Yeah, a lot of rain-cooled air with this storm, so there's going to be a lot of little fog out there, but I promise you there's nothing to see. No tornadoes to see with this one. It does not have any rotation anymore, and our tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire here unless we see some more rotation. So I still want folks in Eloise, Baileyville, Coymac, High Bank, Beacon, Texas to continue to be in their safe spots just in case, but low confidence on the storm right now, being able to produce a tornado. What about Longhorn, Lester's Ranch, and Livingston, Texas? They got flooded during Hurricane Harvey. It's got bad. Huh. Longhorn, Lester's Ranch, and Livingston. Let me see. Livingston, Texas. You guys are just outside of the tornado watch there, but if we do get an extra tornadic environment, or we actually get tornadoes to drop today, which again I think if that does happen, it's gonna be few and far in between. But my personal opinion is that we don't see any tornadoes today, but we'll see. If we actually do get tornadoes today, they will extend this tornado watch further to the east. Now, big question marks on whether or not they do that if the environment kind of stays like it is, kind of non-tornadic, kind of trying but not technically doing it. They might be stubborn. I will say a tornado watch out here might actually verify better than it would back over here, because our lapse rates will be, at least according to our latest models, on the uptrend as the storm moves to the Texas and Louisiana border. So maybe a higher chance of tornadoes back over here than actually back over in the Texas area itself, in my opinion. But we'll see. Not much rain or thunder. Yeah. Round Rock still has some decent heavy rain and some thunder on it, but eventually you're still gonna have a little couple instances of thunder. You got these storms back here, and you got these ones back over here near Fredericksburg, which again, I don't think they're going to be much of a tornado threat, but they will still have some rain and some lightning and some thunder. So if you do get put into flash flood warnings, which you guys are in Round Rock, that extra rain is just going to add insult to injury there. Yeah, no problem. It looks like they're going to extend this storm as a severe thunderstorm with some $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and they didn't even throw a tornado possible tag on it. Blue lights in the chaser feed. Yeah, what is that? Is that a cop? It doesn't look like a cop car. I guess it might be. It's raining too hard for me to tell. Let me see if they're talking about it.
He's losing it, folks. I jinxed it. Now we're doing 35. Dang it. That didn't have said anything.
Yeah. You're getting that classic heavy rain. Everybody's driving slow near a big city. This happens all the time. If you're storm chasing and you don't want to get stuck in traffic, always avoid the big cities. Take a little bit of extra time to go around the big cities rather than on a main highway when it's raining hard. Everybody's going to be driving like a slowpoke, like a sloth.
Taking me up the Temple, east side of Temple, back on the state highway.
Oh, I see. I wonder why it'd be faster there than it goes the other way.
This is why I don't drive through Nashville when it's raining.
Right, we can-
Nashville, Tennessee, the drivers just they slow down to near 0 miles per hour. All right, let's check back in with this storm, see if anything's changed. Actually, nothing has. That rotation is now completely gone. A little interesting area back over here near Schwartner. I have to keep my eye on that area. Let me see if that is, that's going towards, and that is going away. So never mind. It's more of just what appears to be like a downburst, maybe some strong downburst winds. Could be possible there. We'll have a better understanding of what that is as it moves on the northern side of this radar. Northeast to a slight convective risk. Did they just do that? Four minutes ago? Did they really? I don't think they upgraded it that much. Oh, up here you're talking about? No, that's been a slight risk. Well, 2%. A little wind potential over there near Pennsylvania, and a little bit of hail potential over there in Pennsylvania as well. Can't rule out a tornado up there. Heck, might even be higher probabilities of a tornado up here in Pennsylvania than there will be back down here. We'll see. Flooding bad in Temple right now. Yeah, that's not surprising. You guys had a lot of rain, and you are in a flash flood warning, so be careful out there when you're driving. You know, it is possible we might see. You see, Storm Runner Media is actually right here near the Temple area, so we might actually see some flooding on his stream. So keep an eye on that stream right above my head. Is anybody else live yet? Did anybody else make it out here? No. What about Carmen? I know Carmen should be chasing today, unless he's way behind. Yeah, we might not see many storm chasers live today. You thought it was a marginal? No, I mean, last time I looked at it, I'm pretty sure it was a outlook, or it was a slight risk. I'm pretty sure it's been that way, at least for the morning. Temple mainly dealing with some heavy rain right now and some flash flooding That's your main risk. Tornado threat near Temple is near 0. You're getting pounded rain-wise. It always baffles me when people say, like, you know, getting like 30-mile-per-hour winds and some rain. They're like, it's going crazy here. But I guess, you know, not everybody is just, I guess I'm pretty desensitized when it comes to strong storms, I must admit. I'll stand outside and as long as the lightning is relatively okay, I'll usually stand outside on my porch for a severe thunderstorm warning like this. And a tornado last year in Temple. Yeah, I think we covered that actually. Wasn't it like back over here in like West Temple? It was like one of those I'm pretty sure it was one of those really strong wind events. Like you guys had like 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds with it, and then it had a little spin up tornado. I think like right over here, if I'm thinking of the same storm. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on that. This one back over here. Not the one you're talking about? Coopland? Let me see where Coopland is. He could be talking about another area. Oh, he's talking about down here. Yeah, there is a little bit of a couplet trying to develop over here north of Rice Crossings. Radar's up there. That's going towards. That's going away. Yeah, a little bit of a couplet down there. It's not very strong, but we do have some tight circulation trying to develop down there. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for that one, but we'll see if that'll actually try to do anything there. Yeah, latest scan up here for this storm. Still not seeing any new strong rotation on this. Still very broad and weak rotation. They will still likely allow that to expire. Have they allowed it to expire yet? It expires in 3 minutes. So we'll probably see it go away in 3 minutes. They said an update says the tornado threat has diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. So this tornado threat or this tornado warning is no longer. So we are down back to 0 tornado warnings. And we are back to just severe warnings. It'll take a little while for this polygon to go away, but Radar Omega, like they'll like so the NWS says they're allowing it to expire. Weather-wise, keeps it up until it actually expires. Radar Omega takes it off when they say that, so it'll stay up here for a little bit longer than it probably should. Oh wow, pretty decent couplet over here near Elm Grove, potentially. They're east of Friendship. It's really close to that radar. That just popped out from underneath the radar there. Do you want to wait one more scan just to make sure? They might throw a tornado warning on that. That's one of our most convincing couplets we've seen all day. We watch out there north of Laneport. Dude, why would you post that in my chat, Mark? You're getting timed out for 10 minutes. Like, what are you doing, dude? Still waiting on that latest scan to come through. They haven't warned it yet. We'll see. They might be waiting for it to just come out a little bit further because this might not be a legitimate signal. You can definitely tell we're really close to that radar, so this might be blown out of proportion here on the south side. So I personally want to wait one more scan as well, but it seems legitimate. We'll see what it looks like on that latest scan. It should be coming out here any moment. It's a severe storm. It could be, yeah. It could be a severe storm but you can see like there's like this weird little line here. You can kind of see it all the way in. It gets kind of like elongated there, and some weird looking thing on the velocities there. That's because we're so close. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like as it pops out. If it holds this couplet look on the next scan, I don't see any reason not to be concerned for a brief tornado there with that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We've just got a new severe thunderstorm warning somewhere. Let's go check out these. This one over here near Batesville. Just got a new update. Still 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That hail's about to go into Batesville, Texas right now. And then back over here near Cameron and Rockdale, just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail, 65 miles per hour. So 65 miles per hour, that's pretty decent there. All right, latest scan, that couplet is still there, north of Laneport. No debris signature yet, but I mean, I personally think that should get a warning there. So we'll probably get a warning on this shortly, if I had to guess. I was looking for Conroe, Texas. Let me see. Looking pretty good for now, but again, we're still kind of monitoring whether or not these storms can produce tornadoes today. And this could be as close as we've gotten so far. So, and definitely be weather aware down the line, just in case we do get like a little QLCS tornado threat to develop. Can we get an update on College Station? A little while for you guys, but some heavier rain is around you. A couple of strikes of lightning and thunder for right now, but then eventually your main threat's going to be coming from this line. Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Definitely some stronger winds here on the southern side. Kind of a weak signal on the north, so they might be holding off for just a second, but we'll see what the next scan says. It's close to trying to produce. As far as I can tell, it has not yet, because, we're right next to the radar. If this thing picks up any debris, we would see it immediately, and there is currently nothing under there, so it has not produced a tornado yet, but it does have okay. Yeah, latest scan has just come in. Looks like it is that tight little area of circulation has dissipated, and it's mainly just a portion here of damaging winds. So I'd watch out. Little escalation north and east of San Gabriel of about 65-mile-per-hour winds being possible, moving into 361. Dang, another storm that gets close, but no cigar. The storms are trying still. They still can't quite get it done. We'll see if that changes as the daytime heating increases. Check back over here with Storm Owner Media. They are still stuck in Temple, Texas. My goodness. It is frustrating, I will say. If you're a chaser and you want to drive the speed limit, you can because you're experienced in the rain, but you're surrounded by a bunch of people that are a little bit wary of those wet roads and don't have the right tires, etc. So it can be a little bit concern or a little bit frustrating. Yes, if you organize it, so you can organize Weather Wise's warnings on the side tab here. You can go to the settings, and then over here in their sorting sidebar, you go issuance nuance first. And then so the top one is always the newest. We just got like our newest severe thunderstorm warning over here is in Pennsylvania, near Lebanon and Myerstown and Jonestown. All need to be in their safe spots as that storm moves up to the north into your guys' area. Or not safe spots, sorry. Indoors and away from windows, sorry. 1 in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds is coming towards you. So just be indoors, away from windows. Let's check to see if we got any rotation out here. Not a whole lot yet. But we'll be keeping an eye on these storms as well, even though it's not on the thumbnail. I just couldn't fit y'all in there. But we'll be keeping an eye. And also our other last severe thunderstorm warning over here near Lauraville, heading towards 3083 and 325 there in Louisiana, north and east of New Iberia. The back over here near Lafayette, you guys are still getting some pretty decent rain and thunderstorms over there. Has been getting that for a while, and potentially some more hail. $half sized hail is about to move into your area yet again, and near Bow Bridge after that. There's a big radar hole in eastern Pennsylvania. Is it that big? Let me check. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a big old radar hole. And then that storm's like right in the middle of it. Does this reach out to there? No. Dang. Yeah, y'all need a radar like over here in Harrisburg. Does a tornado look on radar? It can, like, for instance, like this. Is pretty close to being a what was pretty close to being a tornado producer. So it can look like this. Also, that little signal that we saw further down to the south is a little bit more of a typical couplet that you look for, like this. You can sometimes get weak tornadoes with this weak of a couplet, but you know, if you see these reds like increase to like this to like brighter reds next to the brighter greens, that's usually what you're looking for, with no grays in between, and then a correlation coefficient or a drop there into blue on that. And as long as those are co-located, that is a confirmed tornado. And we've had some close calls, but still no cigars yet, as far as we know. You never know. One of these storms might have spit out a brief tornado, so we'll see. Once the line gets past us, are you done for the day? There's still, depending on where you live, if you live further to the south, there still is some rain developing with some severe capabilities. The tornado threat with these storms should be relatively low, but they're still going to carry every now and then a severe weather threat. So if you live over here near Austin or Round Rock, could have another round of some rain and thunderstorms, maybe a little bit of severe weather, but the tornado threat should be relatively low for those storms. Our highest tornado threat for today should exist in this area here. I don't think storms are going to be able to mature further down to the south, but we'll see. New information on this threat here, still the same thing. So what's the line? Yeah, okay. In Denton, is Gerald and Georgetown safe for now? Yeah, I mean, you guys are good for a little while. Another little area of some severe weather could be possible back over here. This is going to be off and on throughout the day, but yeah, could be. You're out of the tornado threat, in my opinion. Temple, yeah, you guys are good to go for the tornado threat today. If this storm can make it up that far more north, you might still see some rain and thunder, but it might go just to your south. It's going to be a close call if it can maintain that severe capability. So looking for South Oklahoma. Every now and then, some possibilities for some severe weather near like Clarksville. For instance, we have a storm up here with some golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading close to Clarksville and DeKalb. Every now and then you'll be seeing a storm like this pop up here, elevated hailers that will have a near zero tornado threat. But technically not completely zero. So, but I don't think that's going to be a main threat for today. Maybe mainly just some chances for some damaging winds and some large hail up there. Blue screen in this scenario sounds nice. What do you mean, Steffi? Tornado threat in Houston? It could be possible, yeah. We're monitoring the atmosphere here. One of the things that we are lacking right now are lapse rates. And so far, that has been keeping our storms relatively quaint. We've had a couple of close calls, though. So it does seem like the storms are trying, even in this environment. They are making a go at it every now and then. It looks like this one might be trying to make a go at it again. Stronger little push here on the southern side. Got to watch this northern side for new areas of circulation. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for that one. But yeah, they keep trying. So they are definitely attempting to become tornadic multiple times already today. So we'll see if they actually succeed. How's the forecast looking for Dallas? You guys are good. It's over. Still some lightning and heavy rain, but that's going to be it for your tornado threat. We just got some new severe thunderstorm warning back over here into Louisiana. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Bow Bridge, St. Martinville. We also just got another new update over here as well. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds just past Batesville, heading close to Freotown next. Probably will go north of Freotown, though. No problem. Corsicana, I think you guys are close to being done. Where are you guys? Yeah. You guys got a lot of rain around you right now. Your tornado threat is almost zero. I would say wait just a little bit longer for this boundary to pass you. Probably about 30 minutes, and you guys should be good to go for the rest of the day. And thank you, Son, for the $3. I appreciate that. For Lafayette, got some kind of dangerous storms around you, with some hail, lots of rain, some flooding could be possible. And then eventually we're going to see this massive rain work its way down through your guys' area as we go into the overnight portions of today. So a couple rounds there of some possibilities of severe weather and maybe even a possibility for tornadoes as well. Let's go check in on Storm Hunter Media, see how their progress is. All right, they're making progress throughout the line. If they can poke out, near the Cameron area and continue on to the east, if they can make it to like College Station, they might be able to get in front of some of these storms, and maybe eventually we could see our first kind of look at what these storms will look like. Because so far we've just been seeing what's happening inside of them, which has been consistently just rain. Live streaming the weather in Huntsville, Texas? Really? And I can use it, you say? And you get a little radar box? Don't mind if I do. I will definitely take you up on that offer. Look at this. This is Badges for the Cross. Live streaming in Texas. Out of Huntsville, Texas. Can you control this camera, Badges? We will eventually see storms with this camera. It is out in front. Manually, not remote. Okay. Yeah, just I would just make sure it's facing, west northwest is fine. Just come back when the storms are close, and I'll tell you what you need to do with it. But generally facing to the west, that should be perfect. Maybe more of like a southwestern direction eventually. But awesome, thank you so much, dude, for allowing us to use this. Everybody put hearts in the chat for badges for the cross. Thank you. That's a huge help. Huge help, because we should be able to see something from here. Hopefully, hopefully we don't have to use this camera for a tornado warning. That would suck for you. Yeah, latest scans out here. Still a little bit of a couplet here north of Tracy. Still hasn't produced a tornado as far as I can tell, but still keeping an eye on it. Definitely got, a couple of kinks happening within this portion of the line here. So got to keep an eye on this portion of the storm still. Just a quick reminder for everybody to drink some water and also make sure you're not behind on the stream. Grapeland, the land of the grapes here in Texas. Yeah, you guys got a little storm nearby right now, probably some heavier rain. That's going to clear out, but then eventually you guys are going to be in the path of some of these storms, which I think, if we're going to get a tornado threat today, it's going to come from these guys. So pretty locked in on that, on this area in particular. So these will eventually try to make it towards you. This one further up to the north has been struggling for a very long time. This one down here seems to be a QLCS tornado threat. It keeps on trying to wrap up some circulation here, so we'll keep an eye on it, see what happens. Stupid question. There is no such thing as a stupid question. Well, actually, there is. We'll see. But here in Texas, it'll get very dark, pour with lightning, but then become brighter outside. Is it truly just storm clouds, or are these concerning? Near Austin, so you do got some storm clouds off to your east. And then maybe if you're seeing some storm clouds off to the west, there are some storms back over there. We have gotten a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings or updates here. We're still talking about 1 inch hail. This is about to go into Myerstown here in Pennsylvania. We're over here west of Reading. Make sure you're continuing to watch out for that storm. We still have some potential 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts heading into Cameron and Rockdale, Texas. Back over here near Bremen, we've had a new update on this. $half-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming through Coss and Thornton, Texas. This is just to the south and east of Waco. Up here, or down here, actually, this is a little bit further to the south near San Antonio. We got 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds moving off to the east towards 140. Back over here near Lafayette, we had a new update. Looks like they have dropped that hail down just a little bit further to 1 inch hail, so a little bit of a downgrade, but still some quarter-sized hail could be possible here near the Lafayette area near Bow Bridge as well. Also back over here, this storm in Louisiana also has some 1 inch hail potential moving off to the north and east towards 3066 and 75. That'll eventually be trying to make its way into Baton Rouge and St. George. In the back over here near Simsport, a little bit further up to the north, north of Baton Rouge, near Cottonport, got a storm with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds trying to make it up into Simsport. And then they just extended this off to the north and east towards Fort Adams and Pinckneyville there in Mississippi. And then back over here, looks like they are continuing this warning, and looks like they have officially thrown a tornado warning on this little area of circulation that we've been monitoring.
A tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be for Cameron, Texas. So make sure you guys are in your safe spots. Also, Marlow, Quinneth, shortly, Elm Ridge and Salem should be rushing to their safe spots. Minnevera, Hoyt, Hanover, Branchville, Port Sullivan, Maysfield, Jones Prairie, and Crossroad all need to be in their safe spots. We've got an area of some tighter circulation here south and east of Salem. Still no debris signature, so this has not produced a tornado at this moment, and hasn't in the past, but we are still keeping a close eye on this area of circulation. This could be our first tornado of the day, if it can continue to try to get a little bit stronger. So if you live over there in any of the areas that we just talked about, you guys do need to be in your safe spots. Aren't the chasers near Cameron? They're trying to get there, yeah. Storm Media, yeah, as you can see on the bottom left of your screen, they are just north of this tornado warning polygon. The question is, can they pop out, out of this rain and close to where that circulation is so we can actually see it? They've been fighting the storm. The storm is moving pretty quickly, and the roads that they are on, they can travel faster than the storm, but the problem is that there's no road directly to the east, right? And so they're traveling faster faster than the storm.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued,
but not fast enough, or not east enough to get ahead of it yet. So we'll see if they can actually pull that off. They are pretty close, though. As far as I can tell on radar, they're like up here somewhere, like near Rosebud. That is the latest. Will this storm be the one?
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Let me see if I can get an update on that severe thunderstorm watch. It looks like 3 minutes ago, we got a new severe thunderstorm watch issued out over here. That's going to be for Reading, Harrisburg, Philadelphia, Allentown, Trenton, East Stroudsburg, Scranton, Binghamton in New York, and Elmira in New York. Also, Trenton is in New Jersey, so parts of New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania are in this severe thunderstorm watch. Our main threats out here today are going to be ping-pong ball-sized hail. Scattered gust of up to 70 miles per hour is going to be possible, and frequent lightning is also possible. It's Reading. Gotcha. Not Reading, but Reading. Gotcha. Make a repair. Worked really hard on it. We've also got a lot of little new severe thunderstorm warnings. Wow. This one, let's see. I think this is, yeah. This one up here still has golf ball sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds. That's going to be heading close to DeKalb and Clarksville. This is in northeastern Texas near the Texas-Oklahoma border. So just make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. We've also had an increase of this severe thunderstorm warning up to 70 miles per hour winds and 1.25-inch hail. So $0.5 sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds. Looks like our rotation is struggling. Again, it got close, but it seems like none of these storms have been able to just pass that threshold to drop a tornado just yet. But I would still be in your safe spots in Cameron. This rotation has struggled a couple times before, and then it kind of comes rearing back. So still not letting my guard down for this area. If you live in Cameron, Texas, over here near Salem, Minnevera, Elm Ridge, I would still continue to be in your safe spots as this storm continues to push off towards the north and east. Also, in Pennsylvania, we've had an extension of one of our severe thunderstorm warnings for 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Again, this is north and east of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, and that is traveling up to the north towards Bethel, Strausstown, and Rearsburg. And our last one to go over is this one here in Louisiana, north or near New Iberia, heading towards St. Marcin and Lauraville. You guys all need to be indoors and away from windows. $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible there. Just as long as there's no raining fish. Yeah. Hopefully not talking about any raining fish. I think our raining fish threat should remain relatively low today. Hopefully. Oh boy. We got fish-sized hails. Fish-sized bass falling out of the sky. Watch out. Let me put that little camera up on the main screen here. I think I could just take that off. There we go. Can't forget about that. Fish-eyed hail. Yeah, latest scan here. Looks like our couplet has dissipated. Still dealing with some stronger winds, though, here south of Cameron. So still keeping an eye on it. It could try to reorganize again as it continues to push off to the east. So still keeping an eye on it. But it does not appear like it produced a tornado. As far as I can tell, we're pretty darn close to the radar as well. But maybe it produced a brief tornado and it just never popped up on radar. It's kind of hard to tell. Hello, Justin. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Indiana, Pennsylvania had tennis ball sized hail. Jeez Louise. That's a little bit crazy. I just had an idea. Could be stupid. Hold on. Let me think here. I want that. That's fine. How do I change? Select font. Impact. Eyes. Can I do a drop shadow though? Maybe not. Is this helpful at all? Kind of looks wonky. It's an idea. All right, latest scan out of this storm. Still waiting on that latest velocity data to come through. Our latest reflectivity data has come in, indicating that our leading edge of this storm is still back over here near Cameron. Can you send me a link from KXAL News 3 years ago? Not really looking forward to that. With the streamer's insets? What is an inset? I don't know what an inset is. Any chance they could be a tiny bit larger? What is an inset? Oh, the streamer images? Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at radar, I'm sorry to say, where I don't want you guys looking is the tornado chasers. If they're looking at something interesting, we got a real big screen ready for them. You ready for this? Boom. Huge screen. Nothing to distract if we need to be looking at it. But, you know, if they're not looking at a tornado or not looking at a wall cloud, I'm going to be honest. I don't really want you guys focused on them. I want you focused on the radar. When we need one, when we need to look at them, we got a big old screen ready to go for them. But right now, they're driving in rain. I will say, Storm Hunter Media is just now popping up into this polygon here. You can see their overlay just changed into tornado warning there on the bottom right, which means that they have driven officially into the tornado warning polygon, and they are just north of Cameron, Texas. Yeah, we thought a lot about different things. I mean, the good news is that you know, it's there and it's enough for me to monitor it. I mean, it's really mainly for me. I'm not gonna lie. Just so I can monitor them and see if I need to, you know, hop over to them at you know, at any time.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh wow. So this has been officially confirmed apparently by law enforcement. Oh yeah, look at that latest scan. Latest scan is showing some pretty darn strong winds, and they are saying a tornado could be on the ground here. So if you live over here near 485, you guys need to be in your safe spots. So there you go. It has astonished me. This storm is doing what I thought it couldn't. Yeah, folks, we have officially a tornado in progress here, just south and east of Cameron. There's your area of some strong winds on the south, not as strong as the north, but there's a little couplet over there just in Marlow, Texas. So if you live in Marlow, Texas, you need to be in your safe spots. After that is going to be Maysfield and Branchville. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Got a phone call for interesting. This storm just does not want to quit. To be fair, it's got an unlimited source, though, of mergers. Just constantly just feeding into that storm. It might just be pushing it just to be mature enough. One thing I will say, I am not seeing a debris signature here on radar, which we should be seeing it if it's on the ground. But, you know, in these kind of scenarios, we just trust the law enforcement out there because they have reported this as a tornado on the ground. So if you are in the path of this storm in Marlow, over there near Belmina, Maysfield, and Branchville, I would be in your safe spots. A police officer has reported that this is a tornado on the ground, moving just to the south and east of Cameron, and definitely some stronger winds there near Marlow for sure. So that could easily have one of those little brief spin ups associated with it, and it could be on the stronger side of things if we see that organized just a little bit more. I think it'll hit Indiana. No, this storm will not hit Indiana. You'll be all right. All right, let's go back to Storm Hunter Media. They're getting real close. They're getting real close to where that circulation is. So let's listen in.
Down that way, it's like we need to go faster right now.
Yeah, they're just out ahead of this circulation. They're going to come very, very close to this rotation. If I come over here to my radar, I can show you guys just how close they are. So here's the radar. That area of circulation is right here, and they are on this road, just north of that circulation. And they're going to drive pretty much directly into the path of this thing if they can't speed up. Keep your eyes peeled. A tornado could be, it'll come on the right side of the screen there.
Hold on, Chad. I'm keeping my eyes peeled down here.
It is really dark in there.
It is really dark over there. I don't know. Can we put the camera on?
I did turn it on. I forgot to turn it on.
Oh, we can.
Sorry, chat. Can't get you a view right now. I'm trying not to get run over here. Just take our word for it. It is dark over there.
And apparently they're seeing a dark mass on the right side of the road, which that could be the tornado. Now, hold your question limits. We'll let you know in a little bit. We got to make sure we're trying to get a view on this tornado warning storm here in Pennsylvania.
I just can't. It's completely, like I said, it's really
Completely wrapped in rain. I know.
There's a little bowing. There's a little bow there, too.
Latest update on here on radar. You can see there near Cameron. There's our strong area of circulation there. Still no debris ball yet, but that is most likely a touch-and-go tornado here south of Belmina, heading it very close to Maysfield. So I would still be in your safe spots there. Again, just for reference, Storm Runner Media is literally right here, driving on this road. So they're trying to get out of the path. They're not really chasing this tornado right now. They're more running from it. Keep your eye on the right side of the road. That's where the tornado would pop out of.
Here's your cloud base right here.
Yeah.
I do not currently see a tornado down. It would be right there.
Sure wouldn't be further back.
It would be right here. Oh, look at your velocity. It's right. It's literally right. It's going to be going. I mean, it could be right back there. I don't know.
Turn their volume up just a little bit.
See, it's right on us.
Yeah, it'd be crossing.
Pretty much on top of us.
Pretty aggravating.
Yeah, they're saying the rotation is pretty much on top of them right now, and I'm not seeing any debris being flung up, but
At the moment, that thing is almost on top of us, so we cannot confirm a tornado is down.
just keep your eyes peeled. It could be an uncondensed tornado, so things really start to go crazy. Yeah, we just got a new update. This thing is still observed. We'll come back over to here. You can see that we are still dealing with that rotation. I mean, they are right here near Maysfield. But we're trying to get confirmation on this for you. Still no debris signature. They're saying they don't see a tornado right now. But it could be a little bit further back in the rain. So if you live over there near Maysfield and Branchville, continue to be in your safe spots here. As this tornado warning, again, this is in Texas.
Right up in here.
Oops.
There's a lot of motion in the clouds. Like you can really tell.
It would be on the right side of the screen.
It's actually right up above our head. Awesome. But there's no like circulation ground. I can't tell ground contact.
Based on velocity, I'd be surprised if it was down, but I just wanted to make sure we didn't get run over by anything that was right now. Tell you what though, these winds, these crosswinds are definitely getting stronger, big time.
All right, let's come back over here. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still some strong winds to the south here. But it is a little bit still broad circulation there. It is getting a little bit less tight in that area as of our latest scans. Robertson. What? Did I spell that right? Maybe required soon. Where's Robertson? What Robertson are you talking about? Help. Yeah, latest scan. Our winds are continuing. Let's say that rotation is now directly over the road, so it now would be on top of Storm Runner Media.
There's a quick road to pull off on.
Oh, Robertson County, Texas. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's literally right where our dock is now.
Would be where the extension is. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, I mean they could definitely extend this, and they'll probably will.
Yeah, we got people going toward it. So maybe there actually is something right there. I just can't tell right now.
And be crossing over the road right next to them, and not really seeing much. So still just trusting our last report here from that has come in from law enforcement. Yeah, and there you go.
Tornado warning has been issued.
There's that extension here for Calvert, here in Franklin. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Again, we our latest. Yeah, it looks like they have also downgraded it now to radar indicated. And looks like Storm Runner Media has pulled off and is now looking back at the storm. Sorry. Keep forgetting where all my storm chasers are. See, we're looking for power flashes. It's crossing over the road.
We gotta go, man. We gotta go. We gotta go. I don't have to go back to that warning.
Yeah, winds are starting to pick up.
Here it is.
Tornado warning.
Here it is, Chance.
Yeah, I'm almost in the eastern edge. I'm just about to go back over there.
Thank you, Wendy, for upgrading your membership to a EF1 membership. Thank you so much. And there's definitely some strong winds in this area. Definitely some strong winds there that we're really picking up around them. And that circulation is still pretty much over the road. And now just to the east of or north of the road now, north of Branchville here in Texas, still heading towards Calvert Junction in Barton, Texas. And after that's going to be Calvert. So all you guys need to be in your safe spots there. But we are not getting any new reports that this is back on the ground at the moment. And latest indications here by our radar as well. Our rotation has gotten pretty broad here too. It could definitely try to re-wrap up, though. It keeps on doing that. It keeps on getting a little weaker and then getting stronger again. So I would continue to be sheltered in place there in Calvert and Franklin, Texas. Oh, wow. Look at that on... what is that? Yeah, it's definitely the leading edge of the storm.
Yeah, if you're still in Normandy, I'm sitting at the baseball fields right now.
Definitely seems like there's a wall cloud back in there. And a raindrop, unfortunately, right where that area is, though, so we can't really see it too well.
Elizabeth, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Big W's in the chat, guys, for Elizabeth for 3 months. Good to see almost 2,000 of you guys in here with us.
Welcome in, everybody.
And that's the leading edge of the storm. Our first view of this storm from outside of the rain.
Bell pepper outages.
You can definitely tell there's a decent amount of motion on that leading edge of the storm as well.
Those winds got really intense. They stepped outside for a minute, and I was turning on our.
And they did get pretty intense back in there when that rotation was crossing the road nearby them. All right, let's go check in on some of our newest severe thunderstorm warnings. Back over here, looks like we just got potentially a something happening over here. I don't know what happened. What is this? Okay, so they're just extending this severe thunderstorm warning for this storm over here in our New Iberia for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've also got this storm moving into Mississippi and Louisiana with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds there as well. 70-mile-per-hour winds are still possible with this leading edge of this storm here, heading into Calvert, Franklin, north of College Station. Back over here, we're talking about half-dollar-sized hail north of Lauraville, Pennsylvania, over here near Shenandoah, Schuylkill Haven, Orwigsburg, Pottsville. Still talking about some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for you guys. Ping pong ball-sized hail is possible, or was possible back over here. That was observed over there near Strawstown, and that eventually could come pretty close to Scoville. But I will say that it does seem like they are thinking that it's a little bit of a weaker storm. And then we've got another storm back over here near Philadelphia that's just had a severe thunderstorm warning on it for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading towards Coatesville, Downingtown, Wallace next. That one, we've already gone through all of those. Let's come back over to our tornado warning. 20 miles south of Cameron, and you probably didn't see any tornadic activity there. Yeah, latest scan out here, still some broad circulation in this storm, but it does seem to be struggling at the moment. But I still want Calvert and Franklin, Texas to continue to be in their safe spots. Let's come check back over here with Storm Runner Media and see what they are talking about here. They got that radio up as well, so that's kind of helpful.
Pretty much 5 miles to our northwest. It looks like it's heading right for Calvert.
Latest scan, it kind of weakened. This is what we mean by you got to be up on storms to see them today. We're 2 miles in front of
Definitely looking pretty murky back in there.
Yeah, we did get on
The notification. Gotcha.
Got into RFD at least.
They probably could have stopped there or something.
But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Very murky view. Can't really tell what's going on behind all that massive rain there. Got a big old mass of rain pushing off to the east. So much rain in northern Texas. Yeah, there's a lot of rain out here. Definitely got to watch out for that flood threat that is continuing to track with these storms. It's like Terrell and Kaufman and Gun Barrel City also just got put into a flash flood warning there. So far, nothing super elevated in terms of wording, but we have had some flood reports out there. We had a low water crossing flooded on Cypress Lane out over here near Round Rock, Texas. We've also heard that the flooding is pretty bad in Temple, Texas as well. There was a tornado on the ground moments ago, but they have since dropped that wording. We are still monitoring it. Stronger winds there on the southern side of this storm, heading towards Calvert at the moment. What will happen with the storm forming south of Lewisburg? Let me check. Lewisburg. PA. Some rain, some wind, small chance for tornadoes. This one's either going to come close to you or just miss you, but you're going to have multiple rounds there of some rain, thunder, maybe even some small hail. Wouldn't rule out even some large hail as well. It's going to be hit or miss out there is kind of the main story with that. Also back over here near Vivian, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Oil City, Vivian, here in Louisiana. And then we also have another severe thunderstorm warning over here near White House and Tyler, Texas, with that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely no problem. What's up with the tornado warning with Franklin? It wasn't tabbed in. My grandma lives there. We potentially had a brief tornado with this storm. It was law enforcement confirmed. We haven't had a debris signature on this storm, which is odd given its proximity to the radar and just how populated this area is. But a law enforcement or a cop said that they thought that they saw something. So it could have been a tornado on the ground. Might have been, a mistaken, or they could have just thought like strong winds was a tornado. It's always hard to tell. Always hard to tell with the law enforcement reports. But as far as we know, we should have just, according to law enforcement, we just had a tornado on the ground. But I will say, Storm Media got very close to that. The winds did pick up, and they were pretty much right next to the circulation. They couldn't see anything. It could have been maybe too embedded in the rain for them to confirm that was like an actual tornado on the ground or not. So still missing some information. I guess the next thing we're going to have to keep our eyes out and ears open for is whether or not there was any reports of damage in the area. It looks like they just gave us a little update here on this severe thunderstorm warning over here near Castroville and Leon Valley. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to eventually try to make it into San Antonio with some hail. From Cameron Fire Department scanner now offline, they had a brief tornado that was rain-wrapped. No damage reports. Okay. Brief tornado that was rain-wrapped. Always an interesting characterization. Latest scan out here for our tornado warned storm, though. It does seem like our rotation is still struggling at the moment. It's going south of Calvert. But I wouldn't let your guard down on this storm yet in Calvert and Franklin. We have seen this storm struggle sometimes and then eventually tries to get its act back together. We also just got a new update here. Looks like they're going to allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire back over there near Rockdale. It'll be interesting to see if we actually get any reports of damage out of there. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the rotation at some points in this storm definitely looked like it was, like right in there. That's a pretty decent rotation. Sometimes you get like a law enforcement officer like inside some strong winds and they just think that's a tornado without really much evidence. Because again, they're not weather nerds, they're police, right? But I mean, if we did have a tornado, I would expect it to have been near Marlow. So just keep your ears out for some tornado damage out over there. Wouldn't surprise me if we had a brief touchdown. That is for sure, especially with that velocity look on it. Because it's a tornado threat, right? And so the tornado is a symbol for that threat. If it's just a screen, with with a red blob denoting where the threat is, people aren't going to really be able to make that connection. But you put the tornado symbol or a tornado picture next to the red blob, people understand that, like, okay, this is a tornado threat day. And then they look at the title and they see tornado warning. It just makes it's just like an instant, like, okay, this is what's happening in these regions. I'm going to click to find out more information. A thumbnail is not a live representation of what's happening currently. It's never going to be that. It's just people use pictures and blobs to kind of give you a general idea of what to expect. Yeah, latest scan here still looks like that rotation is now completely gone with this storm, but I still would not let your guard down for it just yet. We have seen this storm have like no rotation at some points, and then all of a sudden it cranks back up. So I still wouldn't let your guard down there in Franklin, Texas, just yet. We want to check in on, see if we have any other reports to go over. Aw. Look at this. We got a cat watching the stream. Thank you for sending that in. That's a cute man. That cat is locked in. Look at that. It is focused. Like, what is going on? Is there a tornado in there? Thank you for sending that in. Thank you. That is from Katrine, and that's a cat from Belgium. A Belgium cat. Invested in the video, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's always hard to tell whether the cats are like actually watching the video or are they just keeping an eye on the mouse. All right, looks like our latest scan has come in. There's still no new areas of rotation yet. Let's see if we've got any more new severe thunderstorm warnings. This one has been allowed to expire. What about this one? Yeah, we already went over that one. So yeah, no new severe thunderstorm warnings yet. Tuning in from Franklin at the Oak Grove Power Plant. All right. Welcome, welcome. What state is that in? Hear the thunder now? Yeah. There's a lot of lightning bolts in this storm. You can see all these little lightning bolt shapes on the map. That's all lightning. And so that's one thing I can pretty much guarantee for anybody that gets hit by these storms is some lightning. Let's come check back over here near Tyler, Texas. Yeah, south of Tyler, Texas, heading up north towards White House. Seems like we are still dealing with some wind and hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds as that moves up to the north. And then back over here near 75 and 3066 in Louisiana, still got 1 inch hail. Another one over here into Mississippi completely now. Heading towards Doloroso and Wilkinson with that 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's come back up into close to Pennsylvania. For some reason, my global mode keeps on getting toggled off, and I don't understand why. I like the global mode. Yeah, it looks like we still have a storm over here near Westchester. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards 76. The back over here near Pottsville. Still the same thing with you guys. I think, let me just double check. Yeah, 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Shenandoah. Latest scan out here. Still don't have the newest velocity scan, so we're still waiting for that. Lightning and thunder here in Gerald, Texas was ferocious. Yeah, I mean, the lightning can be a little bit frightening. That is true. Anything for College Station? You do have a storm on coming your way here shortly. Over there near College Station. Is this camera? I totally forgot. Where's this camera again? Also got to make sure we're current on it. Is this in Huntsville? Yeah, I think this is in Huntsville, right? Yeah, Huntsville. Okay. Yeah. This camera's in Huntsville. We'll eventually be able to get a view from it. Is any other people live yet that we work with? Not a single soul. Thankfully, Storm Hunter Media is helping us out today. Yeah, latest scan of this storm. Looks like it is becoming outflow dominant. And that rotation is now 100% dissipated. So unless we see something change, we'll probably see this tornado warning expire soon. But I still want Franklin to be in their safe spots just in case this storm still wants to try one more time. Chances of tornadoes later today, probably higher, in my opinion, than it is right now, just depending on how things. One of the things that we're really watching out here is going to be our lapse rates. And eventually, as these storms kind of move into the Louisiana area, we could get those lapse rates to get up into the 5. But again, I mean, this right now is the peak of our tornado threat, and it's been kind of a weak day, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We've had maybe one confirmed tornado so far. And it was probably on the briefer and weaker side of things, if I had to guess. But we'll find out if we get some more information for sure. And we'll let you guys know. Might not even been in a tornado. And still no 100% confirmations. But a law enforcement did think that they saw something. We'll see. We'll see if there's anything that comes out of that. Kopic's the only other one besides Connor that I see. Yeah. Yeah, it was a long drive. It was definitely a grind. It's only the chasers that, are really devoted, like Storm Hunter Media, to really getting the on-the-ground views out. Franklin going into standby mode. Is that a good or a bad thing? If they're in standby mode, I don't really know what that means. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning somewhere. Let's go check it out. I got a couple of updates over here near Delano, Texas. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there. Back over near San Antonio, still 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Castroville. This storm is still trying. Up near Pennsylvania, we had another little update. Still 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds in a long 30. Eventually going to be heading up into Wallace, Pennsylvania. And then in Louisiana, our last severe thunderstorm warning to be issued here was 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's just trying to push up still pretty close to the Baton Rouge and St. George area. But you can see that northern storm has completely dissipated. Maybe this one does the same before it gets into Baton Rouge. We'll see. Preparing for potential issues. Gotcha. Hailing in Tyler, Texas. Yeah, Tyler is getting a storm right now. There is some potential for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that is coming into southern Tyler. Eventually, that will push into downtown Tyler as well. Just make sure you're indoors and away from windows, and you'll be perfectly fine from that storm. And then we got another storm over here north of Shreveport with that same potential, about to head into Oil City and Vivian. Yeah, I mean, it's helpful if we need them, but for now, probably not going to. Probably not going to be using any other storm chasers other than Storm Runner Media for today because it is very expensive, and this stream has not gone good enough in terms of finances to afford any other chasers right now. So, just to be completely honest, we'll probably only use Storm Runner Media today, or if Paige goes live, we'll use her. Like the new studio, thank you. Thank you very much. Me and the members worked very hard on it. Went south of Calvert by a hair. Thank you. Latest scan here. Still not seeing a new couplet. There still is a little bit of something happening over here south and east of Calvert. I'm still kind of keeping my eye on this storm. Latest scan, though. Okay, it just came in. Not really much there anymore. Maybe you can call this a weak couplet over there near Franklin, but it is, by definition, pretty weak there. Still not enough to I think, keep this tornado warning going if that's the only type of rotation we see by the time this thing is allowed to expire. So we'll see if this thing, tries again and maybe tries to wrap up again. Could eventually see, this thing get extended. We'll see. Wait and see. Do I think that this storm, when it pushes towards College Station, will have a chance of tornado? This one's going north of College Station. These ones to the south. It is still to be determined if whether or not they will have that chance with them. Again, this is going to be one of those kinds of tornadoes days where we're not going to see rapid fire. If anything, it seems like we're going to be getting those brief and weak tornadoes. It doesn't really seem like our environment is supporting those, prefrontal supercells at the moment. So, definitely can't rule out that chance for a brief tornado, but I think our chances for our strong tornadoes is pretty darn low at this point. Thank you for streaming today. Is stressful. Yeah, it's pretty stressful. I agree. Never fun. Any tornadoes today? Might have had one back over here near Calvert, but we haven't gotten any damage reports out of that area yet, so we're not quite sure at this moment. A law enforcement officer thinks that they might have saw or might have been in a tornado. I guess they thought they saw something, so we couldn't confirm it on radar. So we're still kind of question marks on whether or not that actually produced. Do we have footage of the actual circulation or just radar indicated? We got a storm chaser nearby, but they're diving down to the south because this storm has probably has lost some rotation. And I would assume they're thinking that our next chance will be with these southern storms, maybe. Or if anything more discreet can form, like out over here in this area, would be definitely something interesting to keep an eye on for sure. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any footage of it, but a cop was out there and they must have gotten hit by the circulation because they said it was a rain-wrapped tornado. So usually when they use that wording, they can't see it. So, I give about a 50-50 chance of that actually being an accurate report on like public reports or cop reports. But one thing for certain, it did have a decent area of rotation. So it definitely wouldn't surprise me if they actually saw something there that was considered a tornado, but we just don't know. Latest scan on this storm near Franklin, still mainly just a gust front with a little bit of a couplet there on the northern side of the storm. Still relatively weak, but I still want Franklin to be in their safe spots just in case this storm tries again. Nothing's really changed. Same things over there near, and then this 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible near Marquez and Buffalo, near Centerville. ran back through. Looking rough in Athens, Texas in the next hour or so. Where is Athens? Yeah, the main thing that I'm worried about for you guys right now is flooding. The tornado threat on top of you right now is near zero, but I am worried about some flooding out over there. So I would definitely watch out for some flash flooding. Also, just got a new update on a new extension on our severe thunderstorm warning over here with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Lindale, Mineola, Holly Lake, Gilmer, and Winnsboro. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Eating some maters? What is that? Oh, planting some maters. Some tomatoes. Ghost back? Let me see. Gross back. Texas. Really? It just seems like a mess up there. Could be some. Check from another radar. Yeah. Unfortunately, that is an area of the storm that is. I guess it's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, latest scan just came in. There does appear to be a little bit of a couplet there. It's just a very messy radar picture. So that could be something, might not be something. But keep an eye on it over there near Lake Limestone. I guess I wouldn't be overly surprised they issued a tornado warning for that. North of Lake Limestone, near Teague. Keep your eyes on that. Back down here near Franklin, looks like this storm is trying again. There, got some strong winds on the southern side. It's like some rotation is potentially trying to redevelop. He was outside trying to catch a glimpse of the tornado and had a small circulation go right over you right as the rain hit. Interesting. A new severe thunderstorm warning out over here near Louisiana. That is going to be for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds near Grand River. That's just southwest of Baton Rouge. And over here near Mississippi, we got an extension out over here near Butte and Fayette for that 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that is the latest. Five miles southeast of Franklin, reported by local fire department. Yeah, that's not surprising. There's definitely a little bit of circulation there, so they must be seeing some. Mercer County. Let's see. Let me see. Mercer County, New Jersey. I mean, there's thunderstorms to your west, but you probably wouldn't be able to see them. They're too far. But we do have a couple of severe thunderstorms still happening over here in the Pennsylvania area. Any circulation in central Pennsylvania at all? I mean, there's some broad areas, nothing that's like really strong or tight. Like there's like appears to be a broad area over here near Pottsville, and there's nothing concerning. It's just mainly 1 inch hailstorms with 60-mile-per-hour winds for all of these guys. One's heading up towards Middleburg, Milfenburg. Another one's about to push into Shenandoah, and then back over here near Philadelphia, near Wallace. About to head in there with that 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But there's like little areas of like weak circulation, but I mean, nothing overly concerning up there yet. It looks like they have issued a tornado warning for this area of circulation south and east of Teague. It's going to be for Teague and Fairfield. If you guys live in Teague and Fairfield, you need to be in your safe spots. And that area of rotation right in there is what we are worried about here. Definitely some strengthening, tightening rotation there, about to cross over 164, then eventually into 45. And then this area back over here, south of Franklin, is picking up yet again. It looks like Franklin dodged a bullet. That's going to be pushing off to your east, but areas near New Baden, Texas need to be continuing to shelter in place. Mm-hmm. They might be using like future radar, Pi, not like the actual radar. Butchering the names, yeah. I struggle with town names in general, so don't worry. It's not just you in Pennsylvania. It's just hard, you know. I'm one guy, and I mean, there's a lot of cities in the United States, and we cover at least the eastern portion of the United States, and you know, it's still a lot to remember. Yeah, latest scan over here, south and east of Franklin. Still a decent little couplet on this thing. No debris signature yet, but that's heading pretty close to New Baden. Active on Twitter every now and then, yeah. Just depends if I have time. Back over in here, unfortunately, we're getting a little bit worse. A little bit worse of a radar signal out of this storm, but I would still continue to take shelter for this guy as it moves towards 45 and just south of Fairfield. That are hard for locals. Oh, wow. Even hard for the locals. Think about that. If you're from Teague, you pronounce it Tig. Everyone else calls it Teague. Oh, like I just did. Any cameras? No. No live cameras, unfortunately, in Texas. They're all picture cameras. The only live camera we have is this one here in Huntsville, Texas, waiting for the storms to come through. This is Badges for the Cross. And also, we have Stormrunner Media out there. Waiting. He's near College Station. They have dipped from the storms to the north and are moving, trying to stay out ahead of the storm, I think, for now. We'll see. We shall see. All right. Latest scan here. Still a little bit of a couplet. Just now going over 2446. Still no debris signature, but you know, I'm thinking there's more of an increased likelihood that they allow or that they continue this tornado warning than there was before. So I'd be getting ready to get into your safe spots there into Marquez and Leona. And then back over here, just south of Teague. Still a very messy picture here. No debris signature. Maybe another couplet forming over here near Jewelette. Also a messy picture, but fortunately we have no choice but to try to trust those signatures. You can see it's messy from all radars, though, unfortunately. So, fortunately, just not going to get a really good understanding of what's happening there. Yeah, new update on this warning. They're continuing it as radar indicated. So no new reports that is on the ground yet. What's going on in Hearn, Texas? Isn't that like down over here? Yeah, some heavy rain. I think the tornado threat is officially past, you guys. Now, let me check that. Yeah, I mean, they have cameras there, but they're all picture cams. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not super helpful for monitoring for like rotation or anything like that because they're all picture cams. The live cams are what we look for, so that we can get like if we do see a storm, we can see like how it's acting. That's where it's helpful. We will not, unfortunately, see if there is a tornado in this storm with the picture camera. Because it's just, these are going to be heavily rain wrapped, and we would need to be able to see the motion of these clouds. I wouldn't rule out a tornado warning here near Jewett and Buffalo, by the way. But we're still getting a very messy picture out from this storm near Teague. Still don't know if I can trust them completely, because as you can see, it's just very blocky look to it. If we come down further south, you can see that it's a lot smoother, not as blocky. So I definitely trust this 100% over there east of Franklin, but back up a little bit further up to the north. Our radar signature is extremely hard to read, given the fact that that storm right there is in a big old radar hole. But I mean, it's as far as we can tell. I mean, it looks like there are circulations here. One near Jewett, and another one near Teague. So if you live over there near Fairfield, I'd still continue to be in your safe spots. And if you live in Jewett and Buffalo, I'll just be ready to go to your safe spots if that circulation tries to tighten up there further up to the north. Further down to the south, we still have a little bit of a couplet there, but it does appear to be weakening a little bit as we progress in time. Your uncle has a recording studio in Hearn. Can get you in there. All right. A recording studio as well in my house. We need live cams. Nah, you don't. It'd be nice if we had them, but you don't need them. We got radar. It'd be really helpful if we had live cams out over here, though, where the radar information is crap. Thank you, Bruce Chips, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. Everything would be rain wrapped, yeah. But I mean, even a live camera, if you get a live camera run under a rain wrapped circulation, you can still tell if it's on the ground. How long will we know? How long will it be before we know that if there was a tornado here in Robertson County? Probably like an hour or so. I mean, I could check just to see if there's any reports. It takes a while for those reports to make it out, unless there's like an active radio scanner in the area. It's like it takes a while. But let me see. See if I can find anything. I'm not seeing any reports of tornado damage yet. At least like photos or anything like of that nature. You think the scanner you're on covers a lot of Robertson County? No reports of tornadoes yet. Okay, thank you. Did that one that you were listening to, is it still down, Dan? Do I think the messier mode could be because of the amount of moisture that is out in these areas? No, the messier mode is due to the lapse rates, due to the lapse rates, too much forcing. Also could be, winds. Let me check our latest meso analysis. I mean, there's a lot of potential storm relative helicity in these areas. Yeah, it's around 500 storm relative helicity. Let me check how much forcing we had. I mean, it's honestly not too messy, but I mean, our winds must be parallel from the 850 millibar winds up. There's a decent amount of forcing. I mean, it's not too much. But yeah, the lower lapse rates, essentially, when you get that combination of moisture, lower lapse rates, and a decent amount of forcing, you can get a lot of little storms to fire, but none of them really mature, so that it gives it more of a messier look. And then when you go up into the upper atmosphere, I mean, it's not really that parallel. So, I mean, what we're dealing with here is just a cold front. I mean, relatively speaking, up here, there's not a whole lot of instability. So, these storms are going to kind of be messy, not really super organized, but you could get severe weather every now and then. Our instability still remains kind of down here in this area. So the cutoff is like right there on our instability. But I mean, this is just a frontal boundary moving through the area, right? I mean, winds are still relatively conducive for tornadoes. But because our lapse rates are so low out in front of it, we're not getting any prefrontal storms. And so all we're really seeing right now is mainly just convection along the leading edge of our boundary here. Yeah, latest scan with this storm, like that rotation is struggling. I think that rotation might be attempting to strengthen there near Jouet. And yeah, there is that tornado warning we've been thinking was on its way here. So it looks like they've issued this tornado warning both for this southern storm and for the northern storm. So that's going to include areas like Buffalo, Marquez, Centerville, Jouet, all need to be in their safe spots. And then this northern warning still might be some rotation there, heading there just south of Fairfield. But again, we still have a pretty messy view on our radars on what that part of the storm is capable of. Looks like we are getting some new severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me see. This one might have been allowed to expire. Yeah, so that one's been allowed to expire there in Pennsylvania. And we just had a little update on this guy for some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading up into Miltonburg and Laurelton there in Pennsylvania. And then back over here near Louisiana, still have this guy ongoing just south of Baton Rouge with that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's about to push into Bayou Sorel and Grand River still. So you guys are still in the path of that. And then over here into parts of Mississippi, it looks like that radar is down. But over there near Butte and Fayette, still got a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour windstorm coming your way. Also back over here near San Antonio, the storm is still ongoing, but it looks like they're going to drop that severe thunderstorm warning and replace it with a special weather statement. Still nickel-sized hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds still possible with that guy. And then back over here near Tyler, Texas, we have this storm moving off to the north towards Gilmer and Winnsboro. That has 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on it. So we're still expecting some damaging winds with that. And then got a severe thunderstorm or special weather statements for these storms to the south. It appears that they are behind an outflow boundary at the moment. So they are not going to be too tornadic there. And then a little bit further up to the north near Buffalo and Centerville, we have a couple of tornado warnings up here associated with a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind. So even if you don't get, any strong areas of circulation, there is still that potential for some damaging winds. Looks like our southern rotation went near Franklin, is now pretty much completely dissipated there. Still wouldn't let your guard down. That could easily spin up again. We've seen it die a couple times, and then it always comes back. And then our only other areas of circulation that we're keeping an eye on is this one over here near Buffalo and this one south of Fairfield. So continue to be in your safe spots there in Buffalo, Fairfield. Also back over here near Timesville, St. Paul, Sand Flats, Oakwood, there in Texas, Plum Creek, Butler, Red Lake, Turlington, Wind Prairie, and Fairfield Lake out there as well. But that's the latest across the board for everybody. Are there cameras in Buffalo? No, there's no cameras out here. Unfortunately, not any cameras that'll help us, and our storm chasers have gone south. It looks like they're coming back north. I think they're just trying to get back up into this area. They're heading towards Madisonville right now. So they're just south of this storm, but they're just trying to stay ahead. NWS Jackson, Mississippi appears to be experiencing some issues, and NWS Huntsville, Alabama has taken over their operations. Interesting. Isn't that like the second? Isn't there another NWS that's having some issues too? Like up in Kansas, I think. It's also on Twitter about that. Not sure if it's legit. Yeah, Goodland is no longer operating 24/7. Yeah. That's not good. Why are we having so many issues with our NWS today? That sucks. Looks like those cuts. I mean, there's even more cuts potentially coming to the NWS as well. So we're gonna continue to see our weather, the people that keep us weather aware and issue all these warnings and everything, and keep our radars going. Are continuing to struggle out there, unfortunately. That's impossible, Storm Chaser Doug. We cannot, without the NWS and the NOAA, there'd be no radar. So I wouldn't go live if they were gone. It'd be impossible. There'd be no radar, no weather models. Wouldn't be able to help you. So, nope. You're not in chat. I'm cooking food. Can I tell you what's going on in Pennsylvania? Yeah. We got a couple of severe storms up there. In the Pennsylvania area, we have one over here near Reading, near Kutztown, Fleetwood, Leesport, Laureldale, Shoemakersville, Hamburg, and Wessenberg. And then we also have another one over here near Milfenburg as well. They're both warned for the same thing, 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we could see some more of these storms try to become severe, like this one over here near Pottstown. Eventually, we'll try to make its way up to Allentown. Got a couple of other storms developing over here near Maryland, but what we have ongoing out here is a little bit of a slight risk, 2 out of 5 for severe weather, and a severe thunderstorm watch for Allentown, Bloomsburg, Scranton, Elmira, Ithaca, there into New York and parts of New Jersey as well, near Trenton, Sparta Township, and Wantage. So just be weather aware. It's a low tornado threat, not zero, but we haven't had any tornado warnings over there just yet. Well, the thing is, they're short staffed. So, when an NWS is short staffed, they're going to unfortunately not be able to cover the weather at all times. Oh, man, you guys are the weather broadcasters since you guys watch Nationwide. I'm telling you, like without radar, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't know what point you're trying to make. Without radar, without satellite, without weather models, I wouldn't be able to go live. So the latest scan on the storm, still very messy picture, but it seems like our rotation is still here south of Buffalo and another one over here near Fairfield, just south of Fairfield, pushing off to the east. Still relatively broad at the moment. Yeah, I guess you're just not making your point very clear, Storm Chaser Doug, is really what's happening here. Near Buffalo, Texas. Let's see. Here 45. Buffalo's right up there. Should be this one. Yeah, this is out of Buffalo, Texas here. And you can see that there's the base of the storm. And this is kind of like a time lapse. Not really seeing anything, if there's any rotation in these areas, it's going to be completely rain wrapped, but not seeing any power flashes as far as I can tell there. And that is of this storm over here near Buffalo. Did just get an update on this thing, still radar indicated. So no reports yet of a tornado on the ground, but I still want folks in Buffalo and Centerville and Fairfield to continue to be in their safe spots. It's a last of 5 still shots. Yeah, thank you. I do repeat. I do thank you for bringing that to my attention. That is helpful. Also, here's a little bit of a shot over here near Centerville as well. You can also see the base of the storm here from our little time lapse about to come into the Centerville, Texas area. Little green skies out there. And this is the view from Storm Runner Media. They are still making their way towards Madison, Texas. It does seem like they're getting pretty decent ground ahead of this storm. I think they're going to go through Madisonville and then eventually up towards like Crockett and Grapeland, Texas, if I had to guess. That seems to be the best way they'll be able to stay out ahead of these things. And they're doing their best at the NWS. It is sad to see them struggle after all of these years of keeping us safe. And that's what they look like. That's Garrett on the left and Storm Runner or DL Scales on the right. I think they're showing some photos there of some hail. My goodness, where is that? That's a lot of hail and some big hail too. Jeez. Yeah, looks like we just got our latest scan. That northern rotation doesn't seem to be as organized, and neither does the southern one near Buffalo. But boy, it is just so hard to tell still. Just some really crappy radar coverage there. Got some new little alert here for looks like some sort of update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, this one over here in Louisiana, just south of Baton Rouge. Just been upgraded to golf ball sized hail, it appears, near Grand River and Bayou. Watch out there. That's getting a pretty dangerous storm there. And this one over here also just had a little update not too long ago near Kutztown and Hamburg and Weisenberg for those 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. And then this one back over here near Milfenberg, still dealing with that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. They are extending this tornado warning into Grapeland and Latexo, there to the south.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another one was just issued for our northern storm over here near Coffee City and Berryville, near Tyler, Texas. Best I can tell, it seems to be some broad circulations here. These are in radar holes, so just won't be able to really tell you guys what's happening with the storm. I'm just be in your safe spots until it is all done. Probably warm Palestine too. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me if we just get this entire area warned here. Probably all the way until it gets to Shreveport. Like once it gets here, we should have a pretty good look from the Shreveport radar. And then that's probably when we'll start to see some of these tornado warnings get get canceled or continued, and we'll actually have some increased confidence on what the heck these storms are doing. But as of right now, we just not really great views. I mean, this one looks like it has some strong winds here to the south, not a whole lot on the northern side, but that's going to be heading into Coffeyville and Berryville. Like, I can tell where the circulations are. I just can't tell exactly how strong they are at the surface. There also appears to be some broad circulation there near Chandler. And then back over to here, some circulation down here near Centerville, another one over there near Buffalo, and another one south of Fairfield. But I can't really tell you guys just how strong those are, unfortunately, near the surface. The greatest tornado threat is happening right now. It's going to be like right here in this area. Might move a little bit further down to the south if we can get some better lapse rates here and some maybe more prefrontal storms out in this region. But this is all we're expecting today. Our lapse rates right now still really low. This update still has them at around 5 where these storms are. A little interesting though. Lapse rates are at 6 here near Beaumont, Texas. So if that continues to build in over there, that might make this threat as the line goes into parts of Texas or eastern Texas there in Louisiana. Make it a little bit more robust than it has been so far. No, I wouldn't say it's confirmed. No. We've had one potential tornado today. Whenever it's law enforcement, you just got to take it with a grain of salt until we actually get damage reports. Could have been one, though. Definitely seemed like on radar. It fit the bill, so. Sure, all of our cameras here are current. We have a camera here. In Huntsville, Texas, I think, right? Yeah. This is Badges for the Cross live on YouTube. They've allowed us to keep an eye on this camera as the storms come through Huntsville, so we will eventually have a view out there. Three miles north of Huntsville. Sorry. Still trying to remember. What you doing, Chazzy? You getting hungry? You want to be fed? Here, I got you. Let me feed my dog real quick. I can't really tell you guys much anyways about these storms other than, if you're over there near 1511, Grapeland, or Latexo, just be in your safe spots just until the storm passes. Unfortunately, we're in the deep radar hole here. This one we'll probably know a little bit more on in a little bit, but you guys really need a radar over here in like Huntsville, Texas. Hey, thank you, Judy, for the 5. Might be a long day. Yeah, we'll see. They also just extended this into Tyler, Texas, and White House. Noonday as well needs to be in their safe spots here in Texas. I'll be right back. My doggo's getting hangry. We're back. Or I'm back. Are you guys back? Who's we? I guess Chazzy. You're right. We are back. Latest scan out here. Still potentially an area of rotation over here near Coffee City and Barrelville. And then back over here near Chandler, still watching this little area of circulation there as well. It's not warned, technically speaking. It's just outside of the warning, but that's actually going to make a close approach to Tyler, Texas. They might extend a little bit of a warning back over to here. Thank you. Just another Monday for the 5. Thank you so much. Do appreciate that. And this storm over here, man, definition of just a mess here on radar. It's just physically impossible to tell what's really going on. I mean, might be getting a signal out of here. Still near Buffalo there, but super messy signal. Can't really tell you too much on what's happening there from the radars yet. Once this storm gets to Nacogdoches, though, we should be able to get some better radar views from these couple of radars in the area. And Louisiana, which is crazy. I mean, Texas has got so much cash money. They should easily be able to afford like radar here, you know? What's up with that? What's going on there in Texas? Thank you, Grammy, for letting me know. Thank you. Yeah, we did a lot of work. Believe it or not, it was Judy that you just saw there in chat. She was the one that pitched the idea of making our overlay a warning polygon. You know what's up with that? Yeah. They better start throwing some more money there. We're gonna get mad. Have you looked at their camera system? It's terrible. It is terrible. We're going to watch coming for Eastern Texas into Western/Central Louisiana shortly. All right, thank you for that update. Help. That'll be probably here, if I had to guess. Or within that area. Might even extend it like further up to the north, maybe. Yeah, latest scan near Coffee City and Berryville. We are still getting a little area here of circulation popping up. As far as I could tell, though, it does seem a little bit on the broader side of things. And it also seems like this rotation up here near Chandler is broadening out as well. But I'd still be in your safe spots there in Tyler and White House. We still don't really have a great picture on this storm just yet. Make it upgraded to a tornado watch. Okay, so that would include... Oh, there it is. Yep, there's that tornado watch. It has officially been issued. Let me get a graphic on that. Oh, dang, it came out on WeatherWise before they posted a graphic on it. Graphic should be out. Yeah, there it is. All right, the graphic is officially out. So here is our new tornado watch. That's going to be for Tyler, Nacogdoches, Lufkin, Port Arthur, Lake Charles, Lafayette, Opelousas, DeRuyter, Alexandria, Natchitoches, Shreveport, and Monroe. Few tornadoes are likely. Isolated hail of up to 2-inch size possible, and scattered gusts of up to 75 miles per hour likely. So make sure you guys are watching out for tornadoes into the Louisiana area. Any tornado warnings? Yeah, we got a couple out here. It's kind of hard to tell you exactly what's happening inside of them. But they do have tornado warnings. Best as I can tell, it seems like we have rotation over here near Buffalo. It also seems like we have rotation over here near Berryville. So if you live in any of these polygons, I would continue to be respecting them and get into your safe spots. So we're getting some more updates out of these storms. Yeah, so we still got a 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds near Milfenburg there, and looks like this storm is about to head into Weisenberg. Still warned for the same thing as the other one. And we got another one that was just issued in northern Pennsylvania. That's for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's heading up towards Barton and Owego. Back over here, still talking about that potential for that golf ball-sized hail with this storm heading towards 75. Eventually, it's going to be making a pretty close approach there to Powquamine and White Castle. And then we've got a special weather statement over here near Baton Rouge for 50-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Central. And this one back over here near Mississippi. Dang it. I hate that radar is down there near Jackson. That sucks. Heading into Bude and Fayette. That is going to be for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also over here near Shreveport, we have another severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Blanchard, Mooringsport, Oil City, and Benton. As for the 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We got another one back over here near Gilmer. This one's moving towards Pittsburgh and Lone Star, Texas. And then everywhere else, we are dealing with this mess over here into the Palestine area where we have a couple of areas of circulations. We haven't had any confirmations from any of these storms as of late for tornadoes on the ground, which is pretty much what we're going to have to be, relying on. Unfortunately, our correlation coefficient is just not going to be very helpful in allowing us to determine whether or not a tornado is going to be on the ground with these guys. So radar is kind of pointless at this point. But if you live in any of these areas, just continue to be in your safe spots there in Crockett and Grapeland, and then over here in Tyler, Texas, and Whitehorse, just until we get some better information. Over here from Storm Owner Media, it seems like they are pushing past this road here, and they are going to continue off to the north and east out in front of this storm. After they get some gas, maybe, or maybe they're stopping for a little bit of food. How about me? What do you mean? I don't know. Where are you at? Yeah, they are in Madisonville. Yeah, that's a big friggin' Buc-ee's. That is huge. That's the biggest Buc-ee's I think I've seen. Like a Buc-ee's mall.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, that's for the same areas we already went over. It looks like they are allowing this northern tornado warning to expire over here near Palestine. Or Palestine. This is going to be this one is not in effect anymore. And this part of our tornado warning, the storms are pushing now into Whitehorse and Tyler. So just continue to be in your safe spots. You should get a pretty clear view of this storm as it goes into Whitehouse and Tyler. I've been saying Whitehorse, but it's White House, apparently. It's pretty big. You used to work there? Nice. Yeah, I would continue to be in your safe spots just because, I can't tell you if there's a tornado on the ground, but, that from far away, there was some rotation here at one point, but we just do not, as you can see, it's just really glitchy. Our rotation would be like right in this area, but we can't see much right now. So we're just waiting for this to get into a little bit of a better area so we can get some better looks at what's happening. Pretty cool seeing a chaser near you in a smaller town. Yeah. Chasers don't discriminate. They will go to a Buc-ee's anywhere there is one. So they have downgraded this severe thunderstorm warning here in Louisiana to ping pong ball sized hail. And wouldn't rule out a tornado with this. That's actually trying to wrap up there. So watch out there in White Castle and Plaquemine. Pick up a little bit of an area of developing circulation here. Would not rule that out getting a warning here in the short term. Chad is eating food right now. If he comes over and, begs for some lovin's, I'll bring him up on my lap. You ever been to Texas? Yeah, I've driven through Texas a couple of times. On my way to California. There's a Buc-ee every 30 miles. Wow. New Caney. Let me see where New Caney is. New Caney, Texas. Yeah, you guys are pretty far to the south, but you are on a tornado watch. So I will say it does seem like our lapse rates are improving a little bit more ahead of schedule down here near the Beaumont area. So it'll be interesting to see how that, develops. Maybe we could see that expand a little bit more. Could be a little bit more of an issue for New Caney. But as of right now, our tornado threat appears to still be relatively low, even though we have all these tornado warnings. Because we haven't had any confirmation. I really feel like we should have confirmation out of these storms if they're producing a tornado, because these are pretty populated areas out here. So I don't think these storms are overly tornadic right now, but still wouldn't rule out a couple of brief spin ups up here. And it'll probably remain that way for a while until these storms hit some better lapse rates. Like back over here in Louisiana, where this storm has been, our lapse rates have been, just hovering near 6, around 5.56 in this area. And these storms are having a little bit of a better go at it in terms of hail production, and even, a little bit more of like an isolated supercell there with some rotation. So these storms are still going to struggle, but the lapse rates are technically improving on the southern side of our storm. 5 lapse rates, which is a little bit better than the 4 we were witnessing before. Yeah. Buc-ee's is like, it's crazy. They have everything inside of there. It's basically just like all you need for a travel store. All right, new update over here near Tyler, Texas. So we're finally starting to see a little bit of a clearer picture of the storm. And, honestly, there's not a whole lot of tight circulation in this at all. There is an area of broad circulation on the southern side, so I wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado down here. So if you live in White House, I'd still be in your safe spots, but honestly, that rotation isn't that strong at the moment. We also just got a new update on the severe thunderstorm warning down over here with some penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Madisonville, Midway, Crockett. That's going to be the southern side of this line. Are they heading for Crockett? Not really sure what's happening near the Crockett area, to be honest. As far as I could tell, it does not seem like a whole lot of rotation. So they might eventually allow this to expire, but for now, I just continue to, if you live in northern Crockett and Grapeland, continue to be in your safe spots. Unfortunately, we're just not going to get a good look at these storms. They are in a radar hole and a half. Yeah, it looks like they are deciding to continue this tornado warning for White House in southern Tyler, Texas. That is our latest update. Mm-mm-mm. I didn't know Tornado Pagey went live. Why did nobody tell me? Move this camera over to here. Actually, we'll move that over to here. Come back over here when needed. And I'm going to put Pagey here. This is Tornado Pagey. She is out there in Texas. I'm sure she's near Hearn, Texas. Let's listen into them for a little bit, see what they're experiencing near Hearn. And they're heading towards Crockett.
But at any time, this thing could just ramp up. There is an outflow. I'm not touching the front tube. I think it's this side.
I'd still keep that camera in Huntsville pointed west. Not going to be able to see anything northeast of you. A lot of heavy rain in this storm. And those are the current conditions inside of the storm over here near Crockett, Texas. I think they're close to where's College Station? I saw College. Maybe they're not near Crockett. They said Crockett, Texas, but I see College Station on their map, so they might. Yeah, they're not near Crockett. They're like on this part of the line, it seems, north of College Station. So they're not near Crockett. So they're targeting these storms to the south. Might not be a bad play. We'll see what happens. Let's come back. Come back over here towards White House. Yeah, still broad circulation with this storm as that pushes into the White House area. Geez Louise. Voice is already struggling. If you live over here near White House, I would continue to be in your safe spots. I mean, this is really the only area of rotation that we can really spot on radar. It's not very strong, but I would certainly say it's still worth being in your safe spot for. And then I got a feeling they're going to allow this warning to expire near Grapeland and Crockett soon. But we'll keep an eye on it. Okay, this one back over here is going to be allowed to expire soon as well. So, thoughts on Shreveport? Well, if this storm continues to develop some circulations, I wouldn't rule out eventually a tornado warning up there, but we haven't really had a good understanding of what this storm is doing until about now. And to be honest, its rotations aren't very strong. So I'm not sure if that's how it's been this whole time, but we haven't had any reports of tornadoes out of this storm. So the tornado threat is still relatively low with this storm, but I wouldn't let your guard down there in Shreveport. You guys do have a little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning going north of you. That's going to be going into Oil City and Benton. You're going to have some thunderstorms, in between the main part of the storm and these storms. So maybe some flooding can't be ruled out there near Shreveport. But so far, it seems like, at least for now, this storm has not produced a tornado as far as our latest reports go. 73-mile-per-hour wind gusts were reported near Tyler. Wow. Yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning is also for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Jacksonville, Tyler, Texas. So definitely can't also rule out the potential there for some power outages. Did the instability go further up? We can check in on that. Our latest was supposed to meander quite a bit to the north, and it is kind of starting to do that. But to be honest, it's still relatively to the south. Our 1,000 joules per kilogram line is here. You can see we have a lot of surface capping here. That's probably another thing that's hindering our line of storms. But I'm still kind of theorizing that back over here in eastern Texas, going into Louisiana, it does still seem like we have an overperformance of our lapse rates in that area, which is one of the missing pictures, or one of the missing things to this whole picture. And also for a lot of these storms north of our boundary. I mean, we're dealing with storms north of our instability. But I mean, our lower level shear is certainly kicking out here of around 40 knots. And we have a lot of storm relative helicity. So, that's why these storms are still trying to produce, even though our environment isn't super favorable. I mean, up there in the northern, like some of these tornado warnings are, we're dealing with like 400 to 500 storm relative helicity, which is quite a lot, to be honest. Yeah, I'm currently trying to find a tattoo artist for that, by the way. I have started looking for it. Because I do think after this storm, we should have some decent time off, I think. I mean, after today, we have a little bit of a... really? They upgraded tomorrow? Dude, they always upgrade every day. Can we just not have a day with severe weather? Frick. Looks like maybe another little severe weather threat. Doesn't seem too potent, at least for now. A little bit of a 2% tornado threat in a very low populated region. We probably won't be live for that. But yeah, I mean, it is looking like I might get some free time to actually, start to plan that. The latest scan here, our rotation is pretty much non-existent on this storm south of New Chapel. Do we have a better look on this storm yet? Maybe something developing there, but that's on the backside of the storm, so not a whole lot of confidence. And still not a whole lot of rotation down there. I wouldn't rule out them issuing a precautionary tornado warning, though, south of Palestine, though, for that area of circulation. They've been doing that today, and you can't really argue with them given the fact that we're in a radar hole still with these storms. We're still not going to really have a good look at them until they get to Nacogdoches. Raining heavy in Mount Pleasant. Oh, where is Mount Pleasant? It's up here. Yeah. Yeah, I think you guys are probably close to a flash flood warning if you're not already in one. Yeah, it looks like you guys... Let me see where Mount Pleasant is. Not sure why it's not showing up very well. Okay, yeah, you guys are not in a flash flood warning yet, but I wouldn't rule one out. All that heavy rain. Power lines and trees down in Bullard and White House. Okay, so we're getting reports of trees down in Bullard and White House. Not sure if that's tornado related or damaging wind related, but I would assume it's damaging wind related since we don't have any tight areas of circulation here. But yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds. That'll definitely knock down some trees and some power lines. Let's come back over here and check in on Pagey, who is still in some pretty heavy rain. I mean, look at that. They're trying to make it out in front of this storm, but they are struggling. There's a lot of slow traffic and potential flooding starting to pile up here. Blue rectangles are special weather statements. They're not that bad. It's just like, hey, there's going to be a storm there. That's kind of what that means. Man, lots of rain. Dangerous driving conditions out there, especially if that flooding starts happening. That's over in Bryan, Texas, just north of College Station. So that is And it's going to be coming towards you guys there in College Station. That's this storm down here. Lots of rain, heavy rain, and rain, and probably a decent amount of lightning. Also, a little update over here near this severe thunderstorm warning. 1 in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go do another little update. Looks like we got a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Arkansas near Derrickson, Nashville. So watch out over there. Could be some 1 in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds in that storm. Also, just got a new update on this storm north of Shreveport. Still for 1 in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Benton. Back over here in Mississippi, looks like they are extending this severe thunderstorm warning as a special weather statement near Hazelhurst. And then we still got this storm ongoing here in Louisiana. That rotation is not as strong as it was, but there very well could still be some ping pong ball sized hail about to enter just south of Palquamine and near White Castle. Slow moving storm stuff though, so it'll be a while before that actually makes it up to you. Over here in New York, near Owego here with 1 in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds on this guy heading towards y'all's areas. Still continue to be indoors and away from windows. Then back over here now north of Philadelphia near Jim Thrope in Pennsylvania. 1 in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds about to head over you guys as well. Again, every now and then there's going to be some severe weather here, but so far we haven't seen much of a tornado threat in y'all's area. And that is the latest. Had a lot of people watching the storm there. That's good. That is good. Let's see where Storm Runner Media is. I think they're getting closer. Yeah, they're about to be in that. They're about to be in Crockett, Texas. They're near Midway, Texas, traveling up to the north and east, or north and east. And you can see the leading edge of the storm off to the left there. So we should get a good view of the shelf cloud on this storm here shortly. Yeah, right back in there. There's your leading edge of the storm. All right, let me turn on his audio really quick. I'm going to refill my water.
Of the storm.
Thought we were being called selfish.
No. The storm is being called selfish for remaining too far north and not wanting to give anything discreet.
So it's being selfish.
Yeah.
So why? I just don't understand why you're putting so much emphasis on selfish. Like
Because it's a joke.
oh, shellfish.
Shellfish.
Oh, I think you were just saying selfish, but like saying it separately. I'm like, what? Yeah, I didn't.
Shellfish.
Apologies, I didn't hear the shell. I think you said cell.
Thinking about going east out of Huntsville here across the lake, Brandon.
The storms are moving about 50.
I might stop somewhere around Huntsville, take a look at mesoanalysis and everything real quick.
Yeah, this storm is gonna beat us to Crockett here.
Yeah, copy that.
You think so?
Yep. We're still 20 minutes from Crockett.
Quite the shelf cloud on this thing.
Is it moving more east now than north?
I bet you there's a nice little shelf cloud hidden back behind in there.
It's not moving.
Don't quite have a view of it just yet, but as it gets closer, we should be able to see it pretty well. You can almost see the base of it. So we'll definitely come back to them when that happens. When you become a member, the link's in the chat. The latest scan on our northern tornado warning. Still definitely just a gust front here. No strong rotation on it, though, so they're definitely going to allow that to expire. And then they allowed our southern tornado warning to expire as well near Crockett, Texas. This is our last tornado warning here, and it's probably about to be on its way out. So if something else tries to spin up, we might get a little portion here of a little portion here of no tornado warnings. But yeah, latest over here. Looks like we just got an upgrade on this severe thunderstorm warning. Here for Rusk, Gallatin, Texas, we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour wind potential coming for you guys. So make sure you are indoors and away from windows there. And yeah, for Crockett, Texas, what we're expecting for you is some 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there. So pretty easy going storm, I would say, in comparison to what's happening closer or further up to your north. My favorite type of tornado, field tornadoes. If I were to have one, it would be a tornado over a field where no one lives. But I really like the tornadoes with different colors over fields. Like the one, I would say my favorite type is definitely water spouts. I really like water spouts because you can always enjoy those without having to worry if anybody lives there or not. Second favorite tornadoes are gustnados, like those really big, chonky gustnados with like no wind on them, but it looks like a big old swirling mass of dust. And then the third place would probably be I really like those white cone tornadoes with that light brown dust underneath them. I think those are very photogenic. Yeah. And it has to be in a field. If it's in a field, I don't like it. I mean, if it's like in a city, I don't like it. It's my least favorite type of tornado. It looks like they're going to be extending this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east here with 70-mile-per-hour winds heading into Liberty City, Kilgore, Overton, and Henderson, and Longview, Texas. We got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings now for those 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is going to be increasing the chances for some power outages. Water spouts cause fish rain. It does sometimes. Yeah. It certainly does. We might be about to get a view here of that shelf cloud. If we can get some of these trees to clear out. Looks like Storm Winter Media is officially close enough to these storms. So let's see if we can get a view. Oh yeah, there you go. There's that shelf cloud. Wow. Not a bad shelf cloud there. It's pretty. Be a QLCS situation. Maybe. There's a lot of rain up there further up to the north, so that's going to keep that storm out of the main axis of instability. But further down to the south near like Rusk, Texas, I can see like that QLCS tornado threat, still trying to happen there. The AI tornadoes. I don't make them, so I don't know which one. I don't know what you're talking about. You talk about the yesterday. Yeah, those were AI tornadoes. But that was just for purposes. I do not support. That's my least favorite tornado, or second to least favorite, other than like a tornado impacting people, is the AI tornadoes. No, that was definitely gonna be in the top 3, JR, of my favorite tornadoes. I've always wanted a tornado tattoo. Just not a tramp stamp. Y'all got me with that one. And I will say. Oh, man. That shelf cloud is looking crazy. This is like the best view of the storm we've had all day.
We are 12 miles outside.
It doesn't look that bad. I mean, it's a nice big shelf cloud up there.
I did. I certainly underestimated you guys, and I will never do that again. Wow.
I like how that thing had like
Price-wise, this stuff
couple
is
of layers.
cheaper. Like a pound of jerky from Love's.
Look at that.
$25 for a pound of
It's
it.
not, honestly, it's not really that much of a shelf.
The real stuff here, and God, is it good. So
It's kind of elevated. There's like no little frillies under it, so it's not much of a shelf. I mean, it is technically a shelf cloud, but like rating it 1 out of 10, this is probably like a 2. Finally off work. Welcome back, Wolf. Thank you for tuning back in. Is that a supercell? No, it's just a little gust front. Very elevated near Crockett, which is interesting. It's really not too much of a surface-based storm here. Those 60-mile-per-hour winds inside of it probably looks a little bit more interesting further down to the south, if I had to guess, near like College Station. I'm patiently awaiting a Pagey's view of that storm near College Station, which, by the way, is coming into College Station right now. There a tornado? No. No tornadoes on the ground right now, and in fact, we're about to be tornado warning-less here in a little bit, I think. As we do have this area of circulation that has died off, and yeah, they haven't extended it, so I think they're going to allow it to expire. But still some 70-mile-per-hour winds possible heading into Longview, Kilgore, and Henderson. And then also down here near Gallatin, Rusk as well. Further down to the south, we have 60-mile-per-hour winds possible heading into Crockett, Midway, and Madisonville here shortly. And then over here near College Station, we do have a special weather statement down here. And Pagey tornado is almost through the storm. You can see the bottom side of that shelf cloud. These storms should be a little bit more surface-based down further to the south. So I think they're making a good move here. If any tornadoes are going to happen today, I think the highest chance for that would be in the southern mode. And I think my forecast has done okay so far. I mean, we might have had a confirmed tornado, but it wasn't a strong one. And that's the only one we've had. It hasn't been a tornado outbreak by any means, and we haven't seen like a bunch of strong tornadoes. So far, my forecast from this morning has done okay. But I still think like over here near like the Texas of Louisiana, and Texas and Louisiana still has probably our most elevated tornado potential out over here, in my opinion. We've been live for 4 hours. Yes, sir. We've been live since the beginning. A little update over here near Crockett. Yeah, still 60-mile-per-hour winds forecasted for you guys. My good, winds are crazy. Really? Interesting. Yeah, you should be fine. Be dealing with some like sort of gradient winds there near Wolf City, but I mean, the tornado threat is completely over for you. Could be a little gusty though. Does that mean a gust? That means the max winds that are possible. So you might not even get 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The most likely scenario with most 60-mile-per-hour wind warnings is like 40 to 50-mile-per-hour winds, but in some isolated spots within this area, there could be a couple instances of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But up here, we've actually had confirmation of 70-mile-per-hour winds within this storm. So a little bit more confident with these near Overton and Kilgore and Henderson. And Rusk and Gallatin as well are probably going to be dealing with some pretty elevated winds too. Probably a little bit more drier air aloft up here, forcing that wind a little bit further down to the surface. We just got an update on our tornado warning. They're going to allow it to expire. So there you go. We're now back down to 0 tornado warnings again. Whoop, whoop. Let me make sure it's on underneath it. There. Which I got to turn this off. What? There we go. A little bit wonky there. if he didn't do great. There. Still working on it. Still working on that one. Break time? I don't know. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe get some food in us. Wouldn't be a terrible idea to take a nice little hour break. Let me see what it's looking like out there. What do y'all think? Take a little break maybe and then come back if something happens? Or should we just hang out? I'll leave it up to you guys. I don't know how many people we have here that it's still in Texas that still need coverage. So maybe they still want me to be live. I mean, I'm not seeing any areas of rotation as far as I could tell, but that could change. All right, well, I'll stay on, but y'all gotta help me with some food. Y'all gotta help me. I'm getting hangry. So that'll be the trade. I'll stay live if y'all can help me get some food on DoorDash. Wow, look at this view over here into Stormrunner Media's feed. That whale's mouth. That's the updraft that's pulling in that little bit amount of moisture up into the storm. Yeah, whale's mouth is just basically a term that we use because it looks like a big old whale's mouth. But that's just the updraft on the leading edge of these storms. Well, I mean, I have to leave the stream. That's why. If I'm leaving the stream to go get some food, I'd rather just end it because it takes a while to do all that. And then just come back later. And thank you, Rev, for the 5. I appreciate that. This will buy the napkin. All right. Thank you for the napkin. We'll be here. No, you won't. When I come back from eating, it'll be like 5 people left. There's no point. I'd rather just end it and then start a new one when I'm done. Then you get a notification that I'm back on, and then everybody can know that I'm back. Hey, thank you, Filled with Grace, for the 10. Thank you so much. With the DoorDash. Thank you. We're almost there. All right, we'll set a little goal. We'll just do 5 that. And super chats, any color counts. Set a timer for an hour. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. No more tornado warning polygons. Let's go check back up in the New York area. Yeah, we're here near Owego. Winning channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading up towards Owego, near Candor, Berkshire, and Richford. And we still got this severe thunderstorm warning ongoing north of Allentown near Ginthrop. But the same thing heading up towards Whitehaven, Hickory Run State Park. That's really all we got going on up here. It did allow that severe thunderstorm warning to officially expire in Mississippi, and we still got this guy over here in the Louisiana area near White Castle. Man, this thing actually has a decent area of rotation. Surely this gets warned in like 5 seconds. Ever do a hurricane tramp stamp? No. If I ever did one and we did a super chat goal, I think Judy for the 2. She says stay. All right. 1 out of 10. 9 more. Who wants to buy your house? All right. What? Coming in a weather chat, try to sell a house. That's a new one. How fast is the storm moving in Texas? It's moving pretty quickly. This northern portion is moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. I think the southern portion might be moving a little bit slower. Yeah, moving east at 35 miles per hour on the southern portion. Is Austin in the clear? Yeah, seems like you guys are. Hey, thank you, Papa Smurf, for the 2 for the dinner fun. Thank you so much. We're at 2 out of 10. Thank you. I guess we'll count those other 2 too. So we're at Rev. So we're at 4 out of 10. Actually. On Cash App. Thank you so much, Misty, for the 10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. That's 5 out of 10. Thank you so much. Money for golf lessons. Whoa. Josh, I don't know if I need to remind you who won that last golf match. Not sure. Not sure if you remember. My handicap is terrible. If I had to guess, it's like plus 30 some. Got me 5 on Venmo. All right, let me check. Yes, thank you so much, Connor, for the 5 on Venmo. What was that, 6 out of 10, I think? Yeah, we got another golf match this weekend on Sunday, maybe, depending on what the weather does. Should be quiet, though. Yeah, I will admit, Josh was beating me for the majority of the golf match. He was 4 up. We were on the last 2 holes, and he hit it into the water like 4 times. And he ended up losing by like 3. I actually felt bad for him, to be honest, because he deserved to win that golf match. For the majority of the day, he played better than me. Another Venmo. Let me check it. Victoria for the 5. We are officially at 7 out of 10. Thank you so much. You're losing electricity here. Where are you at, Tyler? Three times. Okay. Right. Yeah, maybe you'll get your redemption. I've beaten him twice in a row, so maybe the third time is the charm for you, Josh. Latest scan here. Looks like this line of storms is heading into Henderson and Longview, Texas. Still 70 mile per hour winds in those 70-mile-per-hour winds are about to move into Rusk and Alto here in Texas as well. Crockett just got an extension all the way over here near Kennard. It's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tyler lives in Tyler, Texas. Yeah, you're good to go. You are good. The storm is done. I want to check back on that storm near Louisiana. How is that not getting warned? Well, I guess it lost its rotation pretty quickly, huh? Yeah. I never produced a debris signature. Well, I mean, it almost did it, but that rotation has gone away again. Lots of air moving in Oklahoma. Yeah, y'all got some rain over there. Check the satellite, see where our low pressure system is. Okay. Jeez. Otherwise is struggling. Yeah, it seems like our low pressure system is, as far as I can tell, it looks like it's back over here. New Mexico. Let me check. Might have a closer surface low back over here. Thank you, Audrey, for the 2. Thank you so much. That is 8 out of 10. I do want to see where that low pressure is, though. And it seems like our main low pressure is like, there's one up there in Tulsa, and then, yeah, back over there in New Mexico. What am I going to order? Kind of want to order Mexican food. I'm not going to lie. Last time I ordered Mexican food, it costed way too much. You're so ready to chase a storm. Where do you live? Ordering a chicken chalupa? Tex-Mex? Yeah. Land spouts are possible in Clovis, New Mexico area? Really? Interesting. I want to watch out there over there near Roswell. Clovis. Land spouts are typically not much of an issue, though. Latest update here for this storm. 1-inch hail. I'm about to come into potentially into Saripa, Louisiana. Street tacos are so good. How are we doing over here in Huntsville? How far are these storms? That storm's getting kind of close to Huntsville. It's almost your moment, Madges for crosses. It is almost your moment. Let's make sure we're up to date. I'm waiting all day for the storm to come here into Huntsville, Texas. And it's almost there. Yes, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. I'm telling y'all, one of these days, the SPC is going to learn about them surface lapse rates in this area. It never fails. Here's our latest storm reports in the area. So it looks like they're waiting to maybe confirm that. That tornado report from that police officer as well. They'll probably wait until they go out there and actually confirm it with their eye. their eyeballs with some damage. But so far, 0 tornado reports. Who knows? We might get some confirmed after the fact. If I had to guess, we'll probably end up with like 1 or 2 brief tornadoes. Potentially from that one storm earlier. I just have been waiting there for eternity. Thank you, Tyler. Yeah, we put a lot of work in, revamping our overlays. Jouet. Yeah, that one near Jouet. The one near Jouet was in a super radar hole. It's impossible to know for sure whether or not. I didn't see a definite debris signature there, but yeah, this one was like in a deep radar hole. So could have been something. Could have been hail. Who knows? What in the heck is that? Is that a doggo? No. Does a doggo have a name? Hold on.
Picture of our dog Gracie this morning.
Gracie?
And I just happened to look at the camera at the house. I know this isn't weather related, but I have to show you how cute Gracie was this morning. Look at her laying upside down. She's so silly.
No.
She's a silly goose. My hair is wild.
That is Tornado Pagey's dog. It looks like they're way out in front of these storms and they're not turning back. They're not looking at them. They're just they're probably trying to wait to see if those, lapse rates really do improve over here near the Beaumont, Texas area. Let me see if we have any new updates from yeah, it was brief. Very brief. That little 6 area of those lapse rates right there, little tiny green circle over there is dying. Although the lapse rates are kind of increasing down over here near the College Station area. So kind of makes sense that our severe threat might pick up down here. Maybe a little bit of a tornado threat down here as well could start to get started as these lapse rates try to increase. So wouldn't rule out some NATO warnings down here. We got Pagey in position if they do. So if you live over here near Snook, watch out. 60-mile-per-hour winds for now, but that tornado potential may eventually try to get started over there. Lapse rates are still a little bit low where those storms are, but they are trying to build up a little bit. This is probably our most tornadic area right now, if I had to guess. But the one little caveat, I think, is going to be our wind shear.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wind shear is pretty decent there, actually. A new tornado warning has been issued back over here. Or this. That is for Spiller's Store. Not really sure what to think about that. It's in a radar hole. It kind of looks like there's something there, but it also just looks like a bunch of mess. So if you live over there near Spiller's Store, I would be in your safe spots. Rockets looking spicy. And you got a little. Honestly, thankfully you guys are kind of in like the weakest portion. I guess if you're talking about severe, like warning wise, you're in the weakest portion of the storm. But it'll definitely get a little bit cranky out there. That's for sure. I think Storm Intermedia should be close to that area. Right there. Might be behind on their stream, no? Yeah, they just drove through Crockett. And so, yeah, they're well ahead, unfortunately, they're probably not going to be able to turn around and see that. Less contaminated from the Houston radar. Yeah, but it's still pretty far away. We'll check it out. Yeah, I mean, there's a broader area of circulation there. Not super tight, but again, regardless, all of these radars, no matter if they're less contaminated or more contaminated, they're all looking way up into this storm right now. So don't really know exactly what's going on near the surface. So if you live in Spiller Store, I would just be in your safe spots just to be safe. Again, it's the lowest, most interior portion of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement underground. Well, interesting area over here near Easton, Texas. Spaghetti sounds good. Ooh. That might be what I order. Hey, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that. Let me see if there's any good spaghetti on Uber Eats. Nothing but noodles and Marco's Pizza. Yeah, there's no there's an Italian kitchen. An Italian kitchen, but they don't serve spaghetti. What the heck is that? That's a bull crap. Carrabba's? Isn't that good? There is spaghetti at Carrabba's. I hate ordering spaghetti though. It's so hit or miss. Either tastes real good or not so good. I would be kind of down for some spaghetti. I don't know. I'll think about it. Avoid Olive Garden at all costs. Will do. The latest scan from our radar down in Houston still looks like we have quite the broad circulation with this storm right now near Spiller Store. Not all I'm seeing other than these 70 mile per hour. Actually, they downgraded this severe thunderstorm warning near Longview down to 60 miles per hour. And then this one's still at 70 miles per hour near Alto. So watch out there. That's still our most damaging portion of this storm. I hate radar holes. Fried frog legs? What? No. Eat my own spaghetti? I don't have the fixings for that. No, now that I've looked at it for a long time, I want it. I'm getting spaghetti from Carrabba's. Oh, what? I have to pick it up? Oh, they're saying it's too far to deliver. Man, I didn't work myself up. Well, that's unfortunate. Boo. All right, new plan, guys. New plans. Dog legs are good. What the? Bro. That has to be. Okay, I was about to say that has to be a typo. What the heck? Frog legs. Okay. Oh my goodness. I was about to have to sick Chaz on you. Looks like we're getting a couple extensions here of our severe thunderstorm warnings. This one over here near Nacogdoches is being extended as 70-mile-per-hour winds near Wells and Nacogdoches. Please continue to be indoors and well away from those windows. If you live near big trees, I would be, I wouldn't say it's a bad idea to be in your safe spots. What do I do for cameras in Texas? I do nothing. They have cameras there, but they're all picture cameras, so I usually don't even bother. I just hope my storm chasers can get a view, and that's about it. All right, guys, come on. Let's roll out those food ideas. Let's see what we got. Alligator is crazy. I don't even know if there's a place nearby. I feel like you can only get like fresh alligator out of Florida. Burrito. 4 tacos, 2 chicken quesadillas, and a Sprite. It's not a bad idea. Chicken noodles over mashed potatoes. That's interesting. Crunch Wrap Supreme. Oh my gosh. I'd get that if it wouldn't arrive super soggy. But it will 100% arrive soggy. That's off the table there. Or not on the table for sure. The latest scan here still showing some broad circulation, but not very tight circulation. Not sure if they're going to extend that or not, but they might do it just out of precaution. Order wings. I don't know if I could resist the wings. I don't know if I can resist that. Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich. Oh, yeah, those are good. I don't even think Chick-fil-A is on DoorDash. Wings, huh? Kind of sounds like a good idea, not going to lie. I might be sold on that one. There's 5 guys. Burger's going to come soggy, though, so burgers are pointless. Buffalo Wild Wings. Medium sauce. Add to cart. View cart. Go to checkout. No thanks on the drink. Standard. Next. $5 tip. Bam. Thank you guys for allowing me to get some wings. Garlic parmesan, what? I don't like any other wings unless they're buffalo. Also, by the way, they have put a severe thunderstorm warning now directly over College Station. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wings. 60-mile-per-hour winds, not wings. My goodness. All right, let's go check in on that Huntsville camera. Might be starting to see something shelf cloud like. Not yet. Large and extremely dangerous wings. I would love that. It looks like they're going to be extending that storm as a severe thunderstorm warning. This one over here for Midway Crockett Love Lady. Doesn't seem like it ever had any really strong rotation, but I mean, it still has some in there, but it's just like, I mean, I still honestly wouldn't rule out a cautionary tornado warning extension, to be honest, but they are extending this as a 60-mile-per-hour wind warning over there near Crockett. Like Storm Runner Media might be getting a view of our shelf cloud out here. If I tried ranch wings, that actually used to be what I ate like the majority of the time. Thank you for the 5 soap. Yeah. Yeah, that's a fun one. I wish I could just say, if I said that though, every severe thunderstorm warning, we would be even fatter than we already are. You already gain at least 5 pounds watching the channel just due to my last name, and maybe an extra 5 pounds due to how many people spam food in the chat. I think we'll see a tornado in College Station now. Y'all's tornado threat is now almost at 0. I'll give it just a couple more minutes there in College Station, and y'all's tornado threat will be over with. Thankfully, there's no rotation near you, so I can already say it's 0%. Crazy wind. Yeah, aren't you over there near Madisonville? I think it's a little bit further north. I forgot where it was. And there's some decent winds on this portion of the line, moving through Wells, Nacogdoches, Garrison, and Timpson, and Carthage. Chinese spaghetti? What is that? I've eaten Mexican spaghetti. I make that every time I make spaghetti. So I would assume Chinese spaghetti is similar. Not sure. How's your tornado threat looking in Shreveport? Pretty darn low, not going to lie. You guys are in an elevated area right now, but still wouldn't rule out maybe a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat up here. We'll see if that ever tries to develop. The wind shear near this area is pretty high. So is our SRH. So even without, really good thermodynamics, still can't rule out like a brief tornado up there. 45 knots of wind shear all along this area here, but all these storms are elevated. They should remain a pretty low tornado threat, but I wouldn't say it's 0%. So I would definitely still be weather aware, tornado aware. It's a go-to Taco Bell order. I just like the crunchy tacos, to be honest. Can't go wrong with some crunchy tacos, but I also order a Crunch Wrap Supreme quite often. That used to be my favorite thing. But because when they first came out, like the first time they ever released them, they always had like a lot of decent beef. Something happened to Storm Runner Media. Let me fix that. Like now it's just like, it seems like they put so little beef in it. It's like barely even tasty. All right, good news. Our tornado warning has expired. We are back over to just severe thunderstorm warnings. There's now a huge marginal risk for day 3. Really? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. That's like all of the Southeast. Louisiana, Arkansas, Memphis, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. It's a pretty decent winds over here north of Beckville in Texas. Those would eventually try to make it into the Shreveport area. Is there taco salads? They don't have them anymore, really? They did just update this severe thunderstorm warning still for 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Marshall, Texas, and all the way to the Texas-Louisiana border. Scottsville and Wascom are also going to be in there. And then still seems like we're having some severe weather over here near New York, south of Ithaca, dealing with wind and channel 60-mile-per-hour winds near Berkshire and Richford. And then back over here near Scranton, Pennsylvania, a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out over here near East Stroudsburg, Mount Pocono, and Moscow. Thank you, Carrie, for the 2. Thank you so much. You want some wings? I'm sorry, but I don't share. Thank you, Sherry, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. The Office. Is The Office based out of Scranton, like in the show, or is that like where it's filmed? How's it in Willis? Probably pretty calm right now, but there are some storms forming near you. And those will be coming through Willis, and then eventually there will be some more down the line. Food talk is torture. That's what I'm saying, man. The chat, they'll get you eating. Maybe a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat developing up here. Got a couple of bulges. Got to watch these areas for some rotation on the northern side. Wouldn't rule out a tornado warning over here near the Marshall, Texas area if that tries to consolidate. Seems like we're getting mergers push into this area, helping the storm mature and then tap into that sheer environment. Let me see what we're talking about here. Estimated arrival time in an hour. Ugh. Jeez Louise. I'm gonna be a little thin string bean by that time. Where the heck is Stormrunner Media? What are they doing?
Till like 6 o'clock, and I'm just good. I'm just good. I don't believe in it enough.
Yep, Lufkin is where I'm going, and I'll probably sit and just evaluate, maybe let that line come catch up to me, and that is it. I've accepted that there might be tornadic storms in Louisiana, but I got nothing in the tank at this point.
Oh. All of our storm chasers are giving up. What's Pagey? Pagey can go for a while because the further they go east, technically the closer they're getting to home. The closer they're getting to home. The threat never really ramped up. It might have peaked if we did really get that tornado. If that was a real tornado there in Texas. But that's the only tornado that we might have had. So it never really got started, to be honest. I will say, lapse rates might improve as this moves into Louisiana, which we've been saying pretty much all day. That's been the area that I'm watching the most is like right here, but they aren't really getting up to where they need to be. And still can't rule out maybe some QLCS tornadoes up here. Our wind shear is really picking up here. So, and we're getting these mergers, which might help this portion of the line overcome those low lapse rates. So definitely keeping an eye on this spot. But so far, no organized rotations. A little bit of a broad circulation developing over here, though, east of Hallsville. What's the name of the person with the ducks? That's PA Storm Trackers. I think they're home. I don't think they're chasing right now. Yeah. They're home. Easily the other night when y'all were on, good call on that one. Easily South Carolina. Oh, you mean back over here near Greenville? That one? Oh yeah. Yeah, that one did try to wrap up a couple of times, so it was confirmed. Interesting. Sent me damage photos. Ooh. Where is that out of help? Jeez. Near Jewett, Texas. Yeah. Looks like we might have had a tornado out over there. What it looks like. Some damage to a brick building. And then some trees down over there. That right there might be tornado damage, but it kind of looks like that building was. I don't know what happened there, to be honest. Yeah, the roof definitely got ripped off there. Yeah, it might be tornado damage. That could put officially a tornado on the board for today. It's pretty convincing. It was earlier. Was that the tight couplet, or was that one of the ones that was far? I think that was one of the ones that was far from radar. So technically, that could be tornado number 2 for today. Did I get hit by Hurricane Helene? No, I did not. It looks like these circulations are struggling to get organized up here. Those mergers just might not be enough, but we'll see. Again, like everything is against tornadic activity up here. Our lapse rates are low. Our instability is low. Everything is low except for that wind shear. So there still technically is a universe where a tornado threat or a tornado happens up here. Just not sure if it's ours. Looks like spinny wind. It does. That photo was taken by Aaron Eastman. Yeah, I mean, if that might be, I mean, that's like the only damage we've seen from these storms that look like a tornado. So I think that one might get confirmed. Thank you, Mark, for the 2. I do appreciate that. Wait, what? Why did I say that? Huh? That was weird. Like I saw the membership and then like Mark's name, and my brain just made a connection there that did not exist. That was weird. But thank you, Cranky Vet Wales, for becoming a WIM team member. Who confirmed tornadoes? Yeah, I mean that other one could be one. We haven't had any official reports yet. So as of right now, we're still leaning towards one near Jewett, Texas. And that other one was a officer report, and we haven't heard of any damage out of there yet. No, not sure. I mean, we definitely could have had up to two for
A
sure.
new tornado warning has been issued.
This one's in Pennsylvania. Got a tornado warning out over here in Pennsylvania. That is going to be there for East Stroudsburg. So if you live in East Stroudsburg, you need to be in your safe spots. Tornado warning for your guys' area. Little area of circulation there. Could be side low, but at the same time, we're unfortunately out in the middle of nowhere. So can't rule out a brief tornado with this storm. They're near East Stroudsburg. So if you live in East Stroudsburg, Bartonsville, and Lomink, you guys need to be in your safe spots there. I hate trying to spell Pennsylvania. I'm just checking to make sure I'm spelling it right in my title. Pennsylvania. Yep, I got it. All right. Yeah, latest scan here. Still a little area of circulation here north of Rossetto. And that's still traveling up towards Highway 80 near East Stroudsburg. Let me just make sure we don't have like a camera there. It's not showing up. That's because this is on top of it. There we go. Let's see what we got. Where is East Stroudsburg? Then it's kind of close to the border of New Jersey. Right in the middle of the taser portion. Should be near here. I think that's I think it's right here. Yeah, here's East Stroudsburg. Should come really close to this camera right here. Just make sure we don't have any, I don't know, like got a sky view of anything. It kind of has a sky view. So let's look at this one for a little bit. As he's getting hangry? Nah, he just ate. Hey, Lisa. We are covering a tornado warning here in East Stroudsburg. Got a camera right there. A couple cameras in the path of this thing, just waiting for it to come through. Area of rotation is here. If you live in East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, please continue to be in your safe spots. This is not a confirmed tornado at this moment, but I definitely wouldn't rule out a brief tornado for sure. Check in with this camera. This one should be getting hit by some of that heavier precipitation. And this camera is right in the path of this tornado warning circulation, so should be able to get an understanding of what's happening here. I honestly don't think anybody in Texas is under a strong tornado threat at the moment. Maybe northeastern Texas near Shreveport could get a little bit interesting up there if the storms can, get their act together. Seems like what we called out this morning has come true. That pretty weak tornado potential today. We did definitely get some damage out of one of these storms that looks very tornadic. So that could be our first and maybe only confirmed tornado today. We'll see. It's been more of a flood threat today than really anything. Damaging wind threat. For that person that asked me earlier today, they said some dude named GM something on YouTube said that there's going to be a tornado outbreak. They were like, "Do you agree with that?" I was like, "I strongly disagree." I like salt or sugar more. I like salt. Salt, I like salt because it's not it won't make you fat and it tastes good, right? Sugar will definitely make you fat. You just got to stay hydrated with salt. That's the only thing. All right, that rotation should be pretty darn close to this camera now. It's about to cross pretty much right over it. That rotation is right here, south of East Stratford. Our camera's right in this area here, so should get a pretty good understanding of what this storm is doing near the surface very shortly. And we got a little bit of a sky view, so yeah, there's a lot of trees in eastern Texas going into Louisiana. It's not the best chase terrain for sure. I think that's why a lot of the storm chasers are giving up on that storm. Really, anything past where the storms are right now is just a lot of trees. You ever get my Twitter? I don't think so. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on this camera, see if anything happens. Kind of seem like our latest scans out of this storm are not as tornadic, but seems like we're missing some data here. So I'd still be in your safe spots there in East Stroudsburg. Also, our latest severe thunderstorm warning extends this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east for 70 miles per hour into Garrison, Pena, Tanaha, and Center. And we still got this area here with some pretty decent winds. Well, something happening over there near Marshall. A little bit broad and only a little surge of some wind. Might have to watch this area for a spin-up threat. I still think the QLCS tornado threat could develop up here to the north, just given how strong our wind shear is. Thank you, King Cobra, for the $2. Thank you so much. I mean, the $20. Thank you. Jeez Louise. First time you ever tweeted? Let me see if I can see it. Yeah, it's not popping up on my feed. Also, a little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Arcadia for 1-inch hail. Watch out over there near Arcadia, Louisiana. Back over further south, still have these storms approaching the Huntsville, Texas area and College Station. Looks like you're still getting some severe weather there. Wouldn't rule that out. Eventually moving into Huntsville. We do have a camera in the Huntsville area. Let me check our latest view on that. Looks like that storm is approaching. Not quite close enough to see that shelf cloud just yet. Huge shout out to, let me get the name up so you guys can see it. Badges for the Cross. I'm subscribed to be here in Huntsville, Texas, for this little view out of Huntsville, Texas. Yeah, always let me know whenever you go live. If we're ever live, I'll always be down to share what you got to show. And look at this shelf cloud from Storm Runner Media. Look at that. New storms developing east of San Antonio. Yeah. I think these guys are behind the cold front, though, aren't they? Pretty sure the cold front extends like that. Let me just double check on our environment down there. Lots of instability. They seem to be, yeah, they seem to be like in a decent area. Not a whole lot of wind shear down there, but lots of instability out in front of these storms. About like 4,000 joules per kilogram. So definitely some severe potential with those storms. Not really sure about that tornado threat though. But probably be pretty low for that storm, to be honest. Strongest wind shear is well away from it, but maybe a brief spin up could be possible. Let's go back and check in on that tornado warning up here. Yeah, it looks like the storm is getting spaghettified. It looks like a little decent area of some stronger winds, though, about to come into our camera here. So let's go check that out. See what it's looking like underneath this. If those winds are actually at the surface or not. Again, we're in a radar hole with this storm, so. Seems kind of calm, not gonna lie. I don't know if those winds are actually near the surface. That should be pushing into our camera like as we speak. Still want East Stroudsburg to be in their safe spots. Unfortunately, we don't have a good idea. We don't have a great idea of what this storm is doing right now, to be honest. Just really deep in a radar hole here. So continue to be in your safe spots there in East Stroudsburg. I mean, the best as I could tell, there's not much rotation. Our latest scan, but who knows? There could be a little spin up possible there. So let's still be in your safe spots there, and also in Analomink. How's Mama Fry doing? I think she's doing pretty good. I haven't really talked to her in a little bit. I would assume they're doing all right. The heck? They having car trouble?
All right.
Look at all those hail dents.
Thank you, Luis. I just saw that you sent a super chat. Thank you so much.
Maybe they're just putting some oil in there. Yeah, they're putting like antifreeze or something in there. Maybe some more coolant. And then Storm Runner Media definitely has, well, There's a shelf cloud in there, but you can't really see it. It's a little bit too milky. Let's come back over here and check in near Huntsville, Texas. Yeah, still not quite in view yet, but it's getting close. Back over here near Scottsville, seems like the orientation of this is looking a little bit suspicious. Not tight circulation yet, but I would not rule out a tornado warning for that area. They might put one out early here near the Scottsville area, near Wisconsin. New severe thunderstorm warning over here near Virgil in New York, just to the east of Ithaca. As moving up to the north and east, or north and west. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on that. Since we're over here, let's come check back in with this tornado warning. Yeah, definitely some side lobe contamination or something happening there. Still kind of hard to tell what this storm is doing, but I would still just be sheltered in place until we get better information. Again, just not super helpful as of right now, that radar. Also, a little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Roswell, New Mexico. That's got a 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on it. Back over here, just into the north and west of New Orleans, this storm still is ongoing here. With a 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, be heading into Denham Springs, Walker, and Livingston shortly. Back over here near College Station, looks like you guys are still getting some heavy precipitation there with these storms as they push off to the kind of slowly to the east, but the storms within the line are kind of moving northeast. And yeah, looks like it's still some pretty heavy rain and some severe winds, potentially 1 inch hail in there. Back over near Crockett, Texas, looks like your threat's almost done. I'll say your tornado threat's at 0, but still some damaging winds of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail is possible. And looks like Storm Hunter Media is getting a view, of the shelf. And yeah, I mean, that looks super elevated still. You don't really see a whole lot of frillies on the bottom. That's what it looks like there near Lufkin, Texas. He's got an extension out over here with our severe thunderstorm warning over here for Tadmore, Harristown, Center Hill, Colthrop, Hagerville, and Plain. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that is the latest out here in Texas. I do want to check back over here in this area. It looks like this rotation is still there. A little bit broad, though. A little bit broad. Still wouldn't rule out a warning for that, though. They might pull the trigger on it early, just to be safe. Back over here near East Stroudsburg. Looks like they are still continuing this warning, so. And Anna Lomink still continue to be sheltered in place there. Another severe thunderstorm warning here near El Dorado, Arkansas. To be for 1 inch hail heading into Callion. IDs? What is that? Another new severe thunderstorm. Update over here near Roswell. Yeah, same information. Anything's changed over there. And I'm getting hungry. Also, there's a little area out over the ocean that's about to make its way in. Here south of Texas, about to move into the Texas-Louisiana border. About 45-mile-per-hour winds, wind shear there. I have to keep a close eye on these storms near Beaumont. What are we looking at? Our lapse rates, though, never improved. So it's going to be hard for those storms to mature. They might just get sheared apart. Might just get sheared apart. New update on this severe thunderstorm warning just got issued out over here for Greenwood, Blanchard, Shreveport, Benton, and Houghton. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hail's not going to really be an issue with this guy. And still watching for that QLCS tornado threat, but rotations are struggling to consolidate. So still mainly dealing with the damaging wind threat here, but still keeping a close eye on it. You don't have to be in your safe spots in Shreveport, but I would definitely be ready to go just in case we get a little spin up there. A low probability, but I wouldn't rule it out. Oh, man, I haven't eaten sunflower seeds in a while. I usually eat the entire thing. Harris County? Where's Harris County? Harris County. That's back over here. Yeah. It's possible, I guess, but it's not going to come from these storms, I don't think. These should stay behind the boundary. There's a lot of instability down here, just not a whole lot of wind shear. So I would put the probability of a tornado down here pretty low, to be honest. Not the best environment. Like over here near Beaumont. If these storms can mature, I don't see a reason why they wouldn't be able to even produce a strong tornado, but that's the thing. They are in those really low lapse rates, but these are the highest lapse rates we have seen all day down there near Beaumont where actual storms are. Other than these guys over here near the New Orleans area that have been also sitting in some better lapse rates.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued up here a little bit further north near Blooming Grove, Pennsylvania. Area of rotation right there. Seems legitimate to me. So if you live in Holly, Blooming Grove, here in Pennsylvania, you need to be in your safe spots. Let me see if we got a camera north of there. I do want to check back in with this. Huntsville, Texas
A
storm.
new tornado warning has been issued.
Have any north of here? We do not. New tornado warning has also been extended out of East Stroudsburg area, broad circulation there. Still wouldn't rule out a weak tornado for Wooddale, Easton, Anglers, and Skytop there. So all of you guys need to be in your safe spots here in Pennsylvania. Tornado warning here. Yeah. And it seems like our most tornadic environment right now is in Pennsylvania at the moment. Which honestly, I'm not too surprised. Doesn't take much to get more tornadic than what's happening there in Texas right now. East of Marshall, Texas. Let's see. I mean, we have broad circulation, but nothing's tightening up over here. You can see we do have some pretty strong winds along this leading edge. We got a bulge down here we've got to watch out for. That could eventually try to spin up something. This little area up here, though, that we were a little bit concerned about, has completely broadened out there. So we're still watching. I still think there is possibilities there for like the Shreveport area, Greenwood and Blanchard. This is definitely where some of our strongest wind shear is at the moment, but it's struggling. And those lapse rates are pretty low. We'll see. We'll see what's possible. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado, though. Maybe even a strong tornado threat if one of those storms can mature. So we just got a 70-mile-per-hour extension here On our storm near Lufkin, Texas, that's near Wells, and just west of Lufkin. Nacogdoches as well. Need to watch out for those 70-mile-per-hour winds. Here and there in Western. Yeah, it's just the environment up here. I haven't even checked out the environment. Let's go check it out. So, yeah, the environment, decent lapse rates, for one. Wind shear. We got the storm relative velocity, and not very strong wind shear. Yeah, honestly, wind shear is kind of weak, but right where these storms are, there's a little area of 25 knots of shear. So that's what these storms are riding off of. We check the vorticity. Also, some vorticity in 3 Cape as well. 203 Cape, that's a lot, actually. So these storms are pretty easy to stretch near the surface. And a lot of stretching happening here. Latest scan with our northern tornado warning. Still a decent little area of rotation there. Definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado. So I still want Holly to be in their safe spots there in Pennsylvania. And then further down to the south, area of rotation still is relatively broad here. But again, that one's still technically in a radar hole. So there might be a little bit more action happening near the surface than what we can actually see through the radar. So still want Easton Anglers and SkyTup to continue to be in their safe spots. No problem, Livy. Thanks for putting up with us. Gotta watch James Spann's afternoon briefing. All right, let me know what he says. Oh, by the way, guys, I forgot to tell you, we are going to be on Weather Brains. We are going to be on Weather Brains with James Spann and the crew. I think it's June 28th. June 28th. That'll be fun. I'll get to meet my childhood hero. It's a little area of circulation here near Tanglewood Estates. Wouldn't rule out one of those really weak, like little thin, wispy NATOs there. Could be already on the ground, but we just can't see it. It's technically possible. That's a little interesting thing happening over here south and east of College Station. Look at that. A little area of circulation is developing there with this storm. Right there. We might have a tornado warning coming in pretty shortly here near Mulliken. That continues to tighten up. I'll check back over here near the Shreveport area. Yeah, still indicating some pretty strong winds down over here, just to the north and west of Stonewall in Louisiana. Northern areas, not really seeing much strong circulation anywhere, but this one down here might eventually try to spin up something small. Potentially small, brief, and potent there south of Greenwood. Still keeping an eye on that. But definitely some stronger winds down there. You can see, we're talking about 60, almost 80-mile-per-hour winds back down in here with this little area south of 79, heading towards 169 there near Stonewall, south of Shreveport. Met James when you were in alternative school. You were a bad kid. Uh-oh. How late will I be streaming today? I don't know. As long as we're needed, to be honest. Here's Storm Runner Media. They're still near Lufkin, Texas. Look at that little storm there on Storm Runner Media feed. Little view of something. Everyone is ending stream. Yeah, I'm sure most of the storm chasers are ending their streams. It was, unfortunately for them, the event went exactly as forecasted, at least from here. The latest scan out here, still a little bit of circulation. It does look a little bit weaker there to the west of Papak. Still heading up towards Holly. In this area back over here, still some broad circulation there near Saw Creek. Still keeping an eye on it. That's heading up close to Sky Top. I wouldn't rule out them issuing another tornado warning for like Delaware State Forest, just to kind of make that a nice little polygon there. Quarter-sized hail over here near Arcadia and Simsboro, still near Jonesboro in Louisiana. Oh boy, this is looking dangerous down here, folks. This is looking dangerous. We're about to get a tornado warning here, I think.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where's that? Another new tornado warning in Pennsylvania. Yeah, so they did exactly what I just said. They just closed that off there near Delaware State Forest. And also our latest scan looks like our rotation might be getting a little bit stronger there just to the west of Saw Creek, while our one up to the north is getting weaker. This one up here near Holly is not looking as serious, but this one down here is definitely looking a little bit more serious as it's tightening up. So watch out there near Delaware State Forest. Back over here south of College Station, looks like that little area of rotation is dwindled there pretty quickly. So that might not have been a legitimate signal. But this here, I mean, it could be a tornado. Either that or we got some like buildings out here that are making this look funky.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, there we go. So we do have a tornado warning now for this storm. That's going to be for Shreveport and Houghton. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. Again, we got a pretty decently strong area of circulation right here south of Greenwood. Potentially a debris signature ongoing there. That could be on the ground. Yeah, this is an observed tornado on the ground. So we have a tornado on the ground here in the Louisiana area near Shreveport. I do have cameras out there, so I'm going to get those up next. Yeah, if you live in Shreveport, Louisiana, you need to be in your safe spots. We have a tornado in progress here north of Spring Ridge. Latest scan puts our tornado over 169. So please get into your safe spots. Let me get that camera up. We can be ready to go as it gets closer there. Good camera for now. Most furthest south camera. It's like weird. It's like near the ground. That's weird for a traffic camera. Might be strong. Yeah. Could be a strong tornado. Looking kind of weird on the radar, though, right now. You can see that wind really picked up there briefly. You can even see a potential pink area here where that debris ball is here north of Spring Ridge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It looks like we're getting a lot of tornado warnings still over here in Pennsylvania. This one's in New Jersey. Here near Blairstown, Knowlton, Hardwick Township, Flatbrookville need to be in their safe spots. An area of rotation is to the south of you. About to head into Blairstown. A little update on our northern warning, still looking relatively weak, and our southern warning is looking actually pretty decently strong there. That might be on the ground. Here near Rasica Falls. Kind of hard to tell. It's a radar hole and we're getting a weird signal, but I wouldn't rule that out being on the ground at this moment near Cool Ball Road near Delaware State Forest. That's the latest over there. A video in Pennsylvania of a possible tornado on the ground. Yeah. Potentially one of those classic little scraggly Pennsylvania tornadoes near Bushkill Township, Pennsylvania. Putting that in chat. Come back over to our live view here in Louisiana. See if I can actually get a view of this storm. Wow. Look at this. It's over just near Greenwood, Louisiana, just to the east or west of Shreveport. Pretty dark out there. A little bit dark. Not quite in the main core of those winds. This right here, this camera is probably going to be potentially our best view of this storm. That's the tornado coming through. Again, we're trying to keep our eye on this storm near the Greenwood area. We just had a tornado touchdown here. Still waiting for our latest scan to come in. Unfortunately, we're about to lose view of this thing. If you live in Rasica Falls, I'd be in your safe spots for sure. It's definitely an interesting signature there with what appears to be either, it might not be anything, but that could be something. That's all I'm saying. It's hard to tell. You're in a radar hole for sure. Also wouldn't rule out a tornado warning up here near Preston Park and Lake Como. Little area of rotation up there. Back over here near Blairstown, still definitely an area of some decent rotation. About to move, is moving through Hope and about to come through Blairstown, Knowlton, and Hardwick Township here in New Jersey. Still needs to be in their safe spots as well. Latest update here. This is still an observed warning. Latest radar scan has this rotation near Pine Forest South. Still appears to be some debris co-located with our rotation. So this is very likely still on the ground here. That's about to come right into the Shreveport area. So again, if you live in and around the Shreveport Regional Airport, Forest Oak, Chattal Village, Hickory Place, still be in your safe spots. You're going to be next in line for this tornado that is currently still in progress. Come back over to our camera view, see if we can see anything out there yet. Kind of rainy here. Let me bring this back out to the east, see what our wind's like inside of this. A lot of rain. Not a whole lot of wind. Camera just went down, I think. Gonna do a refresh, see if that helps. Yeah, it looks like that camera went down, so the winds are strong enough potentially to knock out power. Yeah, a lot of our cameras are going down. Wow. Are all of them down? Uh-oh. Yeah, we've just lost a lot of power out here. Almost all the cameras in Shreveport are down. Yeah. Wow. These winds are pretty strong in this storm. Strong enough to knock out a lot of power. So watch out there near central Shreveport. Unfortunately, we lost our eyes on this storm, but I would still be in your safe spots out over there. Let me just check to make sure we don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any. I don't have any cameras there. Let me check has cams. And no cameras in Shreveport available to us right now, unfortunately. Let's come back up here, checking in Pennsylvania. Yeah, still decent little area of circulation heading into Delaware State Forest. This northern circulation has died off. That other circulation I was keeping an eye on got a lot weaker. And this one over here near Briars Township still seems to be pretty decent there. Not rule out a brief tornado there near Blair's Township and Hardwick Township. That's still wrapping up pretty good there in New Jersey. I want to check back over here into Huntsville, Texas, see if we got a view of these storms yet. Oh, yeah, look at that. Shelf cloud is showing up in Huntsville, Texas. Come back in just a little bit to check in on that. It's like every single one of our tornado warnings out over here in Pennsylvania. Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry. Just kidding. I had it. Never mind. I didn't say anything, so yeah, looks like we just got a new update on our tornado warning in Louisiana. Still is observed. Fortunately, we're losing sight of it, though, as it goes over our radar site. But if you live in Shreveport and Houghton here in Louisiana, it would still be in your safe spots as this approaches. Again, we've had a tornado on the ground here for a little bit, and it's about to move into the Shreveport, Louisiana area. Thank you, King, for the 10. Thank you so much. How's the environment in DeRider? It is pretty weak. Can't rule out some of these storms trying to mature, but wind shear is a lot weaker down here, so we're not going to see any kind of weirdness happen down there, most likely, but we'll be keeping an eye on it. Here, latest scan from our radar. We do not have a view of the storm right now, but Shreveport still needs to be in their safe spots there as we wait for this to come out of our radar. Back over here in New Jersey. So we still have a radar indicated tornado warning here, still heading up into Blairstown. Still no debris signature on this, but I still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this storm. Further off to the north and east, still a decent area of circulation here near Delaware State Forest. Still continue to be seeking cover from that. And then back over near Cherry Ridge, still not seeing any new circulation there. Further up to the north, Yeah, I'm not seeing anything much interesting up there. Yeah, it's very hard to tell if it's still on the ground or not, but I would just treat it like it is until we get more information. Should be, let me see if any of our cameras a little bit further to the east are showing anything. Oh, wow, look at that shelf cloud in Huntsville, Texas. Great view there. All right, let's come back here. Yeah, the only hope we have is if any of these cameras are working. Oh, that one's working. Bossier City. It's around where the circulation might be coming close to. Watch this for just a moment. It's still on the ground. It very well could be, but it's hard to tell. I would just treat it like it is. Still waiting on that latest radar scan. Should give us a little bit more clarity once it comes in on what this storm is doing. Should come in in a couple of minutes here. That rotation should be coming pretty close to this intersection here, which is where our camera is. If I had to guess, just based on its previous path. Oh, might have just lost this camera. Dang. Dang. This camera's still generally in the same area. This one's still up. What's better, Weather Rise or Radar Omega? Honestly, I can't answer that at this moment. It technically is weather-wise, though. In my opinion, just due to the radar coverage. Updates. Was it strong coupling? Yeah, it was at the beginning for sure. If you can't rule out that being a strong tornado. Waiting on that latest scan. It still hasn't come in yet. Okay, latest correlation coefficient has come in. Seeing anything over there? Is the tornado still on the ground? Not sure. We're trying to confirm with our camera. That rotation should be coming really close to this camera, so hoping that we can get some sort of info here shortly if this camera doesn't go down. It looks like we haven't really gotten our latest radar data in here. Let me do a refresh. Yeah. Correlation coefficient is in, and I'm not seeing anything that looks like a debris signature, but really need those new scans to come in. I'm going to come back over here while we wait. Come back up towards New Jersey and Pennsylvania. It looks like they allowed that northern tornado warning to expire. This one over here near Blairstown, though, is still looking pretty interesting. And then back over here near Delaware State Forest, still have an area of dangerous rotation there, in my opinion. Okay, we did just get the latest scans in. Mutation might be down over here. Could be still on the ground. Still kind of a messy look. But I mean, as far as I can tell, it doesn't seem to be on the ground. But it might still be. We might not be getting the full picture. I still want to wait one more scan. It could be this little area here. And if it is, that may very well be on the ground. I still want folks to be continuing to shelter in place. Let's come back over here, check in on the Huntsville, Texas storm, and looks like we're officially in the whale's mouth in Huntsville, Texas. As a portion of the storm comes over. Looks like it's not even severe warned, though, which is great news. But some lightning and some heavy wind could be an issue there. Looks like this little area over here is relatively rural. Oh, dang it. Yeah, there's actually a decent amount of buildings where that tornado went. I'm hoping it missed. Hoping it missed all the folks out there. No telling just how long track that was or not. If I had to guess just based off of where it is in the storm and the velocities, I would say it was probably on the ground for about maybe 3 to 4 or 5 miles. Hard to tell, though. All right, latest scan out of this storm here near Blairstown and Marksboro. Still a decent area of circulation. Approaching township there. Hardwick Township here in New Jersey. And then this one still has an area of broad circulation near Delaware State Forest. Still wouldn't let your guard down out there. This is still observed. And that stretch always feels good. Also,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. Looks like this one's in Pennsylvania, so they are extending this tornado warning off to the north and east towards state game lands number 180 and just to the west of Gold Key Lake. Guys need to be in your safe spots there. And then, yeah, that's the latest update over here in Pennsylvania. Area of circulation still appears to be just north of Delaware State Forest now. A bit broader than it was, but I wouldn't rule out that trying to tighten up again. All right, so they have downgraded this to radar indicated. So this is no longer a tornado on the ground. Thankfully. Yeah, our latest scans still haven't come in though yet, so I personally would like to wait another. We do have the latest correlation coefficient though, and it very obviously does not show a debris signature, so that's probably why they dropped it. All right, Carrie, thank you for tuning in. Let us know if you return. Always enjoy your company. Definitely need a stretch, yeah. No kidding. Definitely need some dang wings. That's what I need the most out of everything. Estimated arrival time, 4:45. Yikes. They keep pushing it back. I'm not sure if I'm ever going to get them. Oh, yeah. Latest scans, that is most definitely not on the ground anymore. Let's come back here and kind of assess. It was definitely on the ground there. Might have still been on the ground there near Pine Forest. Past that, it's hard to tell whether or not that actually made it into Shreveport or not. It might have lifted before Shreveport, if I had to guess. Hey, thank you, Lisa, for the $10. Thank you so much. You missed the super chat goal. It's okay. We already hit it in order food. We will be eating. I just don't know when. I need to hurry up and get that food here because I'm getting hangry. I'm getting hangry. I haven't eaten since this morning, since the beginning of the stream. It's a bunch of poop. All right, latest scan up here in Pennsylvania. Still a decent area of circulation heading into Hardwick Township. I mean, that's still pretty strong. Definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado with that going in there. And then back over here, this rotation is still somewhat organized, still a little bit on the broad side, but briefer tornado could not be ruled out with this still as that travels to 84. So generally the same thoughts there on those storms for right now. Bit of a severe thunderstorm warning all the way up here near Utica. Wow. Dang, that almost tried to produce here in New York. A little area of some brief rotation as that went near Boonville and White Lake. It makes me want to check in on some of these other storms. Couple areas of weak rotation near Hancock there in New York. Nothing like sticking out to me as like overly tornadic, but wouldn't rule out some tornado shenanigans, maybe. Would landspout be visible on radar? Really?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for Sibley and Minden. No tight couplets on these storms yet, but we do have an increased area of wind. It seems like they're trying to get way out ahead of this one. Kind of has a similar look to what that one up near Shreveport looked like earlier. So if you live over here near Sibley, Doyline, and Minden here in Louisiana, I would be in your safe spots. Cotton Valley. You're in Cotton Valley. We are under tornado warning. Please get to shelter, please. Let me see where Cotton Valley is. You are not under a tornado warning, by the way. You're north of it, not quite in it. But I wouldn't rule out an extension towards you if we start to see any new rotation. You're about to go chase it? Okay. Please be safe. These storms are moving quick. If you're not really experienced, I would recommend you just sit this one out because you're not going to be able to see these. There's going to be rain wrapped and you're going to get hit by rain, and then you might not know, but there could be an embedded circulation in that rain, and then all of a sudden you're in a tornado. So if you do chase it, please be very, very careful. Over here near Hardwick Township, still a decent area of circulation about to pull into town there, and then Flat Brookville is still continuing to be out over there, and then back over here, our rotation into Pennsylvania is now near Pelk's Pond. Still moving off to the north and east. Let me check from this radar. Yeah. Still a little area of rotation about to hop over 84 there. And that's the latest up here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Continue to be sheltered. Erie, Pennsylvania, I think you guys are going to be pretty good up there. I don't think you guys can rule out per se thunderstorms, but I don't think your tornado threat's going to be elevated up there. Yeah, like there's a thunderstorm over you right now. Maybe could be some lightning. Might get one singular lightning bolt there. The latest scan is in. Still mainly just strong winds. Down here, no circulation has developed yet. But I'm still keeping a close eye on that portion of the storm. About Monroe. Monroe will be down the line. I don't think I think the tornado threat could be possible up there, but yeah, I think it could be possible. So I would still be weather aware. Yeah, it wouldn't be very visible via radar. Sometimes you can see the rotations on radar, but you won't necessarily see like a correlation coefficient. Anything coming to Shreveport after the line passes? No, that'll be it. If you dodged a bullet there, you dodged it all. Shreveport's tornado risk is now at 0. Thank you, Vix. I appreciate that. I see the new weather app, Weatherfront. I did. It is looking pretty darn cool. As soon as I get a desktop version, I'm officially canceling my subscription to Radar Omega and Pivotal Weather and getting that. And that excites me. It's really cool. Heck, if they even add like customization to it, I might even ditch otherwise. It is just that cool. It's a full-fledged app. It's got everything. You can even like look at weather or look at radar, and then you can go to HRRR and just pull up soundings as well. It's pretty darn cool. I already have it on my mobile device, but I'm waiting for it to come out on desktop. We'll definitely be putting it on the stream. I just got a new update up here. Looks like they are continuing this tornado warning here. They haven't canceled it just yet. No new areas of circulation have developed near Houghton, but we're still keeping an eye on it. Houghton, Louisiana should still be in their safe spot. Oh, like chat just crashed. Let me fix that. We'll check in on Pennsylvania. Together, it's like $20 a month. Tornado Explorer. I think it's like $23 a month. It's a lot. It took off globe mode again. I don't know why weather-wise keeps doing that. Yeah, latest scan on our northern tornado warning. Looks like that rotation might be weakening. Let me check. Let me check over here. This radar on that northern one. Yeah, it is weakening. There, south and east of Blooming Grove. There definitely seems to be some hail in there, though. Maybe some 1-inch hail just to the west of Blooming Grove there in Pennsylvania. And then back over here, looks like, well, I'll check with this radar. I was like, we still have a decent area of circulation over here near Hardwick Township, heading into Delaware, Water Gap, Haney's Mill, and Flatbrook. Still need to be in their safe spots. Back over here, we just got our latest scan. It does kind of seem like this area might be trying to wrap up a little bit. Its orientation is still a little off. But if we start to see those yellows come more on the southern side of this little gray area, maybe a little bit more greens wrap around, that could be pretty close to a tornado. But for right now, it's still staying majority a damaging wind threat right now, but definitely still keeping an eye on that tornado potential there south of Doy Line heading up into Sibley. Is Weatherfront worth downloading? I don't know. Depends. Like for the average person, no, it's going to be super complicated. I'd stick with weather-wise if you're not very experienced, but you're like a weather nerd. Yeah, absolutely. It's only $10 a month. That mesoscale discussion. Let me check that out. Oh wow. There was a tornado on the ground near Ackerman, Pennsylvania. Look at this.
That's right over the barn. Did you leave anything out?
There goes my snowmobile trailer.
Right? Oh my gosh, I've never seen that.
Here comes like here, it's gonna be like Twister. Baby girl's gonna be the
Well,
cat.
the storm's moving away from us.
The cat. Baby girl's gonna be the freaking cat.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, that's so scary.
That actually has some decent motion in it.
That's pretty nuts.
And what's scary is that I don't have any warning on my phone. Do you see this?
And well, I should have stayed over there, actually. Yeah, greatest wind threat looks like they're saying that is going to be up in Louisiana, and strongest evolving tornado potential is back over here near the Beaumont area, which I technically do agree with that. If those storms can mature back down here, that could eventually turn into a strong tornado threat, but they are struggling to mature at the moment. But it's certainly worth keeping an eye on these storms if they can. That is what the mesoscale discussions say, but it's also what we've been saying for like all day. Thanks, Shadow. I appreciate that. You live in Pennsylvania. You're not Cook. We got you. We've been keeping an eye on it. Looks like we need to just get a new update on this tornado warning. They're still keeping it going. Rotation, though, is a lot weaker. They might. I'm willing to bet they're about to let that one go away there. But this one over here, north of Hardwick Township, it would not surprise me if they extended this off to the north, near Delaware, and into Birchwood Lakes here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Man, I'm so hungry. That's like half of all I can think about other than just weather coverage. Isn't like MDs. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that we've already been talking about it. I mean, we've been saying that all day. So, you know, I mean, basically just repeating myself. I have circled this area down here for probably like 10 times now since the beginning of the stream. And we've been still, again, I don't think it's a slam dunk, but I do think, if we do get any strong tornadoes today, like an actual threat develop, it could be down in there. I mean, but the lapse rates are still relatively low. So the threat might struggle, but, it's still definitely something to keep an eye on. Do I have a graphic when a tornado emergency comes out? Not yet. I'll probably get that. The PDS tornado warning, tornado on the ground, tornado emergency. I'll figure it out. Was the food good? No, I haven't eaten it yet. It hasn't gotten here. I'm starving. There's no food yet. Estimated arrival time 4:55. The guy's just getting there to pick up the food. Oh my goodness. My stomach is eating itself. Latest scan out here, still some pretty strong winds. There's Sibley and south of Heflin. Still not seeing any of those winds really like wrap up into anything yet, but I'm still keeping an eye on these guys for sure. I do think it's still possible. The ways the storm's moving out over here, it's north and east. You can see that. If I zoom out, you can see it a little bit better. And a lot of rain and flooding potential, really all the way from Monroe back into where these storms are at the moment. Also backing along this boundary as well. Latest scan over here near Delaware. Here in New Jersey, still watching these storms. Decent little area of rotation still exists there. And then we'll use our northern radar for this guy. Yeah. Well, it looks like that one's going to be, that one's just got nothing to it. Well, I'll keep my eye on it, though. Might try to try again, but once that instability starts to get sapped out there, it's not going to really be as big of a deal. Did any tornado emergency happen? Not today, no. I think about fry wings. That's something I would do. It's something I would do, something I would sell. I just do not have the capital to even think about that. Capital or the time. Just wondering where our chasers are right now. Yeah, it looks like they're all in Texas. That's like an extremely difficult thing to try to figure out how to mass produce food. It's not easy. On stream, that's the only thing I eat. But yeah, latest scan out here, still mainly just strong winds. Not getting a couplet really develop out of these storms yet near Sibley, but still want Sibley to be in their safe spots. And also, even if no NATO happens near Sibley, Louisiana, some strong winds are definitely pushing through your area. Oh, really? Let me check that out. Power outage map. So we got 44,000 people without power in the Texas region. And then in Louisiana, we got 11,000 people without power. They're going to allow this northern tornado warning to expire. And as long as we don't get any little couplets form here, they might let this one expire as well. This one I also think is on its way out there in Pennsylvania. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised they haven't extended this one yet. Near Delaware. Still has a decent area of rotation. There in Shreveport, your light keeps flickering. Well, the tornado threat for Shreveport is over. But there could be some stronger winds still on the backside here. Oh. Right. Well, okay, and it's now 75% of my thoughts is now food. New severe thunderstorm warning over here near Wilder, Texas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
looks like they did finally extend this tornado warning here for Layton, Haynesville, Montague Township. The storm still has some tornado potential, so if you live in Layton, Haynesville, and Montague Township here in New Jersey, I'd be in your safe spot. And I wouldn't rule out another tornado warning completing this here in Pennsylvania either. Now it'd include near Birchwood Lakes in Long 84. Don't expect this one to get extended, though. Yes, my wings still aren't here. I'm dying of hunger, slowly fading away. It's torture. It's just like the first time they said it could be here at the beginning when I ordered it was $350, and they have pushed it all the way back an hour so far, and now we're still waiting. Yeah, latest scan down here in Louisiana just came in, and we're still not seeing a tight couplet form on this. Still some strong winds down over here near Heflin that I'm keeping an eye on. I mean, a lot of it was just the DoorDasher like drove all the way from, I think, New Hope all the way to Albertville. So, I mean, that's a long drive. That was part of it. And then it also took Buffalo Wild Wings a little while to finish making the wings in the first place. What are these storms down here doing? Are they trying to do anything yet? Not really. Check back over here near Beaumont. These storms are still struggling to mature, but we still got to keep an eye on these guys. Eventually, one of these storms down here could try to do something. Hasn't been that long. What's it like in Tyler? I don't know. I think you know better than me. I would assume you're not even getting rain anymore. Do I stream on Twitch? No, I don't. We stream on specifically YouTube. YouTube only. Only YouTube. Was PA storm trackers in one of those tornado warnings? Weather coverage? Heck no, they wouldn't. Not unless you had like some just straight up brain rot. I'm sorry, but it's a very small percentage of people that are 18 and under actually tune into weather coverage. Very, very small percentage. There are definitely some out there, but it's majority people that tune in for weather coverage is like 35 years old and up, at least according to my statistics. Oh, wow. All of our tornado warnings here in Louisiana have been allowed to expire. We have one tornado warning left up here in the New Jersey area, heading up towards Layton, Haynesville, Montague Township. They also allowed this one back over in here to expire. Yeah, okay, guys. That's great. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't say nobody 18 and under watches weather. I said just very few. You want to be part of a storm chasers crew? Yeah. Storm chasing is awesome. Honestly, enjoy it 10 times better more than doing what I do here, but I feel like, you know, I um I feel like this has more impact in helping people out. Storm chasing has a little bit, but you're only covering one storm. This way I can cover all storms. So storm chasing is not storm chasing can be expensive. It is storm chasing is expensive. It's very expensive. I'm surprised Pagey's still streaming. Where is she? She's near Livingston, Texas. No tornado warnings in Pennsylvania anymore. Those have been allowed to expire. There is still one in New Jersey. Check back in with that camera. Near Huntsville, Texas. I still haven't gotten any rain near there yet. Storm still hasn't hit Huntsville. That is surprising. Apparently this is live, right? No, it's not. Okay. There it is. Okay. Now we're live. Thanks, Joshua. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's a raining. Riveting view here from Huntsville, Texas. Say it was worth it? Kind of. There is an aspect where this channel does need to make money, and if I'm only getting one person in the safe spots, that's a very bad stream. I still do need to make a living. Unfortunately, if that was the case, I wouldn't be able to stream for very much longer after that, because I would go homeless. Homeless. But thankfully, that is not the case here. I think we've convinced probably around 100 to 200 people to go into their safe spots today, which is a W. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, it does seem like this storm is losing its rotation. Do I got room for more tramp stamps? Nope, we're only doing one. If we ever do another one, the goal's going to be like $10,000. So wow, the storm near Lake Charles just got severe warned. Still not tapping into that sheer environment yet. It does seem like this one near Kirbyville might be trying to. Over there near DeQuincy. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, another new update over here for this storm near Center, Texas. For 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then back over here, got these storms back down here that are outflow dominant right now, but they do pose a severe weather threat of around 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on both of these guys. That one's near LaGrange, Texas, going to Round Top and Fayetteville, and this one's down here near Flatonia, and towards Paria and Schulenburg there in Texas. And it's just to the west of Houston. Eventually, these storms will make it into the Houston area. And I'm so ready to eat. How much longer do I gotta wait? Oh, they are on their way. So the estimated arrival time should stay at 4:49 p.m. So only 28 minutes to go. I'd be dying of starvation. I can feel my ribs slowly getting more and more visible. Latest scan up here, maybe still a little bit of a couplet there, potentially near Layton. I think what we're seeing on our correlation coefficient, though, is hail. No confirmation yet that this thing's on the ground, but Haynesville and Montague Township would still be in your safe spots. Any tornadoes on stream? Nope. Just one of those days where all the tornadoes are rain wrapped, and the storm chasers are they're out there struggling, man. So, nobody's going to be at the right storm at the right time unless they're out over here near Louisiana. Which, in fact, is Brett Adair live? I feel like someone like Brett Adair would be like in Louisiana right now, and he is not. The only chaser that is really out there that looks to be in position to maybe chase some of these storms if they do become largely tornadic is going to be Pagey. They are getting pretty darn close. They're just east of Livingston, and they're about to pull up on these storms. Anything heading for North Houston eventually, yeah. It's not going to be a while, probably about an hour or two, maybe more. He was in his feelings really bad last night. Why? Just because of the storms? Man, the storm still potentially has some pretty strong winds here. It's at 60-mile-per-hour winds, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's about right. Never mind. It's about right. Every time I see those yellow colors, it always makes me think that there might be some stronger winds than they are. And then I always have to bring up my measuring tool to remind myself that, yellow is still at around 60. Once you just get into that yellow category. PDS Evan, why? How about? Oh, I see. Want your next door neighbor as his man may slab all your refrigerator in need of food. Oh, yeah, that is possible. That is possible. Plead the fifth. Howard. Okay, latest scan here. Our rotation is now gone with that storm. It does not exist anymore. Let me check this radar, though, just to be sure. Maybe this one's still showing something. Nope. Yep. Looks like we're about to get that tornado warning expire out here, and that might bring us down close to 0. Check back over here. Not seeing like any other areas where rotation is intensifying, except for like down over here near Kirbyville. This storm is trying to mature out over there south of Newton, but will it be able to? No storms in its forward flanking downdraft. Be a little bit of a nudger. It might be about to try to push that storm into Tornadoville. Let's say it's in its own little environment out there. Would not rule that out. Trying to produce a tornado, unfortunately, unless a merger goes and screws up that storm's capabilities, which might happen. But it seems to be keeping its distance, like it's COVID out there, from the storms to its south so far. Yeah, I recently watched his full videos on nudger theory, and it's super duper interesting. Like, there's no storms in the forward flank. You got a storm back here in the rear flank. If the storm is just strong enough to balance out the vorticity along the gust front of this leading cell that allows the vorticity to kind of hang out near the mesocyclone, and it increases the probabilities of tornadoes. Now, it doesn't always happen, but it is pretty interesting. It is pretty interesting. Kind of breaks down a little bit more of like what the smaller scale dynamics are within a storm. Like, for instance, if this storm tried to hook up here, it probably wouldn't produce because the storm out in front of it's in its forward flank, which means that it's downdraft kind of is draped and it gets pulled into the mesocyclone, cutting off its ability to tap into any warm and moist air. Because whenever you have a forward flank like this, that usually indicates that your storm relative inflow is coming in from this direction. So if you have a storm, that pops out in front of it, and there's a decent chance that a lot of that cold air that storm is producing will get filtered in to the mesocyclone of the storm. But there's nothing really out there right now. And there's some decent wind shear out here, so who knows? Yeah, if the nudger has to be back here and positioned, according to Cameron, has to be back here and positioned opposite of that storm relative inflow, which would be back over here. So it's in the right area technically. Really, to maybe give this thing a little nudge. But what he said, is that it does produce more false alarms than it does anything else. But it is still a pretty interesting theory nonetheless. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to be able to call a tornado, pretty far in advance using that theory. I got to use the restroom here real quick. Give me a second. Restroom break and refill my water break. I am so hungry. I am so hungry. That's all I can think of. I'm hungry. I want wings. I'm dying of starvation. Latest scan up here in New Jersey. Maybe a reemergence of our rotation. And keep an eye on that. The storm is trying. You might throw a NATO warning on that just preemptively. It's got a brief moment to do the NATO. Do the NATO dance. Check this radar. Yeah, this radar says no. Wow. I didn't even see that radar. Our radars are saying something completely different, so this one must be picking up on a little bit of side lobe. And I think this is probably a little bit of a better look at the storm. It seems like some mergers are coming up from the south, though. You can see this little leg here. It's coming up. This storm's only got about 20, 30 minutes to try to produce there, it seems. Mm-hmm. The good news about these storms is that the fact that these guys are upscaling so fast, right? They're becoming globulated. I'm really hoping that at least it turns this less into a widespread, maybe more of like an isolated strong tornado is possible, but we're not going to see like, 30 supercells. It doesn't seem like. Maybe one or two within there might produce. I think you just chase for the $2. You're also hungry? Yeah. Who else hungry in chat? Huntsville should be popping. Let me check. Let's check in with the Huntsville, Texas area. It's raining. It's pouring. Wind is pretty calm though. Eat a Snickers. I don't got no Snickers. I'm Snickerless. What the heck? Who did Storm Runner Media raid? What's this? Heck? Who's this person? Oh, it's Stormfront Freaks. I love these guys. I love Stormfront Freaks. Big fan. I wanna collaborate with them. How do I get this off? I like the guy. Seems like a good dude. Well, we lost one of our chasers. Chaser down. New mesoscale discussion, increasing severe storm risk over the next few hours. Main concerns are large hail, damaging winds, though the tornado risk could increase with time. That is the latest out over here for the Mississippi area. That includes Macomb, Jackson, Natchez, and Vicksburg, which really sucks. Because I'm pretty sure the Jackson radar is not working. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, that's a yikes and a half. Storm is still trying to organize out over here. Still pretty weak rotation on it, though. And that merger is almost there. This storm's about to start eating a bunch of rain-cooled air, so it's got very little time. Be one of these guys further down to the south. If they can clear out some of these mergers, could maybe try to do something eventually. Time is it? Are we close to the food getting here? Red River is flooding? Oh no, that's not good. Who needs radar? Everybody. Everybody needs radar. What are you talking about? It does seem like this a threat back here though, near like College Station, Huntsville, has officially. I mean, I'm not gonna say 100% until we know what these storms are gonna do, but definitely seems like it busted. And that was a pretty large portion of our tornado risk. This one over here confirmed though, near the Shreveport area. If that one up there was a strong NATO. And we still got maybe still some more tornado shenanigans to go. We'll see. Surprised they still have this up. Okay, yeah, they're officially allowing this tornado warning to expire, meaning we are back down to 0 NATO warnings. One. Change my title to here. What's my dream of a futuristic radar? One that doesn't even need radar. One that is just well, I'm just kidding. I can't tell you. It doesn't matter. I had a $1 billion idea, but I'm pretty sure it's stolen by now. So doesn't matter. But the next idea I think would be, just a complete virtual weather thing. Where it's not radar, it just completely builds a virtual storm environment that is very accurate to what the radar is saying. Yeah. They certainly do. Oh, Chaz is barking. Does that mean food? Nope. Still 9 minutes away. Jazzy, don't do that again. You gave me false hope. Latest skin over here near Goldana and Jonesboro. We're still talking about 70-mile-per-hour wind potential here heading into your guys' area. So continue to be indoors and well away from those windows. Strong winds are making a close approach to you. Have you hit the peak of tornadoes? Oh, maybe. Depends on what these storms do. If they continue to stay outflow dominant and never wrap up, then yeah, we've hit it. But if these ones do mature, then no. We could still have the peak still to come. Well. Well. Thanks, Jared. I'm glad you came in just to say that. Thank you. Well, I would really love it if everybody stopped talking about food just for the next 8 minutes. Let the food get here first, and then we'll start talking about food nonstop. But until that happens, let's just, pump some brakes on the food talk. Please. Where are we at in our outlook so far? Yeah, it looks like they still kept that strong tornado risk over here. That is surprising. Honestly, that is very surprising. I would have expected them to maybe like push it out over here like this. Let that one expire because I think our strong tornado risk back over here is really conditional. Not impossible, but really conditional. These over here would be the only storms that could do it, and they're probably not gonna be able to pull it off. Orientation of these storms along the line is not very favorable for tornadic activity. Usually, when you have a front draped like this, the storms will train along it, meaning they just kind of always stay outflow dominant within the line. But whenever you get like a line orientation, like more like this, there's a higher chance, or even like this, there'd be a technically higher chance for tornadoes. The one cloud looks like pizza. Which one? You know what? Shut your mouth. I'll ban you. What if I tell you about the dog that hacked up 4 Cheerios in your face today? That works. Okay, I see people are trying to test me. Anybody that says anything food related is gonna get a 1 minute timeout. What did they say? Jasper, Texas. It's possible. I think if anybody's gonna see a tornado today, you might just miss you to your east. But if you don't get anything from these storms that are forming back over here near Kingwood, or back over here near the Texas-Louisiana border, I would say, the tornado threat with this line here is very low. Memphis, Tennessee, maybe see just rain and thunder. I think this is really going to make it up to you guys. We have a little line here of severe thunder. Happened over here near Wilmot, Oak Grove, and Eudora with some ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds working its way up there. So if that continues all the way up to Memphis, that would surprise me. Yeah, Shreveport's done with NATO's. Yeah. New Caney, Texas. You do have a storm nearby, but really low tornado chance with it. And then, still monitoring this portion of the line for some tornado activity. I think if any part of this line is eventually going to try to become tornadic, it'll be down here. But I still think it's relatively low because our wind shear is well removed out of this area. I definitely wouldn't rule out like severe winds and maybe some isolated hail with those guys eventually as they move into New Caney. Can't believe we got hit by one at work. Man, it kept dropping and lifting in Shreveport. Really, first time I've heard of that. I'm glad you guys are okay. Posted something in chat on Discord. I should read live, and I'm good. I'm sure it's not gonna really. I'll look at it on the side, but if it's goofy, we're not reading. Why is my tornado warning thing still up? Shoot. Sorry, guys. I forgot to take that off. Still getting used to all this. So that should be on. That should be on. That should be off. And then this should be off. I screwed it up, but it is what it is. Eating chicken wings, right? Man, I swear. Why am I not seeing any timeouts in chat? Anybody that says anything food related. They're getting timed out. Post is about merch. I'm definitely not reading that. Back over here, wind and shale, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in the Weimar area and Columbus. Watch out there. Look at this. Prime example here. Check this out. Like from far away, this storm looks like it's about to produce a tornado, right? But from the radar right next to it, nothing. That's why I usually don't freak out about rotations from afar unless we're in like a really scary environment. Like, unless I know the environment is conducive. But when it's kind of meh, I'm usually just like, I don't know. Some weird stuff's happening over here near Newton. Looks like side lobe to me. Some sort of contamination may be happening, but that might be legitimate there north of Newton. It's in a weird spot, but might be some shenanigans happening over here in eastern Texas. Oh, Chaz is barking again. As my food is 1 minute away. False alarm again. The guy's not out in front of my door. Hang it, Chaz. Get me all worked up. Yeah, it looks like they are still sticking with that wind and hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds on this storm near Arkansas, Wilmot and Eudora, Arkansas. Still 60-mile-per-hour winds possible over here near Fayette. Fortunately, we just don't have good radars on these, but Fayette, Roxy needs to be indoors and away from windows. 1 inch hail possible there, and another 1 inch hail over here near Liberty and Gloucester. New severe thunderstorm warning down over here near Natchitoches, Robeline, Provincial, and Natchez here in Louisiana. That's going to be for 1 inch hail. Not really much of a wind threat there. And then this back over here near Mansfield is warned for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Mansfield and Converse in Louisiana. And then back over here near Lake Charles, we do have an area here near DeQuincy. Still warned for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Storm over here might be wrapping up a little bit west of DeQuincy. Kind of an interesting setup there. That really shouldn't be able to last much longer unless this area of rain kind of clears out to its north. Okay, now Chaz is finally barking at the food. Let's go. Has it been delivered yet? Not yet. Are out in front of the front door though, so it should be soon. You know, just some wangs.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued over here for this area of circulation south of Newton. Right in there. That's going to be for Stringtown, Junction, and Almadane. All need to be in their safe spots here in Texas and Louisiana. That is the latest. We'll see if it can get it done. This is going to be setting the precedent here for today. If we can get, even tornadoes in all of this mess, then it might get a little bit active out here. We'll see. But this little mess should be keeping these storms from doing anything too crazy. So I'm hoping this will be a tornado failure here north and west of Maryville. We also have another area of developing circulation down here east of or west of DeQuincy. I would not rule out an eventual tornado warning for that one. Okay, I think the food has arrived. Let me check. All right, let's see if this new overlay can survive without me, because I am gonna be eating some wines. There we go. Hey, it still looks pretty good without me, to be honest. All right. Do we have the latest scan here on this storm yet? We do. Still pretty decent little area of circulation. It hasn't really tightened up though. Still a little bit on the broader side of things, but if you live over here near Stringtown, still continue to be in your safe spots. Till further notice, this is on the Texas border of Louisiana. What are you doing? Are you begging for some food? What's over here? Oh, I will enjoy. Hope they're not cold because it took them forever to get here, but it is what it is. I am gotta get some napkins. Let me get some. I had to go outside for a brief second. I had to go outside to get the wings, and it felt so nice out there, dude. I'll tell you what, like sometimes I really miss, you know, when I'm streaming all day, I start missing the outdoors a little bit. Boy, it's wing time. The wings are cold. Fuck. Yeah. Fudge. Mm. I'm gonna pop them in the microwave for just a brief moment. Wings are nice and warm. How's this storm doing? Let me guess. I'm going to take a guess. Just based on its appearance, less rotation. Yep. Boom. Nailed it. And that rotation has weakened quite significantly as of the latest scans. See, I don't even need to be here. Watching the do we even need radar? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I finally got my food. Yeah, Twitter can be confusing. I don't blame someone for not using Twitter. I mean, the algorithm in Twitter is kind of messed up. I only use it to kind of keep up with stuff. But man, sometimes I'm scrolling Twitter, then just randomly a video of somebody like jumping off a bridge shows up. It's like, what the like that's like nobody wants to see that. Why am I getting freaking baited into that bull crap? Or fed that bull crap on my algorithm? Just nasty. How's the southern storm doing? It's got broad rotation. It's not getting it. It's not getting its act together. Man, if these storms didn't have so much merging activity happening here, you could definitely make a good bet for one or two pretty strong supercells down here, but it might just be a little bit too. Maybe it's a little bit too congested. We'll see. Maybe. I mean, if any of these storms can kind of get out of all this congestion, that tornado threat will definitely go up. Dang. Y'all, we're about to get into 200 concurrent viewers for the first time in like about a year. Let's go. Hurry up. 8 people leave. Latest update, still some radar indicated rotation on this thing. Still a little bit of rotation in there. So it's not very organized just yet, but still in the Simmonsville and Stringtown, Texas, I would continue to be in your safe spots. Hold on. Is that Newton storm doing anything? Not yet. It's trying to, but it's struggling at the moment. rotation isn't really getting consolidated on it. So I still want folks to be in their safe spots, but it is not looking too dangerous yet. Kazzy, enough. Chazzy, if you want chicken, you gotta stay on my good side, which means no barking. AG tornado actually might be close to this storm. Yeah, they're almost there. I think they'll catch up to it. I think they might make it. Let me make sure I am current on them. Yeah. Yeah, I think, like I said earlier, I think they're going to be like one of the only people that keep on this storm for as long as needed and not give up on it. Because like I said, like they're slowly already getting getting closer to home anyways. So, oh, maybe a little bit stronger, broader rotation now. Still technically broad circulation, but it's a little bit stronger. They're near Stringtown. Another little circulation back over here, too. A couple little circulations in this thing. A little interesting storm right now. What's going on? We got a tornado warning here in parts of Texas and Louisiana. It's the only tornado warning that we have ongoing right now, and it's trying. It's not giving up yet. It is trying to produce. But it's still a little bit broad right now. It's just to the east of Newton, Texas. And I'm eating food. That is also what is happening. What would I do if I was in a tornado warning?
A new tornado warning
go to the shelter.
has been issued.
You probably just leave my stream up for content. My tornado. I mean, if my house gets hit by a tornado, I want to capture that live on stream. Mm-hmm. My dad would probably be freaking out though. They didn't know I left. New tornado warning back over here with this storm. Oh, wow. Now this one's interesting. This one's kind of all by itself. Here in the warm sector, just to the west of Hardin, heading up towards 105. If you guys live over here, make sure that you are in your safe spots near Macedonia, Lum, Sam Houston, Franklin, Jacob Settlement, Moss Hill, Marion, Tanner Settlement, Big Thicket, Loblolly, Van Vum, Sam Houston, Grand Crane, Oakdale, Mason Lake Estates, Clark, and Marvels. This one is interesting. Let me try to make a case against it. Lapse rates. Still lapse rates. That's still our biggest case against all of these becoming tornadic. Lapse rates and it's in some decent shear, about 30 knots of shear. It's not the strongest, but I could definitely try to spit out a tornado potentially. So I would be in your safe spots. It will probably make a legitimate attempt. Let me check. Oh, yeah. Why did they warn that? I guess they didn't look at the the terminal radar honestly is not showing much rotation at all. So this is probably side lobe contamination. You can see here's our terminal radar. It shows like nothing. Interesting. To be fair, I didn't check that either. It looks like they did extend this tornado warning as well off to the north. And man, this is trying. There's a couple of tighter circulations here heading up towards 63, but it's not traveling much to the east anymore. It's more traveling to the north and could eventually maybe even get 2 tornadoes on the ground with that storm. So the tornado threat is definitely ramping up. The storm is trying as it approaches 63 near Simonsville, Shanklerville, Weirgate, Burkeville, here in Texas. This one up here near Newton, Texas, is still our most concerning storm. Is Pagey getting close yet? Yeah. We're still trying to catch it. The storm's going due north, so that'll give them a little bit of a better chance to catch up to it. Let me just make sure we're current. A rodeo over there. Yeah, latest scan. Looks like the rotations are struggling. Dang, it got close there for a second. But it looks like the rotation's getting broad again on this storm, but I would still be in your safe spots. We've seen this happen a couple of times for this storm already, so not rule out it trying to do something again. And also a little bit of circulation. It is starting to still trying to get its act together over here north and west of Quincy, Louisiana. Let's check this one. Yeah, still not a whole lot of rotation on this storm yet near Kingwood. No. It's about the same. Howard. Still haven't gotten an increase of tornadic activity. Again, tornado warnings are not tornadoes, right? We do have more tornado warnings, but rotations are kind of doing what they were doing earlier today, which is getting close and then stopping like right before it produces. So I guess you could make the argument that maybe could have had a brief tornado there moments ago. I guess you could make that argument that was possible. But yeah, I mean, the rotation has immediately lost its marbles as soon as it tried. which is kind of what we've been seeing all day. Except for that one over there near Louisiana. This one just isn't even trying. They warned this one because of side lobe. The terminal radar is really showing a clear picture of this storm. There's just no rotation on it right now. Not concerned about that one. The Tor warnings, yeah. Yep. We'll see what happens. Will this be truly an increase or not? Yeah. And the problem with these guys, thankfully, is that they're just so messy right now. But man, if we ever get these storms clear out, any of this rain, cooled air, we could get a pretty strong tornado. But that's the big question is, can they clear out enough of these mergers to re-tap back into that warm and moist air? At the moment, it doesn't seem like that's going to be possible. But until that time, I mean, there could still be some brief NATOs in there. Try to attempt to get consolidated out here, potentially. Yeah, what's going on over here near Crockett? Looks crazy from afar. Near to Queen? Dang. We did not have a good view on that storm, unfortunately. Okay, here's a better view. Yeah, never mind. That's just side lobe. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. I do want to check around a little bit. Come back over here.
Tornado warning has been issued.
And new tornado warning up here for Sterlington. Just issued a couple areas of circulation in here. One off to the west, I don't think it's legitimate, but this one back over here, north and east of Chadrant, that looks like a decent little area there of a rotation. It's not super strong yet. We're only talking about 20 knots gate to gate shear on the strongest portion there. What about this spot here? Yeah, this is about 25 knots, so it's still a little bit on the weak side, but if you live in Sterlington, Louisiana, I'd be in your safe spots. There's certainly an argument to be made that if that gets a little bit stronger, that could produce a tornado for sure. So be in your safe spots. We got a little bit of a bookend vortex here. Look at this. We got a 1-inch hailstorm over here and just on the border of Nevada and Arizona. What the heck? Pushing down 93. Is there any cities out here? No, but there's a little airport. Near the Triangle Airport. Air Park. Never mind. Very interesting. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I did not know that was ongoing. That's pretty cool. Latest scan for this storm, east of Roman Forest. Still seems like the storm is struggling at the moment. Back over here into Texas. Yeah. Our more eastern Texas, those areas of rotation are struggling quite a lot. So is that one. Yeah. It looked like they were going to do something for a second, but they immediately just got clobbered by those incoming mergers and are just falling apart. I'd still keep an eye on those, though, just in case. This one over here still seems like a decent area of some rotation just to the east of Chadrant. This is kind of our most tornadic storm at the moment near Sterlington, Louisiana. The good news is that this down here is going to be our last significant tornado threat. If that fails to produce any significant tornadoes, we have dodged some pretty big bullets today. Chicken Jazzy. Even though you have tons of chicken in your bowl right now that you haven't eaten. Did you miss anything? We got a couple of tornado warnings right now, but there's that. But we haven't had any new tornadoes producing. Were you here for the well, okay. I see what's happening. Everybody just copy and paste Kari's message and put it in the chat. Really great. No, this is like the worst case scenario for the forward flank of a supercell. Just tons and tons and tons of rain. I mean, they're still trying to wrap up. I mean, it's trying again near Simmonsville. It just goes to show that, you know, that wind shear in the area is pretty darn strong. This thing is still trying to battle it out. Yeah, it's only about 30 knots. Oh, no. I mean, we have about 50 knots of wind shear, like pushing in down into here. It's a lot. That's the strongest wind shear I think we've seen all day. But lapse rates, man. Lapse rates. Like, how many times have we said lapse rates today? They're still sitting around 5 here. So Arlene, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you are doing all right. What did you do? You did nothing wrong. We're being goobers. I'm getting food in me, so the goober meter is going to be rising throughout the night here. 7 hours, almost 8 hours into streaming, full of food and energy. Yeah, that's the warning we're looking at right now. This is north of Monroe, Louisiana. Storm right now that has had the most rotation out of all of them. And yeah, still a decent little area of circulation there. But that is all. The weird thing about this is that all that rotation now is now in the clear air. So I am not sure if that is legitimate. Do we have any closer radars out? No. Oh my gosh. I was like, let's compare it to the Jackson radar, which is down. Let's try this radar. Yeah, on this radar, it's not showing any of that. So all of that, I think, is side lobe contamination here out of Shreveport's radar. So it does seem like our rotation might have died on us here. We'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, I've been called a goober for my entire life, so I am consistently and constantly reminded of that word's existence. And these wings are so good, man. All right, is Paige getting any closer? Not yet. Can't even imagine chasing that storm near the Newton area. It's just complete rain, a rain mess. The latest scan out with the storm, still no rotation on that guy. Back up here, broader circulation still with this storm. quite organizing into much yet. There are just did a little update on it. They are continuing this warning though, and that is going to be mainly for 63-299 there, and then also Burkeville. I think Simmonsville is good to go. Shanklerville and Weirgate as well. But as you can see, our rotation is very broad. No tight areas of circulation there, so we're probably not going to see a tornado warning or tornado within the next 5 minutes. But I could try to reorganize. Well, yeah, these rotations are none of these storms are getting their rotations together. But I will say this one kind of looks like it might have just cleared out some mergers enough to maybe access some of that warm and moist air. So might have to keep an eye on this guy for a little bit there north of DeQuincy. Still a lot of stuff happening in its forward flank. It is very possible that there is just a gust, there's just a cold pool like all the way wrapped back into that storm right now. All right, back over here. I get a messy view from that. We'll check over here. Yeah, still not seeing any rotation from this radar back over there. Yeah, I still want Sterlington to be in their safe spots. Think you saw your first mosquito? You must live up in the north. Because I've had like mosquitoes for the last month here in Alabama. North Carolina. That's far enough north. That makes sense. Yeah, Poplar Bluff, Missouri is good to go. You guys got some rain coming your way. A little bit of light rain's making up in there into Joplin, but I mean, you just got some rain and thunder at max. You guys might get a little bit of thunderstorm activity tomorrow, I think. Yeah, some thunderstorm activity tomorrow. And then maybe, yeah, no. There's a movie about a field goal kicking donkey named Gus. What? Man, people be making the weirdest movies. Not from Greenbow, Alabama. No. What's this weatherfront app I'm hearing about nowadays? It is a really good app. It's basically a mixture between Radar Scope, which is a great app, and Pivotal Weather. It is lacking a little bit on the customization, so I'm not sure if I'll use it for like radar, but I'm definitely going to replace Pivotal Weather and Radar Omega as soon as it comes out for desktop. It's only $9.99 a month, and it combines both. Keep restarting. Like all the way restarting help, or just like some random stuff. Yeah, I don't know about weather-wise in the future. I might have heard some things, but I'm not sure yet. Not sure yet. But if I can never confirm it, I'll let you guys know. The tornado that formed been placed on the enhanced Fujita scale. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. We've had a couple tornadoes today. We've had potentially one or two up here in the Pennsylvania area. And then most likely one or two in the Texas area. And the storm is still not rotating that much there. Check back in with this storm. Yeah, still very broad circulation up with this one. I'm still not sure what to think about this storm yet. I think this is our main circulation right in there. Yeah, it is. And it's a little bit broad right now near the Airborne National Wildlife Refuge, but I still want Sterlington to be in their safe spots. Yeah, for me, the only setting that continues to reset is the global mode. For me, it keeps resetting for some reason. I'm not sure why. I got bit by a mosquito a couple days ago, and it left a honking welt. I hope it was just a mosquito. Hazzy, there's no more wings left. You want to go? Here, go eat your chicken. How's North Cleveland area looking? I think you guys are pretty calm right now, right? Yeah, you're pretty calm. Might be windy out there though. Y'all getting some wind? It is possible that there is some wind up there. We still have severe weather out over here in New York and towards Montevallo and Fallsburg. Cleveland, Texas. Oh, I didn't know there was a Cleveland, Texas. I'm sorry. Cleveland, Texas. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. I mean, this little storm is going to come, not going to hit you. And I'm still watching this southern portion of the line to see if it's going to end up doing anything. But so far, so good. I mean, it's just mainly just wind and some rain. It's not really, and that's what's coming for you. So as long as it behaves until it gets there, you guys should be all right. Latest scan, maybe a new area of circulation developing over here near Burr Ferry. They might extend this. That seems to be moving to the east now. It went north, and it's like moving northeast, so we might get a tornado warning like this extended. That would probably be for like Burr Ferry, Louisiana. You want to check back down here to the south, make sure these storms are still behaving. They are. Awesome. Awesome possum. Man, once this storm moves into like this area of Louisiana, we're not going to have any idea what it does as it goes into Mississippi. It's just kind of a travesty. Come on, Jackson, get your radar going. Do it. Oh, any tornado hit around West Monroe? No. West Monroe is done for the day, I think. Still maybe could get some like more severe winds maybe, but not really talking about a tornado threat back there at all. Zero tornado threat with that, but your main tornado threat just passed you. Maybe another circulation developing though near eastern Monroe, but West Monroe is good to go. You got circulation to your north, circulation to your east, but none of them are coming towards you. Highborn. Nope. You guys are good for the day. Is there any chance of tornado at Columbus, Ohio? No. Nothing for Columbus. Maybe some wind, though. There's a Cleveland, North Carolina. Jeez Louise. How many Clevelands are there? Hold on. Let me check. There's Cleveland, Ohio, Cleveland, Tennessee, Cleveland Heights in Ohio, Cleveland. There's Cleveland, Mississippi. Jeez Louise. So many Clevelands. Yeah, so far our tornado threat has kind of stayed the same here. We haven't had another ramp back up. Yeah, look at that. All the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire except for this one up in Louisiana. It stays the same, just a lot of storms trying and just not getting it done. Same thing. Just great news. That means our lapse rates are still doing their job. They're still keeping these storms a lot less dangerous than they could have been. King Cobra came in with a 10. Thank you so much. You're into Rider. What are we doing? What are you doing? Where's the Rider? It's somewhere over here. I know that.
A new tornado watch
Quincy.
has been issued.
Near Leesville? Hold on, let me just search it. The Rider. Yeah, you got a lot of rain coming, and your main threat's going to be this storm. What you got to be worried about for this storm is if it can clear out all of these mergers. Eventually, this could become tornadic. It's in a decent environment, and that environment is only going to be increasing throughout the night. So I wouldn't let your guard down on this storm. It does seem like it's having a little bit of an easier time clearing out these mergers. So far, there's no dangerous rotation with it, so it is behaving as of right now, but that might not last forever. So the lapse rates are still low, so there is still definitely a chance that this storm does not do anything, but I would still definitely be aware of it and wait for it to pass before you let your guard down for today. Those are my thoughts. Those are just my 2 cents. My 2 cents. My 1 cent. Cleveland sounds like a Family Guy character to me. Is Swartz going to get one? Tornado? Swartz? I mean, I would still be cautious that the tornadic producing portion of this line is pretty much right near you. So are you in the tornado warning? No, I think you're just outside the tornado warning. Yeah, you got a circulation to your north and a circulation pretty much right above you. It's not strong circulation, so I'm not thinking a tornado will happen there, but I would still, be indoors and away from windows till we get more information. Also, they've extended this storm out as a severe thunderstorm warning for Winnsboro, Rayville, Delhi, Epps, and Bastrop. I would be indoors, well away from windows. That certainly can continue to cause power outages. Any tornado threat? There's no destructive hailstorm in Florida, guys. But no, we're not expecting tornadoes to be possible in Florida today. They're in North Monroe. Tornado warning is there. Yeah, that's where just in North Monroe. Yeah, that would be the tornado producing portion of the line right here. And there's a couple broad circulations on the northern part of it, but nothing really tight or concerning at the moment. But if you are in right around I-65 or 165 there, I would still be in your safe spots until you get into this portion of the storm. Just for a little bit longer. Awesome Grape, Arkansas. Is that real? Oh my goodness, it's a real place. Possum Grape is doing fine, but it does appear that there will be lots of rain coming, which means more grapes for the possum. Should be a great possum grape season up there. It's I'm just imagining a possum eating a grape. It'd probably be cute. It's hard to have any animal eat a grape and it not be cute. I'm trying to think of if a spider ate a grape. Nope. That's not an animal. That's an insect. Bird eating a grape. That'd probably be cute. It's like the ugliest animal. A rat eating a grape. Blech. Dog eating a grape would be cute. Awesome grape-sized hail. A sloth. Sloths are cute. Apparently, I was told yesterday that being a sloth is one of the 7 deadly sins. My first reaction was a sloth, but apparently it means lazy. I thought they were talking about the animal. Grapes are toxic to dogs. It would not be cute. I mean, it still would be cute, just not the aftermath. Cute is a visual, is subjective, a subjective visual thing. Dangerous doses. Wow. Apparently, dangerous doses of grape for 10-pound dogs is 1 to 2 grapes, or 3 to 4 grapes in a 20-pound dog. What? It's like barely any. Oh my goodness. And they have a picture of a dog. Look at this. They have a picture of a dog licking a grape. I mean, that's cute. But the aftermath, probably not. Raisins are super dangerous. Interesting. I wonder what it's like. I wonder what it is inside the grape. Apparently, yeah, the type of or color of grape does not matter. Raisins are also poisonous. Causes of raisin and grape toxicity in dogs was unknown to vets for a long time. But in 2022, veterinarians from the ASPCA Animal Poison Control Center found in our findings in the journal of proposed that tartaric acid as the toxic principles in grapes and raisins. It can cause vomiting, hyperactivity, depression, lethargy, abdominal pain, fluid cessation, will not drink water or urinate, loss of appetite, tremors, dehydration, difficulty breathing, kidney failure, and sometimes death. Yikes. Do not feed dogs grapes. Noted. Yeah, latest stuff on this warning here is that they still haven't extended it. Come check back down here, check in on these storms. One storm near Newton, Texas has lost all of its marbles. And these storms are struggling. So yeah, the lapse rates. Everybody put a birthday cake in the chat for the lapse rates today. They have been doing an amazing job. You still have a big old mess of rain out there. Yeah, chocolate. I know chocolate's bad for dogs. But to be honest, I mean, this was obvious since yesterday that the tornadic environment just would not be that crazy. But I told y'all, I can't believe like to the extent we called this yesterday. But it's happened so many times. It's happened so many times. But that one over there near Shreveport might have been a strong tornado, so might not be able to call it a bust. We'll see what the data comes out on that. If it's not a strong tornado, then at the very least, the strong tornado threat did not materialize. Poinsettia is poisonous to most mammals, including humans. Why? What is that? What's a poinsettia? Are indeed toxic to dogs, but the level of toxicity is relatively low. Ingesting poinsettia leaves or stems can cause mild symptoms in dogs, such as drooling, vomiting, or diarrhea. Well, those things? This is apparently toxic. Don't eat these or feed them to your dogs. Don't get those plants if you have dogs and they like to eat leaves. When I think about the storms popping up in near San Antonio, the tornado environment's pretty weak. You can see that the frontal boundary is sagged in front of these storms, so it's going to be hard for them to produce a tornado. And also our wind shear back over here is pretty weak, so the tornado environment is pretty weak. I'm not really expecting those to be very tornadic. I wouldn't rule like a brief one out, maybe in the future, but they allowed this to expire yet? Wondering. Nope, still there. It probably will allow it or extend it here shortly. There's the guess the AI tornado photo game. I don't really want to do that. It was fun for a little bit, but the people in chat are correct. You know, that just ruins real artists' potential to make it in the world if everybody just uses AI. Like AI is like it could easily replace like all of us. Like we should all be pretty cognizant about that and just not use it. Unless you like sitting on your butt doing nothing all day. Which doesn't sound too bad. Just imagine instead of me max velocity and Ryan Hall, it's just the all bot from now on out. Is that the future you guys want? And stop using the dang. At least seems like they're not going to extend this tornado warning. And we are about to lose visual of this storm for good on radar. Yikes. Sad times. We need the Jackson City radar back. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys know that, but like the y'all bot doesn't do that naturally. Like Ryan specifically programmed it to roast you guys, by the way. It's not something that just randomly happens. So when he goes, "What? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it said that." Like he specifically programmed it to do that. Just letting you guys know. That's how AI works. This storm might be trying a little bit here near the 110. Members only tea session? No. I got a lot of tea right now, and I struggle to not tell you guys. Some crazy things have been happening. I wish I could tell you, but it is stuff that really doesn't impact me too much. So I'm keeping my mouth shut until I get permission. But some crazy stuff is happening behind the scenes. It's quite nuts. Well, I'm being impacted a little bit, but it could have been really bad. Usually I'm very transparent, but this is like a what's happening right now is it's crazy. But it'll all make it to light soon enough. Near Columbus, Texas. Where's Columbus? No, there's no rotation on it. You're good. Just a little bit of severe weather, and like honestly, as soon as that, like give it 10 minutes, and you'll be done with tornadoes for like the rest of the day, like that tornado threat. I'm not answering that meta because if I answer that, it'll give away. And in fact, me telling you that might have given away some stuff a little bit. Okay, this might be trying here. It might be trying. It's getting a lot of mergers. But I made a promise to not say anything, so I ain't saying nothing. It'll come to light. And this storm might be trying here too, near Montgomery. You can see we're getting less rain in some of these spots of the storms. And so we'll see. Let me check on those lapse rates. Are they still helping us? I mean, dang. I will say the wind shear is increasing to the point down here where it just might not matter. I mean, we got 40, 45 knots of shear about to pump into this area. They are still really low. They're still in the fives. I did lie. It does affect me. Like, I would say a little bit more than a little bit. Like, it actually made me sad the other day. Was Brookhaven gonna be? Let me check. Brookhaven. Guessing Mississippi. You guys do have some storms nearby. They're not going to be much of a tornado threat, though. And as long as these storms stay, as they are, your tornado threat overall should be on the lower side. But you are in a tornado watch, so I would still be weather aware. The problem with your area, well, thankfully, you still have the Hammond radar, so it won't be as bad for you. But like over there near Jackson, poor Jackson, Mississippi, ain't got nothing. I hope storms behave over there. I think they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. They're definitely not reissuing it, so I think we can almost say we have 0 tornado warnings. No, it'll come out. It'll come out naturally. It won't be me, though. Just keep your ears out there. That's all I gotta say. Just keep your ears out. Because I'll tell you right now, it's big. It's big news. It's kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. It's probably the craziest thing that's happened in the WX community in a while. So just keep your ears out. All right. Latest scan out here. Still some bronze circulation over there north and east of DeQuincy. But it's not focusing that rotation. So it's still not really a tornadic storm. It's definitely got some rotation, but it's not quite really trying to kick off that tornado genesis. It ain't gonna be me. I don't want that burden on my shoulders. And I already made a promise. So oh no. The heck? Meta, that sucks. What the heck is that? All over ache and a fever. What could cause that? It sucks. You crushed a whole gazebo? Oh, it crushed a whole gazebo. Okay. I was like, what is that a food now? Now, this area of circulation has dwindled. That's the thing, man. The pattern continues. It's been a solid pattern all day. It gets real close and nothing. I mean, I'll tease it. I'll tell you guys it's there, but I ain't saying nothing until it comes out. The only reason I'm even kind of mentioning it at all is because it does affect me. And it's just really what it is. It's really no, I'm not even gonna get that hint. Teabag was not put in the cup, no. But it will come out. Yes, lots of people will feel emotions. I don't see it. I don't see it not getting leaked within like the next day. I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised it hasn't leaked out yet. Reddit is talking about something. Uh-oh. Can you link that to me? I want to see if they're talking about it. Because once the cat's out of the bag, I'm talking about it. You can send it to me on Twitter. It says a link. At me on Twitter. Send it through a DM. That's about as long as you cannot know. Yeah. Feel that. If it's on Reddit, it's mere hours till public discussion. Yeah. Still active? It just expired. Okay. So we officially have no more tornado warnings. You're watching Bob's Burgers in this. All right. It seems like you have something about burgers you really like, I guess. Okay, so it turns out we actually have, by the way, 3 tornado reports. One in New Mexico and one in Pennsylvania and one in Louisiana. So New Mexico has been as tornadic as Louisiana and Pennsylvania. The cat is officially out of the bag. It is not. It is still in the bag. Dang. Part of it is on Reddit, I will say. But that's only part of it. Yeah, there's more. It's a little bit deeper than that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Nope. Looks like they did decide to warn this storm down here, though. So we're back into the NATO warnings. That's going to be just south of DeRuyter near Cola and Carson. All need to be in their safe spots here in Louisiana. The cat is partially out of the bag. And the reason why this storm is tornado warned is because our rotation right in here is trying to organize. Could actually be a little something there, actually. That might be a little NATO. Nope. Latest scan it, it's gone. Maybe a brief NATO there. Can't rule that out. Not a big enough signal. Gosh. Okay, the another part of the story is in the comment sections of the Reddit. The cat is like 2/3 of the way out of the bag. There's still more. Need this link? Okay, I'll send the link. It will send the link because this has nothing to do with me. Oh, wait, that's not it. Oh, the link's too long. The link's too long to post. Ain't that something? Sorry, it's too long. YouTube only allows a certain amount of characters. Let me see if I cut off the HTTPS part. Nope. It's too long. Put it in the description. I'm not going to put it in the description. Yeah, it's pretty big drama. But I mean, it seems like most of it is already out, at least in Discord. And it seems like somebody has made a statement and somebody else has made another statement. All right, latest scan here. Still, maybe a new area of circulation developing here. Over here, just to the east of 171. All right, you know what? It's already on Reddit. So screw it. So Max has announced that Copic signed an exclusive deal with Ryan Hall. Max and other weather streamers cannot display Copic's stream anymore. It's not just Copic, it's also Corey Gherkin. Regardless of who you may watch, but yeah, so that's the first part. And then the second part is this. So Brandon also just addressed this and said it has to do with weather-wise not wanting to work with anybody who does Radar Omega. Just curious what the real full story is now. But yeah, this is important. I think that is the biggest meat of the bones of all of it. And if you can connect the dots just with those two areas of information. Yeah, it's beef between the two biggest streamers on YouTube. And it goes deeper than that. Oh, wow. Okay, latest scan here. We actually have a tight little area of circulation here east of Tula. It's still relatively weak. We're still only talking about a 20 mile per hour gate to gate, but that could produce a weak tornado there. It's actually pretty tight there east of Tula here in Louisiana. Well, let's think about it. All right. Why would Ryan Hall be giving out trying to get exclusive deals of storm chasers? Think about it rationally. And why would it be two of Max's favorite favorite storm chasers that he uses? And then you see the beef. And then why the heck is Weatherwise involved in this? And then you understand it all. You don't care? Fair enough. It's massive, though. Because think about it. You could get every single storm chaser to sign an exclusive deal if you're rich enough. No one would have access to any storm chasers except for the people at the top. It's basically just corporatizing storm chasing. Who's the closest to passing Ryan Hall? Max Velocity. Who's the first two storm chasers Ryan Hall targets? Max Velocity's number one storm chasers. It is 100% a targeted attack from Ryan Hall at max velocity. Because Ryan's probably getting scared that Max is about to pass him in viewership. And why the heck is Weatherwise involved in all of this crap? Now, latest scan here, broad circulation now on this storm. Exactly, Carrie. Chaotic Eris just came with the knife. That's funny. Does that explain? Yes, that's exactly why Ryan did that. That is unconfirmed links, but that is the speculation. We don't know. And that's how it affects me. I gave all my good ideas to Weatherwise. And who's going to have them? Maybe? Yikes. Yeah, it's messy. Messy, messy, messy. Yeah, I think Ryan's already making the move for Weatherwise personally. Just makes sense. There's apparently a y'all mode coming to Weatherwise. They didn't offer me a mode. They didn't offer Max a mode. Nobody else is getting modes but Ryan. And now all this other drama. To me, it's obvious. But for now, it's still technically speculation. Yeah, it's sad. I had a lot of faith in Weatherwise. Does weather cause this drama? It's because people get greedy. I mean, to be fair, it's not Max being greedy, it's Ryan. But that's always been the problem with Ryan. He's a snake. He doesn't want to share the top with anybody. He wants it all for himself. And people say, oh, yeah, he donates. That's just his cover, bro. I'm telling you. He's barely involved with the Y'all Squad. It's literally like the best way to think about Ryan Hall is that it's a corporation. Like he barely pulls the strings anymore. He's just the face. And now he's trying to freaking sign exclusive deals to lessen the competition. Like that's the most crappiest thing you can do. Like this is like the whole point of covering weather is not to make the most money. It's to get the warning out. More people, there's like thousands of people watch Max. Thousands of people watch Ryan. The people that are watching Max now are going to be less informed because Ryan is signing exclusive deals with storm chasers. It's effed up. And Max is like just trying to, I'm going to go into what he's doing, but, just the facts that are out there, it's messed up. Thank you, contestant, for the 5. I mean, it's out. The cat's out of the bag for the most part, so it doesn't even matter. It's like I literally have a $1 billion weather radar idea that I gave to WeatherWise, and it's probably like 100% Ryan knows about it. And it's super demotivating. It's like I've been talking to WeatherWise since like November. I help them orchestrate updates. I helped them, like some of their first users on their app were you guys. My viewers. I've been giving them great ideas, what to focus on for the next updates, helping them find bugs in their app. And they were telling me from the beginning, don't worry, there's not going to be any favoritism. And then they immediately sell out. It's like, gosh darn it. Oh. Latest scan with the storm, still an area of rotation, still no tornado on the ground. It's still weak circulation. But I mean, there is a chance that they do extend this tornado warning. I mean, you can't. It's not Brandon's and Corey's fault. I mean, you can't hate somebody trying to get more money for their families. I mean, that's like the whole point of storm chasing. So, like, obviously, they're going to accept the deal. Yeah, they just let that tornado warning expire. But it's like those kind of deals shouldn't even be made. And those were not the only chasers Ryan approached. He approached a lot of them. And who knows how many other ones there's going to be that become exclusive chasers. That's why Ryan is Snake. That's also why I believe Max is good-spirited at heart. I can't pick up anybody. If chasers are getting exclusive deals, there is nothing I can do about it. No, I have no money. I have no power. Like I'm just at the whims of where the wind is blowing. I have a good eye for good stuff, though. I mean, I knew WeatherWise was going to be a good app. I just wish they didn't sell out so fast. Stupid, man. It's like every now and then you get like these little glimpses of potential, and then it just instantly gets dogged on by greed. And that is just what keeps happening. And that's why sometimes drama does happen, is because there's a lot of greed. There's a lot of greedy people in the WX community, and they want it all for themselves, and they don't want to give it out to anybody else, and they just want to eat it all up. Because they're just so afraid, and they got so much big of an ego that they just can't fathom allowing anybody else to have a piece of the pie. But it's nothing new. That's how humanity works. You have a lot of good people and just a couple bad people that ruin it for everybody. Oh no, I hear Ryan's dropping a crap ton of money. I think any chaser is possible. I don't think Connor's going to get picked off. I think Connor's got good morals. I mean, what does he have? Like 140,000 subscribers? Dude still doesn't need, like, I think the only sponsorship that he has is Radar Omega. And I'm not even sure if that's like a legitimate sponsor because I've never hear him do ads for Radar Omega. They might just be paying him to be on their app. I mean, I've been trying to tell you guys for the while. I used to work for the dude. I know where his mind is at. Every meeting, Ryan was like, how can we make the most money? That was back when he was king. You know, he didn't have anybody threatening him. And now that Max is growing so much, he's getting scared. He's shaking it in his boots. Like Max was the one that popularized going live for the smaller events. And Ryan used to just scoff at it. He'd be like, there's nothing going on. He would miss EF2 after EF3 after, random EF4 tornado. And he'd be like, no, I'm just here for the big events because that's all that matters. Trying to discredit Max's work. And then now all of a sudden Ryan's coming in during these smaller events because now he's scared. He's scared. I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be like that, dude. This is weather coverage. Like, geez Louise. Like, how does somebody get greedy over tornado warnings? Like, I get if you get greedy if you got like a bunch of gold, right? Or if you get like inheritance or like something. Like, I get how you can have the tendency to do that if you work at a bank. But like, this is weather. Like, that's why people hate the Weather Channel, because the Weather Channel got greedy. You're playing ads in the middle of a tornado warning, for crying out loud. And it's like, the thing is that the epitome of the YouTube broadcasting space was supposed to be away from that. But it's the same things happened for news, like YouTube news. Like, it's only a matter of time before Ryan Hall says, this stream is sponsored by Chevron and freaking Pfizer. Like, it's going to be the same slop. It's just corporate slop now. Like, and he's making it that. It's like, we the people should reject that. Maybe another little something happening over here trying to develop. It's oriented a little funkily, but I might keep an eye on that area. It seems like this area is still getting a decent amount of shear. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it yesterday with some of my friends, and I was just like, once it's out, like, Ryan's reputation is going to be ruined. Thankfully, Max spoke out about it, so. He made a post about it somewhere where it got leaked onto Reddit, and then Brandon responded. and said it was because of weather-wise, and that's pretty much that's pretty much the entire cat out of the bag. Is that all of this is surrounded about something is going on with Ryan and weather-wise, and what I'm guessing, it's probably like either a significant investment or he's like just straight up buying it. I don't even know if he has enough money to do that. But it's Ryan that's orchestrating the exclusive deals. It's not weather-wise. And so that's where they become intrinsically connected. It's so scummy. Yeah. Ryan doesn't care about that crap. It's honestly simple. This is the way that I like ever since I worked for him. The reason why I left, I've told you guys this before. The reason why I left, like I was the first person to go to towns on the Ryan Hall channel at the very beginning of the Y'all Squad to hand out money. I was the first person to do that. At the time, there was no 501c. All of that money went into Ryan's bank account, and there was no transparent accounting. I tried to get the information, I got demoted, and I quit. They would not tell me what was actually happening with the money. And I knew from then on out, Ryan was a snake, and everything else is just bullshit. Probably somebody else's idea that he didn't even think of. Because again, it's like a corporation. It's crazy. Like even back when I was working for him, it was like a corporation. Like you could barely ever speak to Ryan himself. You have to speak to somebody else that's below Ryan, but also has some information. Like I remember trying to get all that information about the Y'all Squad back then, and I had to talk to like 3 different people, and they all basically said the same thing, like it was scripted. Like they were just waiting for somebody to ask questions. Is Pollock? Yeah. Let me look at it. I wouldn't say in the clear, no. I mean, there's still like random little spin ups happening. None of them are really amounting to much. But the thing is that we've kind of got a juiced atmosphere for spin, but the storms aren't really maturing. That's the thing. We still like it's just kind of in that weird middle ground here in Louisiana. One massive flood threat, by the way. We are getting flash flood warnings all the way throughout this area near Natchitoches, Coushatta, Ruston, Monroe, north of Alexandria, and that's only going to get worse. As you can see, we just have still tons of rain to fall. So big time rain threat out here. But if any of these storms happen to mature in this environment, still a strong and destructive tornado could be possible. We still can't aim. I'm not even going to rule out the possibility of a PDS tornado still. That's the thing. It's just like, these storms are struggling because of the lower lapse rates. And so, overall, it is something to, to keep an eye on. But for now, I mean, and since pretty much the beginning of this event, it's been really struggling. And again, the main reason why that is because of those lapse rates being so low, and they still continue to be low. So I'm not expecting the pattern to change too significantly, but the fact that we keep on seeing rotations means that I'm still keeping my eye on the Louisiana area. No tornado warning right now. It's just we've got a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Kirbyville, Texas. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning over here near Vicksburg. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds near Tallulah. And that's it. Oh, wait, never mind. There's something happening. There's still something happening south of Las Vegas. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning with one inch hail heading into Nazareth. And we got this thing happening. 1 inch hail south of Fort Mojave. There's probably a lot of hail falling out of this storm. It's on the border of California, Nevada, and Arizona. Well, I didn't drip it out. It already made it out. So I'm just speaking my experience because I got totally shafted. I mean, my biggest weather plan is probably circulating around in, I guess it's now Ryan's pretty much, because I gave it to the WeatherWise dev because I trusted him. Freaking sucks. Yeah. I probably wonder, right? It becomes a little bit more obvious why Dibble's over there with Max now, doesn't it? I wonder if any of that has anything to do with anything. I wonder if he knew. And then this like dipped. But to be fair, for a long time, back when it wasn't obvious, Dibble was one of Ryan's attack dogs. But, you know, he's a smart kid and he figured it out. So better late than never. It wasn't as obvious back then, but it's dang obvious now. I don't think Ryan's gonna last much longer. I mean that is a colossal f up on his part. Like it's impossible to respect somebody like that, especially doing it over freaking weather. Like, give me a freaking break, man. No, he was defending Ryan when I still worked for Ryan, which is like 2 years ago. I haven't spoken to Riley since then because Riley was on me about trying to get more information, but I don't think Riley even knew. I think he was just, you know, it was like this new thing, like, oh, Ryan's all famous, so I'm going to protect him so I can keep my job type thing. So, I would say Dibble's hands are probably clean. He was just not in the know, and so he just did a logical thing, which is to defend so you don't lose your job. I mean, there's a lot of people that I worked with like that kind of knew something was amiss. Like Carly Anna left at around that same time. Remember Carly Anna used to work for Ryan Hall? She left right at the same time that I did. Like, and then joined again and then left again. You know? Brandon Vince Welty left back then at around the same time for the probably similar reasons. Probably more to do with their money, though, which is, honestly, I was surprised to hear that Brandon signed an exclusive deal. And if you don't believe it has anything to do with Ryan, just go look at, does Max Velocity have Brandon on his channel? No. Does Ryan have Brandon or Corey on his channel? Yes. Yeah, she's fine on her own. She's a brilliant mind. I've always had massive respect for Carly Anna. I'm still not seeing this area over here. Definitely got some side lobe contamination with it, so I'm not ready to declare that this could become tornadic here. So I'm still keeping an eye on it, but this really is the only area that's catching my eye right now. If we come back over here to the Houston area, it's just a little line of rain, no rotation. Back over here near Louisiana and Vicksburg and St. Joseph's, it's just like a little bit of a line there. It's nothing crazy. So, I mean, this is really the only area of interest that's on my mind right here, other than like, what the heck's happening over here? This intrigues me. Just a random hailstorm here on the California, Nevada, and Arizona border. A DM. This is from yesterday. Let me see what he thoughts. He's back. I think this cell might have had produced a brief mesocyclone northeast of Castilia. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of rotation there. I mean, that looks like a mesocyclone to me. Did you see any visible rotation? Like, was it actually turning a little bit? If it was turning a little bit, and maybe you saw, did you see any, like, I mean, by radar, you can just tell it's rotating. So that's probably a supercell and a little mesocyclone there. Seems a little bit elevated, but that's a great catch. It's a beautiful photo. It's a beaut. Am I scared for today? No. I mean, come on. You can't be. Honestly, I don't want you guys to drag Brandon's name through the dirt because of this stuff. He's just trying to feed his family, man. It's different. I mean, he's a storm chaser, you know. He's not the one pulling the strings here. Yeah. No, I mean, and I've been saying the same thing. You know, to be frank, I thought Max was doing the same thing as Ryan. I'm not gonna lie. But you know, I don't think that anymore. So in terms of this little battle, I'm on Team Max. I think Max is getting absolutely screwed over, and chaser monopolization should never be allowed to happen. And anybody that attempts it, just needs to go F themselves. I mean, that's just about as low as you can get. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, geez Louise, it's weather. I don't understand why people can't realize that. Like, what's our job? I mean, Max apparently has already called him out. So, I mean, the cat's out of the bag. Yeah, still a little area of rotation back over in here. This little area is still producing tiny circulations on it. So I don't think we're done. I still think this little complex of storms can still maybe try to spit out a tornado. It's a weird mindset. Yeah, it's a freaking weird mindset. This sounds like something that'll self-correct. It will. I mean, once everybody finds out about it, Max is going to be bigger than Ryan Hall, and Ryan Hall's going to collapse. There's no way that you could wade through this and get away with it. It's just something that's just so objectively effed up. Like even his most biggest supporters will not be able to take his side unless they're just really just like have that cultish support for him. But that's only so many people. Most people can see how effed up it is. So I would say it's over for him, but we'll see. He'll probably release some, little squirmy response. He's good at that, and I bet you it's written by an AI. Yeah, I don't think people will reward that. I mean, it's just like it's one thing like if it's like you're getting greedy over like bank transactions or something like that. It's totally different when you're talking about weather. It's like that's why like the Weather Channel got shunned. Like literally, Ryan capitalized off of the first big people that were greedy, which is the Weather Channel collapse on cable television. And a bunch of people went to YouTube and watched Ryan instead. Like he literally, that was the beginning and the reason why his channel did good. And for him to just become the exact same thing, it's such a sad thing to see. I know. I just want to keep my camera off because it's already been a long day. We've been live for 9 hours. And I just don't feel like being on camera. If Andy leaves Ryan Hall, he's going to go to Max. But if he wants to come over here, I'd love to have him. I got my wings. I'm done with them. I finished them like 30 minutes ago. I think Andy's a generally good person, honestly. I think if I were to guess, he sees Ryan as a as a tool to spread like his actual weather knowledge, which he is extremely smart. If I had to guess, that's probably his mindset. Ryan was likely mad Ryan or Andy stopped streaming since he was. Oh, no. I have no idea anything about that. I'm not going to speculate beyond what I know, but I have no idea what happened, why Andy stopped streaming. So it could be just personal reasons from Andy. He might not like the limelight. I mean, he was getting big audiences, or maybe he doesn't have the stamina to go 11-hour live stream. That's hard to do. Yeah. Unfortunately, I will say here for like the Vicksburg, St. Joseph area, I'd be on your toes out here. If you hear train noises, just get into your safe spots because the problem is we will never know what's happening with these storms from here on out. These ones up here near Vicksburg still kind of have a view from this radar, but that's still looking well up If they're like a storm on the northern side of here produced a tornado, we would never know. So unfortunately, the Jackson radar is down. So I would just be on your toes if you hear train noises or see a pretty large escalation of wind. I'll just go to your safe spots because it's likely an unwarned tornado could happen there and it just never even get warned. I mean, or no one ever even catches it because nobody has a radar close enough to tell. Storm is looking interesting. It's looking like it wants to try to wrap up here. It still doesn't have strong rotation, but it is trying to clear out. It's looking honestly like a very southern type strong tornado producer, but it does have some mergers in its forward flank, so that might be keeping it at bay. But if it can clear those out, this thing might go big. Got to keep an eye on this storm still, I believe. I mean, I'm using WeatherWise right now because it's just it's objectively the best app, but I'm not going to be in contact with them anymore. I just don't like being stabbed in the back. Not gonna lie. It's a good radar app, but as soon as there's something better, I'm gonna be switching over to it. Yes, I already talked to the dev. It's a Ripskis. I've talked to another radar developer that I'm actually like personal friends with. I also told him my idea, so I'm just hoping he beats them to the punch. That's the only hope. And the fact that they're already doing a y'all squad mode and they haven't offered that mode to anybody else just makes me sick. So I'm already pissed off at him. Weather-wise, and it's like it's always the big people that get the special treatment. And then the smaller peeps just get ignored, not because of anything to do with their personality, just because they don't have money. Like, that's messed up, man. Obviously a sign of easily corruptibleness. It's still coming along. It's still coming along. It's Atmos radar. It's still coming along. Oh, but he's one person coding a radar app, and we'll never know for sure until it comes out. But I've seen it, and it's a really cool app. But I have no idea when it's going to come out. It's going to be a while. He's still not finished with it. Thank you, Paigey. Hopefully your stream went well. Latest scan here for this storm. Still some broad circulation there. It just doesn't seem to want to do it. I think those lapse rates are still holding it back, thankfully. Lapse rates have been the death of all the storms today, and they continue to be low. Thank you, Cole, for becoming an EF1 member. I appreciate that. I'll let y'all know. No, Andy didn't leave Ryan. He streams on Twitch. He does like little speed runs. It did just severe warn this storm for penny-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Elizabeth, Louisiana soon. No, I'm more just sad. Not gonna lie. I had a lot of high hopes for weather-wise. It is what it is. That's the way the world works. Yeah, we already talked about everything. If you guys want to go back into the stream and watch, at least everything that's been leaked. There's still a lot of things we don't know what's happening, and so I'm not gonna like speculate beyond that. I'm talking about my experience from the leaks that have already made it out there. It's just sad. It's a sad state of affairs, man. This is supposed to be a community where everybody cares about the people that they're covering, and you know, and it's just every now and then somebody comes in and just kind of tries to ruin it all for everybody, and it's just messed up. It's like, but what are you gonna do? I mean, I'm sure people have already clipped everything that I've said, and I have no idea. Just as soon as the leaks came out. As soon as I found out about them. Yes, I am still going on Weather Brains. That is still happening. We are still going on Weather Brains in June. No, it's fine. I mean it's big news. It's huge. I mean, this is like the craziest thing that's happened in the WX community since the start of it. Since Ryan Hall's rise. I mean, it's literally the biggest thing that's happened. It's just ultimate greed, people wanting to be number one and willing to sacrifice anything to do that. And it's so sad. It's like, but that happens everywhere. I mean, I'm just telling you my experience from it. I've left out obviously a couple of details that haven't been leaked, but I'll let everybody tell their own story. The bottom line is it stinks, it rakes, and everybody nobody, no, this is gonna like. I don't even think it's even hit the main page of WX Twitter yet. I haven't seen a murmur about it, so it still hasn't fully hit the fan yet. So, but it will, and I've been saying it ever since yesterday, since I heard about it. As soon as people freaking find out about it, like it's not gonna be good for Ryan. It's just not. It'll still have some supporters, but I mean, it's impossible not to take Max's side in all of it. Like Max has gotten to where he is legitimately, and to try to monopolize the weather space to block Max out is like the freaking most greediest, stupidest thing. No one, and that's the thing. It's like Max has such a big following. Like as soon as he tells his side, like completely, if he ever does, I mean, that's probably when everybody's going to really start talking about it. Apparently, he's already talking about it a little bit, so we'll see what happens. But okay, Sanja. Max is going to post something soon. He should. I mean, I told him. And it's like, I was like, the way that I've been thinking about this is that Max didn't throw a punch, right? Ryan threw a punch. Ryan started a fight that obviously Max did not want to be in. And so, either you just take the beating and let the cards fall as you may, or you punch back. And when it's something this unjustified, I mean, everybody's going to take his side anyways. So being transparent about it, it's probably the best way to go about it, in my opinion. The latest scan, a little couplet is trying to develop here, just west of Reeds. I'm not going to speak for him. I'm just going to wait for him to say his side, and I'll be there in support. No, as much as people believe, like Max does not. I don't think Max has like a fraction of what Ryan has in terms of capital. I don't think Max can make those moves and counteract. So Max is kind of at. If I had to guess, Max is probably at the whim of Ryan's greed a little bit. But that's just an assumption. Oh yeah, I mean everybody will take his side. It's effed up. Like technically, he's not even throwing a punch. He's just telling his side. So, but I would give him space. Just let him do what he wants to do, and if he makes a post about it, he makes a post. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Will it affect me? No, it won't affect me at all. I mean, I don't have any sponsorships with Weatherwise. Um, I mean, I've worked with them. I've given them my ideas. I've helped guide them in what people want them to release as updates. I've found multiple bugs for them, but I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not getting paid by them. So, I mean, that's up to you guys. If you guys like Weatherwise, you like Weatherwise. I mean, like I said, we still don't know what's happening between Ryan and Weatherwise, but the dots the dots seem connectable, but like in like all honesty, we just don't know. So I just know that they are releasing a y'all mode, and they haven't offered that to anybody else, and that just adds another dot. So it's just like I have no idea if that'll ever make it to the light of day, but hopefully we learn about that soon as well, because I would like to know if somebody has a major stake in Weatherwise. That isn't officially announced. Yeah, latest scan, it tried for a little bit, but it's gone. No velocity mode, no fry mode, right? Imagine fry mode. Like it could have been awesome. Like every time a tornado warning popped up, there could have been fries that flew off, like just like flew out everywhere, just like fell off on the app. It's crazy though to me that they thought that that was a good idea to like instantly tank their reputation right as they were gaining steam. Like, honestly, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm wondering if even the dev had a role in that. I still believe he's got to be a genuine person, but maybe he's not. Maybe I was getting hoodwinked the whole time. Hey, looks like we might have had a confirmed tornado southeast of DeRidder, which is crazy. Oh, that would have been that. It was just posted. This might have spit out a brief tornado at some point. Jordan or Jaden Pappenheim just posted it on Twitter. Can't tell if it's on the ground. It kind of looks like it's on the ground. It could also be Scud, but he had a drone on it for a while, so I'd assume he knows whether or not it's on the ground or not. Oh no, I would never have an AI bot. I think AI is the destruction of humanity. Not like in the way that people think about it, like as in like, like AI is going to take control of the world and kill all humans, like in the movies. But I think it's going to steal everything that makes us human. Our passions, our work, our dreams. And then what will we have after that? Just a fucking, sorry, pardon my French fries. Pardon my French fries. What are we going to have after that? Nothing. I don't want to enable it. Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing is that like that bot, like he'll like act like it's like going off the rails randomly and he'll be like, "What? What happened? Why is y'all bot doing this crazy? We're going to have to fix y'all bot." But like you got like it's a program. He's literally programmed it to do that. It's crazy. Hey, Rip. Yes, we are going on Weather Brains. So you are not trolling. They just could. I guess the email that they had just wasn't the right one. But then eventually, who is it? Yeah, Bill messaged me on Twitter. He figured out the avenue, the quickest way to reach me. There's a severe thunderstorm warning over here near Clarence, heading towards Henderson. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Do you know what topic will be for the podcast episode? Not yet. Not yet. I'm sure it'll be about YouTube weather if I'm the person there. Since I'm the person they will be interviewing, I'm sure it'll be about YouTube weather. So it'll be an interesting time. We'll see. That could be like right after the fall of Ryan Hall. And I'm sure James Spann will be happy about that. It's out. Oh yeah, it's out. It's been out for a while. I don't know how the F they found out all that information on Reddit, but I knew it was like I said, when before I even started talking about it, I was telling y'all like it's so juicy, it's gonna be leaked today. Little did we know, probably as I was saying that, it was in the process of getting leaked. So, like nobody can hold that in forever. And a lot of people already were kind of in the know because you can't make a move that big and people not tell other people. Because, like I said, he tried to go after many other streamers other than Brandon and Corey. Many other streamers, like the Storm Chasers. Yeah, I just posted that in chat. Yeah, it helps the OG bot. X talked about it before. It was on the Reddit because people kept on asking him why he wasn't streaming Brandon. Yeah. Yeah, I told him yesterday. I was like, you do know that people are gonna I was like, you do know people are gonna look at your stream, not see Brandon and Corey, and then go to Ryan's stream and see that they're there. Like that those are literally the two streamers you push the most, or chasers that you push the most on your channel, and then for them to randomly disappear, like you're gonna have to say something about it eventually. It sounds like he's gonna put more thought into it and say something, so I'll let him say his story, man. But if he gave me the decision on whether or not he should talk about it or not, I'd say do it because yes, Of course, the little cultist Ryan followers will try to come at you, but objectively, he's on the right side of history. I mean, yeah, I mean, the funniest thing is that Ryan might have forced Max's hand to make a statement. Like, you can't go that hard at somebody and expect it to just be in a vacuum. Like the fact that it leaked almost immediately. Well, not immediately. I mean, all of this stuff happened yesterday, or at least when it started. Like the fact that it leaked within 24 hours just goes to show like there's just so much backlash to it already. Oh no, there's more to it, probably, that even I have no idea about. That's why I'm saying like I could speculate what all has gone down like between Max and Ryan himself. But I mean, I feel like that's just doing Max a disservice. Like I'm not going to speculate. Like I just want like if he wants to tell a story, he can. I've told my part of it, which is my relationship with Weatherwise is just done. You talked about the stuff that's already leaked, but everything else is still up in the air. Ryan's team leaked it, guaranteed, probably. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm near Elizabeth and Glenmora. Yeah, it's just crazy to me. All right, I'll bring back on the camera. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but one of the main coders for WeatherWise, like the dev for WeatherWise, he used to code for Radar Omega. So if I were to guess, that's probably why Radar Omega hasn't had any updates in about a year. That would probably explain a lot. What else do we got going on out there? Is stuff still happening out over here? Not really. It looks like the storms in the Northeast are taking a good old break. And I guess these storms are just going to continue to struggle. And this one's trying to do something over here near Leonville. That's kind of been like a weird spot of the storm. I'm not sure if that's legitimate or not. And everything else is just kind of a spaghettified. Like what you're seeing here on radar is updrafts just getting absolutely split and destroyed by the wind shear. If you don't have strong enough updrafts, which is why lower level apps rates is so important, if you don't have strong enough updrafts, the storms get spaghettified and stretched out completely from the wind shear. That cold pool spreads out from the storm, causes other storms to fire, and then it just becomes a mess. But man, quite the flooding event is still ramping up here in Louisiana. We still don't have any flash flood emergencies yet, but we are getting reports of flooding coming in here into the Louisiana area. Like over here, report of 1 foot deep flooding, and over here near Shreveport, reports of flooding over curves in Douglas Drive. And it just takes one of these areas to be like somewhere like near Oakdale, or it gets just a lot of rain and it's not only not moving too much. Like this band could be particularly dangerous here for some major flooding. I mean, that's just a lot of rain. So flooding is definitely probably going to be the main story of this storm. Apparently the Reddit thread got deleted. Which makes you wonder who owns the R Tornado Reddit. Who owns the R Tornado Reddit? Why would that get deleted? All they were talking about were public statements. Stuff that has already been talked about. Where are we at on our threats so far? Yeah, I think we're out of the strong. Yeah, we're out of the strong tornado threat. And you definitely can't make an argument that these storms are going to do anything, so. You're like high school girl. I remember that. Yeah, but I mean, you got to think, he must be throwing massive amounts of money to try to get these chasers exclusive. It's got to be a lot. I can only imagine. It's probably really hard to not do. Money corrupts everything. The Reddit of Evan versus Ryan. What? There's a Reddit? About that? What did it say? Oh my gosh, there is. Oh, yeah, no, I have read this before. Most people had a lot of good things to say about me. And then like their biggest thing was that like they would keep on bringing up that I every now talk ish about Ryan. I remember that. And I've known forever about Ryan's brain and how it works. I've said, little area of a decent couplet is forming on this south and east of Elizabeth. This might be about to get tornado warned. There's a little mesocyclone there. Did that happen as soon as it cleared out? Yeah, look at that. As soon as those mergers cleared out, this thing is trying to drop a tornado. Yeah, I mean, no matter what you think about all of this, WeatherWise is still the best radar app out there. So, I mean, me personally, if I can find a radar app to use that's not that, I am going to do that. I mean, there technically might already be a better radar app, and that's Weatherfront. But it's not a desktop version, so I couldn't use it on stream. I missed a Fryversary. Oh no. Oh yeah, Pam Wild. How you doing, Pam Wild? Pam Wild Fly Girl? What? Do you fly planes? Keep everyone safe and sound? I am. I mean, I'm going to use it until I can find a better alternative. That's my plan. But as soon as I find a better alternative, I'm out. I just don't know what to do, man. It's like I'm so tired of going radar app to radar app. It's annoying. Instant weather. Yeah, I might ditch all apps for his for Adam's virtual weather thing if he really comes out with it. That stuff looks crazy. Like Adam in Canada, he's developing an app that like it's like what I talked about, the future of radar. Like he's already trying to do it. And it basically just turns all the radar into a virtual storm, and it can even like when there's tornadoes on it, they can even spawn tornadoes, show real-time lightning, precipitation, all that kind of stuff. It can do like real-time volumetric scans. Like it's a crazy app. But he hasn't finished it yet, so I'm hoping he does that soon. Oh, I know. Me and Adam have talked. Like we're friends. Like every time someone comes in to my chat and is like, "Hey, is there anything happening in Canada?" I say, "Go check out Adam and Instant Weather." And I think he does the same because I've seen people come into my chat and they're like, "Hey, Adam sent me here." So Austin's radar, it's still coming. But it's the same thing that's always been happening with it. It's always right around the corner. And it's a big freaking corner apparently. It's a big corner. It's like a GTA release, kind of. He just like the real reason though. It's not because I mean, he just wants to get it right. He wants to get it perfect. He is he definitely has a little bit of OCD about that app, and it's his little baby. It's his little baby. It's his like that's been his dream for a while, is to try to make it. He's been working on it for a while, and he's just trying to perfect it. And so, I'm giving him time. I think we should all give him time, and it'll come out eventually. Last stream, he promised it's coming very soon. Yeah. Or stick with him. I mean, if you like him, then stick with him. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't. I'm asking you guys to leave the chasers out of this drama, because it's not their fault. Like they're just trying to get the best deal to feed their families. Like that's it. Like chasing's hard, it's expensive, you need money. Someone offers you a huge sum of money, it's really hard not to take it. Me personally, would I do something like that? Obviously not. You guys know me. But some people, they're just willing to do that kind of stuff, and does that make him a bad person? In my mind, probably like not really. He's just trying to feed his family. It's expensive to storm chase. That's quite the opportunity. Money over integrity. I mean, to be fair, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I do not know. I'm not sure because like he signed deals before, but he's never signed an exclusive deal. Maybe he just doesn't realize what this really means. I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't want to speak for him. So, I mean, apparently he's already made a statement and he'll probably make another one. So, it's up to you guys how you want to deal with that. But I would let him speak his side of the story. And because again, there's no chance we're actually getting the complete story yet. So I still think there's a lot more to come out that I don't even know. And I think we just need to wait for it to all happen. Because it technically hasn't happened yet. The tell-all version has not come out yet. I don't think Connor's susceptible to all that. I personally don't think Connor would fall for that BS, to be honest. I mean, he could be lining his pockets with sponsors right now, and he does not. He could have an extremely successful merch line. He does not. Like, I feel like just the conversations that I have had with Connor Croft, he is a really good dude, and just by his actions, he seems to be pretty genuine and probably has a pretty similar mindset to me. So I heavily doubt Connor would fall for something like that. It's a lot for free. Yeah, I mean, you got to pay for it. You've got to pay for it. The weather thing. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. The Weather Force? It's a really good nerdy app, but if you're not a weather nerd, I would not suggest getting a subscription to it. It is just not. It's not ready for like general. It's Weatherfront. It's not ready for general public use. Yeah, Virtue Weather would be amazing. I mean, that thing just out of the gate's going to be very personable because people struggle to read radar. But if you just have a virtual storm environment, I mean, people will be able to understand that pretty well. Yeah, back over here near Hazelhurst, Jackson, Richland, and Ridgeland. They haven't extended this yet, and it seems like the leading edge of this severe warning is about to be out of the polygon. So if you do get a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm, it'll probably be soon. Is there any 3D radar, like legitimate 3D radar? No. If there's Radar Omega, that's a gimmick. There's WeatherWise, which is, I mean, honestly, shouldn't even be allowed to be called 3D radar. It is not 3D radar. So, I mean, Virtue Weather would be the first one to try to actually attempt to do it. And it's pretty cool. Off of the one that, oh, you mean the y'all bot? Yeah. I mean, you have to be a member to chat in the y'all bots chat, and you have to send y'all bot a super chat to get an answer from it. So he's making hands over Fizz. It's still pretty sick. I like the fact, honestly, that the thing I like about it the most, and I tried to get them to change, but we kind of got distracted. You see these little shadows, right? Like, what if you could put that, like, what if you just offset it a little bit to like the left? And so when you had radar on, you had shadows, and it looked like it would make the radar look like it has depth to it. That was my idea. And, but we didn't have enough time to flesh it out because we got distracted with other update ideas. Was the resolution of the radar you're using? Yeah, radar doesn't really. It might be measured by resolution. I don't think. I mean, it's just regular radar. The pixels, I think, are like. I think they're pretty small. I don't think they're over a mile, so it's like a couple hundred feet per pixel. I don't know how you classify that as a resolution, but I'm sure there's an equation for it. But I just don't know. Yeah, but I genuinely do believe Max has a good heart, and I think he clickbaits not because he's greedy, but because he just feels like he needs to, which technically is not false, I guess. Do I agree with it? No. Do I still hate that he does it? Yes. But is that is that something that I'm going to completely typecast him in forever if I have evidence against that, which I do? That he's not I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's got a good heart, and he is handling this situation exactly as I would. And so he's thinking pretty similar to me, which is what really changed my perspective. I was like, okay, it seems like I had you a little bit wrong. So, there is a difference between somebody that clickbaits for greed and somebody that clickbaits because they think they have to. There is a difference. Someone that does it for greed doesn't care about their audience, but I think Max actually does. So he tried to target everybody, Valerie. I'm not going to go into more details other than what's already been leaked about Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin. I know more than what I've said, but there are other people that were targeted that were offered stuff that I haven't said because it's not my place to tell their story. And if they want to talk about it, they can. I'm just telling you what happened in the areas that it involved me. Gone on to watch heaps of Chasers. Heck yeah. That's good. I don't care if you guys watch radar coverage or Chasers. If you're here because you have weather going on in your area, then that's good. You're getting weather aware, but new scan, another new area of rotation here near Elizabeth. The storm is still trying to spit out little tornadoes. It hasn't been successful, but eventually it's either just going to completely fall apart or it's gonna spit out a NATO. It's one or the other. But yeah, you know, but if you live in like Kansas and you're watching a storm chaser in Louisiana, you know, like chasers are smart with weather. You can learn from them while they're chasing. You know, I can tell you how to identify a storm from radar, but they can tell you how to identify what's dangerous about a storm if you're there, right? And that's also helpful. Like, what if the power's out or your phone's dead and, you know, you don't know what you're dealing with in terms of the storm? And then you see the storm yourself and you remember like what Reed said about, okay, that's the inflow tail, you know, what you're looking at, that's feeding into what is likely the wall cloud. And oh my goodness, there looks like there is what appears to be a funnel underneath that, right? Like, you could learn that from me, maybe, because I do have storm chasers, but you'll more likely learn it from a storm chaser than you would from me. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to protest against it. You know, the bottom line is, you know, my whole opinion on this is that we can't let it happen. We cannot let somebody monopolize weather. It's just not something that will benefit anybody. And anybody that's trying to do it, in this case, it's Ryan, they need to be punished. And the best thing that you can do is to just stop watching them. Because then you're literally enabling the corporatization of the weather, of the YouTube weather space. And what you're doing is you're sacrificing everybody else just to keep Ryan afloat. That shouldn't be how it is. Everybody has their space, right? I have a little tiny piece of that pie. Max has a bigger piece of that pie. There are other streamers that have tiny pieces of the pie, right? And to try to take that away from everyone just so you can be number one, F that. All right, latest scan here. Rotation has died. This thing is crazy. This storm is wild to me. It has literally been on the cusp of trying to produce a tornado multiple times. And who knows, maybe some of those attempts might have even dropped a small tornado. But it tried here, right there, and then it tried just now near Elizabeth, and then it just dies immediately. It is like barely, it's like, maybe I'll drop one, and then doesn't. But it's funny to me because this has been the pattern all day. It's just these storms that, like, you know, whether they're, you know, a little bit further up there near Tyler, Texas, or, you know, a little bit down here near the Sugar Land, or, you know, over here, you know, no matter where they've happened, it's just been the same thing. You know, the storms have been kind of meh until they almost eke out a tornado and then nothing happens, with the exception of that one over there near Shreveport and the other one that went through Jewett earlier. Shreveport. From now on, this is going to be known as Shreveport. Shreveport. Where do you live? I live in Shreveport. I mean, if this storm can just quit being such a diva, I think we can get off. think it has to. I think it has to interact with this boundary, which I think it's about to. I think this is the front. Once that front overtakes the storm, that should be all she wrote. At least for that storm, unless something else pops up eventually in the future. I was looking for New Caney. Isn't that in Texas? You're good. You're good for the rest of the day. I finally get some food. Yes, it actually finally came. For Katie, I think, isn't Katie like down near Houston? Yeah, it looks like you guys are getting impacted by a storm right now, but there's zero rotation. Tornado threat, but that is zero. It's not severe warn, so it'll probably just be some heavy rain and a little bit of wind, and a lot of lightning. So it's gonna be a little bit loud. I think the stupidest thing of it all is that Ryan thought he could do that, and like everybody would just be like, "Okay, yeah, that's fair game." Like, what was he thinking? Yeah, I'm still doing all right. We chilling. He was banking on Max not saying anything. I mean, that's not a bad idea. Usually Max, he's pretty timid. He doesn't like to make a fuss about anything. That could have been the strategy, but I don't. That's bold. That's bold. Yeah. Yeah, still uncertain on what the heck is happening with weather-wise. That part we just don't know for sure. Another severe thunderstorm warning over here near Dickens, Texas. So watch out. That is going to be over here near Lubbock. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Dickens. Well, it's the stupidest thing, right? Because the whole thought process behind this is most likely the fact that Ryan is freaking out that Max is getting so close, but it is this exact move that is probably going to push Max to be bigger than Ryan. Once everybody finds out about it, once everybody's talking about it, and the word is completely out, like that will probably be the thing that catapults Max that final couple of inches past Ryan. It's like a TV show. It's like House of Cards. It's crazy. Vince wants to work with Max now. See, it's biting him in the butt. It's already biting him in the butt. It's wild. The only PDS thing happening right now is some dang drama. Particularly drama situation. All right, this little area of circulation has died like all the others. The front is crashing in. As far as I can estimate, that front appears to be located like right back here. Let me see if there's like an obvious velocity signature for it. Yeah, it appears to be like here. As the wind should be moving north of the front. And then south, yeah. Where's the radar? It's up here. So these are moving away. Yeah, and these are moving towards. So the front should be here, actually. Maybe like up in there? Just judging by velocities. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah, it's like right there. So yeah, this storm is about to be eaten. It's about to get eaten by the front. Has Jojo Bean been good? I wish he was still here. Did he end? I bet you people were starting to talk about it in his chat. uh, oh no, help. It's tragic. How Eaton, Ohio will be this week. It should be pretty calm. I mean, that Omega block is keeping weather near you, but it should stay to your south. Maybe some new thunderstorm possibilities like on day 3 if that gets lifted up to the north at all. But I mean, for most folks out there, it should be relatively calm. You know, there could be some potential back here, but again, I mean, it's just we're going to be dealing with the same problems over most of these days with this storm. You know, yesterday it was evident outflow boundary synced pretty far down to the south. You know, we were already forecasted to have low lapse rates, and then the lapse rates just collapsed even further. So, yeah, I mean, he's growing a lot. I mean, it that's probably why probably why people like him more than Ryan. It's just because, you know, maybe some people can pick up on his genuineness. I don't watch him that much. So, but they probably see that he's more genuine than Ryan. And now it's just like, it's an easy pick if you're trying to decide between the two. Yeah, we are the small but mighty. Yeah. We're little guys, but we'll stick up for the big fight. Whoever's in the right. We got a new member? Dang, I keep missing this. Yeah, thank you, Kitten Lover, for becoming a EF1 member. So you want a quick recap, man? We've already talked about it. I mean, it's basically Ryan's trying to monopolize chasers. He's offering a bunch of chasers exclusive deals so that they can only stream for him and nobody else. So he's trying to take away chasers from everybody. And he's offered a lot of chasers that. And the first ones that he targeted were Max Velocity's favorite chasers, Brandon Kopic and Corey Gherkin. So it's pretty darn obvious that that Ryan is getting insecure about Max catching up to him in viewership, and he's flailing. He's obviously flailing right now, and he's trying to do these exclusive deals and take away Max's best chasers. And it wasn't just Brandon, and it wasn't just Corey that not Max, but that Ryan has offered to. So that's the summary. Ryan's being a snake. And, you know, there's only one thing that you can do with the snake. It's possible Ryan has little man syndrome. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. It's like, who cares, man? Like I have you guys, and you guys allow me to eat and pay my bills. I can do this full time, and I have 75,000 subscribers. Like, Ryan lives in a friggin' mansion and has essentially a corporation, and he still wants more. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Kitten Lover. It's just greed. It's like, who cares, man? You've already made it. You're paying your bills. Like, he's just a greedy snake. He's freaking crazy, man. Yeah, the 500K weather house. Like, that's just an extra house that he already has. Like, if Ryan were watching me right now, I would say, dude, take a freaking vacation and think of a dang good apology. Because there's no way you release a statement and people just say, oh, it's okay, Ryan. There's just no way, except for your cult. So you done effed up. You should have targeted me and the chasers that I use. That's what you should have done, because you could have got away with that. Shouldn't have targeted Max. You're literally second place competitor. So dumb. It's the stupidest move. Oh, thank you, Richard, for the 5. It's literally the stupidest move that you could do, because all he's going to do is catapult Max above him, because now anybody that finds out about this is going to just stop supporting Ryan and start watching Max, because Max is obviously the person that's a victim here. No, it sucks. I mean, it's affected me too. All of this is being done apparently behind the guise of WeatherWise. And I've been working with WeatherWise for a really long time, trying to, help them with their updates and get like helping. I promoted their app first, and most of their beginning viewers was, from me showing off their app, talking about their app for free. I didn't charge them a dime, and I don't expect anything in return, but I definitely, I definitely liked them because they were free from that corporate slop mentality. And then, now, my best weather idea that I've ever had is with the dev. And now Ryan probably has access to it. So the coolest thing I've probably ever thought of is probably not even mine, because I don't even have the resources to do something like that. So I tried to give the idea to somebody that I thought I trusted. Thank you, Wendy, for the 5 gifted. Make sure you're thanking Wendy if you get a gifted membership. Yeah, it's stupid. All it is just pure stupidity. But that's what happens when somebody with that big of an ego has their power threatened. They always flail, and it always costs them. It's the inevitable fall. I've always known him as a snake. Thank you, Jeff, for the 20. I've always known him as a snake, but now it's obvious. It's all out there for everybody to see. And, to be honest, I'm glad. I'm glad people are finally freaking seeing him as who he is. No. Everybody used to hate on me, saying, Evan, why do you keep attacking Ryan Hall? There's nothing going on in the weather, Mike. There's rain, lots of flooding. There's not much I can do. By the time I tell you there's a flash flood warning, you already are very aware that there is flooding in your house. There's probably already water rescues happening. There's not much I can say. We have lots of rain, lots of thunder. No lives are under threat right now. We're chatting. Don't know what you want me to say. If you got questions, ask them. I mean, I've been answering everybody that asks about their city in chat. I'm still reading the chat. And I'm still answering those questions. So if you got questions, feel free to ask. I will answer them. I promise. But I mean, there's not much I can tell you other than it's raining, it's lightninging, and if you live anywhere in Louisiana, it's probably flooding. So if you live near a river or creek, like I've said earlier today, get to higher ground. We got flash flood warnings all the way throughout this area. We've got tons of rain still to fall, so that's not going to change. Probably going to see that flood threat move into Baton Rouge. Probably going to see it move into New Orleans, north of Hammond. Thank you, Cole, for the 2. Houston rain tonight. Yeah, more rain's coming for Houston. We got a storm over here to the west of Houston. It's not severe, so it will have some rain, some lightning in it, but the tornado threat should stay low. I've been watching these storms for a while. You could technically make an argument of a tornado threat down here, which is probably why they still have the tornado watch up. But we haven't really seen these storms take advantage of the environment. So. But let me see. You said Pikeville, Kentucky. Cole. Yeah, Max graduated. He's done. He finished. That's the craziest thing. Ryan literally attacked Max while he was graduating. Oh boy. Golf is scheduled for Thursday. Let's go. Taking Thursday off. Oh, there might be. Let's see. What's today? What's today, guys? I think you guys said yesterday was Tuesday. No, today is Tuesday. Okay. So today is Tuesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Thursday might be some problems for golf. We'll see. Hopefully not. But it's a marginal risk. Not expecting much. So I wasn't planning on going live anyways. I think it's chaotic for becoming a WIMD member. The threat for Thursday just looks like a big old marginal risk. Moisture is probably going to be an issue, but we could probably have a widespread risk for some, severe thunderstorms sprinkled in every once in a while. And we'll see how that threat develops. Oh. Now, all of our severe weather is done in Louisiana. Over here near Dickens, Texas, though, we still have a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour windstorm. What the heck? We have a severe thunderstorm warning all the way down there on the Texas-Mexico border. And for Rio Grande. 2-inch hail. Jeez Louise. What's out there in Rio Grande City? That's a chonker. Chonky storm. It's Wednesday here in New Zealand. You know what? That's how you know. Mentally, physically, I should just live in New Zealand. If anybody ever views this channel from New Zealand, I need you guys to start working on a petition to get your government to send me a citizen off, like some sort of citizenship offering. Because I'm too broke to go through all that. So we need some sort of deal. I want to live there so bad. It's just so beautiful. It's such a beautiful area, and I really, really, really like how they do things there. It would be an honor. Can you carry my bags? Absolutely. But I probably wouldn't let you. Didn't they film Lord of the Rings in New Zealand? I don't know. Maybe. Wouldn't surprise me. Because they have a lot of beautiful scenery in Lord of the Rings. But I don't know, to be honest. Oh, it was filmed there. Awesome. That makes sense. All right. So the cold front has crashed. That storm is dead. Do we got anything else? Not really. Just a big old flood threat still. Well, all right, everybody. I think I'm going to head off here. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. What a weird day. But hold on. Before I go, who all was here at the beginning of the stream? Was anybody there for my beginning forecast? We pretty much nailed it. So, yeah. It's the lapse rates, man. It's the lapse rate. The pattern continues with one exception over there near Shreveport. That one might have been a strong tornado. But, was it going to be a tornado outbreak? Probably from the beginning. It's the same freaking thing. So, that's what happens. But I do appreciate you guys for tuning in. And yeah, make sure you guys are showing Max some love. He's stressed out. Is he still alive? I bet he is. Go over the risk for tomorrow? Sure. Yeah, back over here near Fort Worth and Dallas for your area. You're in a marginal risk. Tornado risk is mainly just going to be possible over here near Louisiana. Wind also by the coast down there near Houston. Hail is probably going to be your main threat up there. So watch out for some small to large hail. It's going to be hit or miss. Let me see if I can get an estimate on the timing for you.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Not on that model. Is this not? There we go. 0Z. We'll do the 23Z.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Okay. I'll have to do 18Z. Sorry. The end of the stream is taking forever, but I do want to answer this question before I get off. Hannah's been here forever. Yeah, it seems like quite the conditional threat, if you ask me. The HRRR doesn't even fire a storm. So you're either going to see something or you're not. That's kind of how tomorrow's going to play out. Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. We're going to raid Max. Y'all show him some support and love. Don't bring up the whole thing, all right? It's not time to pressure him or do anything like that. Just let him know that, we got his back. And just give him time to say what he wants to say. But yeah, you guys take it easy. Have a good rest of your day.